Chapter 1, Realistic System. Hello? System. Are you really a system? Host, you can doubt my integrity, but you cannot doubt my function. But, don't you notice what's wrong with my property panel? In the small and dilapidated house, a black-haired thin boy looked at the property interface that appeared in front of him, scratching his head sadly. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Is your attribute panel a bit too simple? I have never seen a system like yours since I am so old. It's really a mess, you should just take your skirt off. Wei Yi said in a contemptuous voice. Hearing Wei Yi's words, a line of words appeared on the property panel again. Have you seen other systems? Of course. Where? In the novel. Also, your name in the system is too inconsistent with my personal setting. I am a man who likes to take the initiative. Wei Yi continued to complain. According to this system, the host has been single for a total of 22 years, 3 months, and 7 days at 9:40, 9:01, and the host has lived for a total of 22 years, 3 months, and 0 in your previous life. 7 days at 9:40 and 9:01, you seem to have no chance to take the initiative. Wei Yi. System, let's talk about how to use you. Regarding Wei Yi's awkward change of topic, the system obviously didn't care, or that he paid more attention to Wei Yi's problem. This system can strengthen the host's ability by extracting the hero's passive ability. A line of words appeared on the attribute panel. Seeing this line of words, Wei Yi had a trace of doubt in his mind. Hero? What hero? After all, in Zhen Xiaobai's memory, there are too many existences that can be called heroes. But in the end, Wei Yi suppressed the doubt and asked another more important question. How to draw? Recharge. Recharge? What to recharge? Is it to recharge? But I don't have any money now. Wei Yi saw a line of characters appearing on the property panel, and he was taken aback and hurriedly said. Ding dong! The system is offline. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Wei Yi watched the property panel in front of him quickly blacked out, and then gradually disappeared. Wei Yi. Is the current system so realistic? After the system's attribute panel disappeared, Wei Yi tried to call a few times, but in the end it didn't work. He had to temporarily give up calling this real system, ready to go for a walk, and learn about the world by the way. Wei Yi. The previous life was one of the billions of Duoxia people. Just after graduating from the senior year, he was taken to this place by an unpredictable crossing. And what's even more cheating is that he obviously passed through the soul, but he didn't get the memory of the original owner of the body at all. As a result, he now has no idea of where he is. Even the only system that made him feel a little comforting was an unusually realistic guy. This made Wei Yi feel a little flustered. The scorching sun was shining down from the sky. On the road, a feeling of emptiness kept coming from his body, almost making Wei Yi unable to even walk normally. This body is too weak. Wei Yi didn't even know what the original owner of this body did, and he could abuse this body into this way. Even the drug addicts in the previous life would be slightly stronger than this body. Continued to walk a few steps forward, and finally this body could not be carried anymore, and Wei Yi had to find a shady tree to rest. During the break, Wei Yi took a look at the surrounding situation. The place he is currently in seems to be in a huge courtyard. There are many children about the same age as Wei Yi now. It seems that this place is like an academy or an orphanage. Hey all! A very excited shout came from behind. Wei Yi didn't care, because he had no extra power to watch the excitement. Hey have you heard? Excited shouts sounded again. This time, the source of the sound seemed to be closer to Wei Yi. At this time, Wei Yi also reacted. This guy won't call me. Wei Yi muttered inwardly. Just when Wei Yi was going to look back and check it. Suddenly. Bang! A slap that felt like I was about to slap my body fell on my shoulder, and directly slapped Wei Yi to the ground. "Hey, are you okay? How come your body is still as weak as before?" A worried voice came from above his head. Wei Yi glanced up with a dark face, and then he was stunned. Sakura-colored hair. The black plaid scarf with white background and black lines that will not take off on a hot day. Two foolish smiles. "Naz!" Wei Yi yelled, trying. "You reading www.uuganshu.com." Although Wei Yi did not inherit the memory of the original owner of the body, speaking has already turned into a physical instinct. Therefore, although Wei Yi does not know the language here, communication is not a problem. "Oh! What are you guys doing recently? I haven't seen you for more than a month." The boy named Naz turned to Wei Yi very dissatisfied. "Nothing, just studying some magic things." "Magic?" Naz was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't know what he was thinking of. His emotions suddenly became extremely high, and he felt like fire would burst out at any time, and said angrily, "That fellow Elisa passed the S-rank wizard. The test of her, I will defeat her one day sooner or later. And Gildaz, so is Grey Guy." It seems that Naz opened the chattering box because of a sentence from Wei Yi, and he immediately began to spit out a lot of words. While Wei Yi listened to Naz continuously standing by one, he gradually began to lose consciousness. Especially when he heard the familiar and unfamiliar names from Naz's mouth, the whole person was directly plunged into sluggishness. Because Wei Yi never expected that he would come into this world. Fairy tale. A world where magic prevails. Here, magic has almost developed to a household name. Not only fighting, but even people's daily lives are closely related to magic. And the product that appeared in front of Wei Yi at this moment is the protagonist of this world. True protagonist. Naz Duragnir. Chapter 2, Fairy Tale. Fiori Kingdom is a permanent neutral country with a population of 17 million on the mainland of Ishugar. This is a country where magic is prevalent. In this world, people who have magic power and can use magic are called magic wizards, but generally speaking, they need to join a guild to be officially recognized, and because of this, there are many Magic the Guide Guild was established, and the guild maintained its operation by accepting and solving the task entrusted by the client by the Magic Guild. There are many types of magic in this world. Generally speaking, they can be roughly divided into three categories: ability, possession, and special. Possession mainly refers to magic items that can be used with their own magic power, such as summon magic, dress-up magic, etc. The ability system refers to the magic used by the practiced own magical manifestation, such as earth, water, fire, wind, etc. Special type is magic other than the above two types, such as receiving magic that receives external power, possessing magic, etc. Except for these three types. There are also three types of very special magic, called primordial magic or ancient magic. And the protagonist of this world, that is, the one that Wei Yi uses in front of him, is the dragon-slaying magic in primordial magic. Is a magic that exists specifically to destroy dragons. Former world Wei Yi is also considered an otaku, so he has a certain degree of understanding of this anime, but because of time, some details have been gradually forgotten by him. Quickly recalled the general situation of the world in his mind. Combined with Naz's endless chatter in his ear, Wei Yi's current situation gradually became clear in his mind. Elisa has just passed the examination of the S-rank sorcerer, which means that Elisa is 15 years old this year, and Naz is 14 years old this year. The beginning of the plot is when the protagonist is 18 years old, which means that the distance the plot is still 4 years away. Wei Yi silently recalled in his heart that Wei Yi did not remember the year of this world at all, so he could only infer the plot based on the age of the characters. And, through talking with Naz, Wei Yi also roughly inferred that the original owner of this body should be a lonely character. This should be the only good news that Wei Yi has gotten so far. Because of this withdrawn character, it is easy to disguise, and it also reduces the possibility of his exposure. Just as Wei Yi was about to learn more about the situation from Naz, suddenly, an immature shout came from a distance, "Hey Naz, let's go to dinner, I heard that there will be fish for lunch today." "Really, Hobby?" Naz jumped up when he heard these words, looked at Wei Yi excitedly and said, "Oh, let's go eat." Good." Wei Yi responded. Although he answered Naz's question, in fact, Wei Yi's gaze has always been attracted by the creature that just uttered its immature cry. That's right. The creature that just yelled was not a human, but a kitten. It's just that this cat has blue hair, black and white pupils, and a pair of small wings behind it. The whole look is cute. This cat is just Naz's exclusive pet, partner, a transcendence from another world, named Hobby. The current Hobby hasn't fully grown up yet. Two small wings swayingly support it and fly to Naz's shoulder, and then he can see it retract its two wings, stand up on both feet, and stretch out one. The cat's paw raised up and said hello to Wei Yi. "Hey long time no see, sure." "Hello. Hobby." Wei Yi replied with a smile. "I have to say, this cat is much cuter than it looks in anime. Oh, let's go to dinner. I heard that there are fish for lunch today." As soon as he mentioned fish, the corner of the mouth of the little cat, Hobby, could not control the saliva, and he looked salivating. "Okay." Wei Yi nodded, his body indeed needs a little more energy now. After finishing speaking, Wei Yi was ready to get up and follow Naz and Hobby to eat, but before he had to take 2 steps, Wei Yi suddenly found a huge force holding him up, and he couldn't resist completely with his strength. "Wow, ha ha ha, oh, you are too slow to walk like this, let me take you." Naz grinned at Wei Yi, and suddenly an extremely ominous premonition appeared in Wei Yi's heart. Canteen restaurant. Naz and Hobby gulped their food, the clash of dishes and chopsticks sounded like a war. While Wei Yi was lying weakly on the table, feeling that the whole person was about to fall apart. Although Wei Yi felt that Naz, the protagonist, was a bit stupid when watching anime before, he never expected that in reality, this guy was even more stupid than the second stupid. Took more than 10 minutes. Wei Yi finally felt a little bit of strength recovered, reached out his hand to take a bowl of porridge from the table, and started to drink slowly. The human body wants to eat very much when it is hungry. But if you get too hungry, your stomach will shrink, and you will lose your appetite at this time. And now Wei Yi is in such a situation. "Oh, you guy, Naz's mouth was filled with rice, and he said like a hamster. "Hey, Wei Yi. By the way, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com Naz, let me ask you a few things." Taking advantage of the meal time, Wei Yi worked hard to increase his understanding of the world. Have to say, Naz is a standard protagonist template. Stupid, silly, stupid, stupid. Almost all 4 major features are occupied by this guy. Sometimes watching anime, Wei Yi is really curious about how this guy lived to the end. To be honest, if you are a villain, if you can have such an enemy, you can wake up with a smile in your dreams. Of course. As a companion, this guy is also quite good, at least now Wei Yi almost doesn't use idioms. Naz will take the initiative to explain everything he wants. With Naz's opening, Wei Yi has a better understanding of his own situation. As Wei Yi previously guessed, the place where he is now is an orphanage, which was jointly established by several wizard guilds including Fairy Tail, and was mainly used to adopt some who were rescued by several guilds. Orphan. And this orphanage will also teach some basics about magic. If someone can successfully learn magic, they can directly join one of several guilds. When Naz was just picked up by Fairy Tail Guild President Makarov, he also stayed in this orphanage for a while. That's when he met her. But because Naz has been learning Dragon Slayer magic with dragons since he was a child, he didn't stay here long before he successfully joined the fairy tale. As for why the face of Or does not appear in the original work, the reason is naturally needless to say. Chapter 3, Void Fear. Oh, I feel you have changed a lot. Wei Yi was thinking about the problem in his mind. When he heard Hobby sigh like this, he was shocked, but there was still no expression on his face, and he said lightly, "Is that right?" "Yet. Because you have never said so much before. Every time Naz and I talk to you, only me and Naz are talking." Hobby said vaguely, biting the fish in his mouth. "What's so strange about this? After all, we haven't seen each other for more than a month. Isn't it normal to have some changes? Men and cats are the same. If you don't see each other for 3 days, they will be big enough to be completely unrecognizable." For Wei Yi, guys like Fudge Naz and Hobby, they come with open mouths, and they can flicker around without even typing a draft. Hey! Sure enough, after hearing Wei Yi's words, the happy eyes of the little cat suddenly narrowed into crescents. Obviously it is very interested in the topic of grow up, as Wei Yi said. After eating a little in the cafeteria, Wei Yi finally felt a little better. Because Wei Yi is not an adult and has not become a wizard, he now does not have to pay for eating in the cafeteria. But the guy Naz has become a magician, he needs to pay in the cafeteria restaurant, plus the meal he just ate a bit too much, so as soon as he finished the meal, he took the hobbit with him. Go to the guild to pick up the task. Because they don't do tasks anymore, their next meal will be very problematic. And after Wei Yi left in Naz, he also hurried towards his residence. Because after realizing that he was in the world of fairy tale, he suddenly remembered something important. Once back to the residence, Wei went straight to the only bed in the house. After groping for a while, he quickly took out a notebook and a few pieces of paper that looked a little shabby. Wei Yi looked at the notes unexpectedly. He hadn't noticed this thing before. However, after only 2 glances, Wei Yi quickly shifted his gaze to the shabby papers. These papers were painted with patterns that Wei Yi could not understand. The only thing that could recognize him was 500J. Several symbols similar to numbers and letters. That's right. These papers are nothing but the paper money of this world. Although Wei Yi also turned them out once before, at that time Wei Yi did not recognize their identity. With money in his hands, Wei Yi hurriedly started calling the real system. System this time, Wei Yi just called out a word. Before he even had time to call out the word Tong, he saw an attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Wei Yi. The picture on the property panel slowly changed. First, a small monster like a penguin appeared, and then a few big characters gradually appeared. Penguin, use money to create happiness. Seeing these words, Wei Yi was speechless for a moment. And these words appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. After a while, the font on the property panel changed again. Recharge? Host. Wei Yi swears that he has never seen such a realistic system in his life. It is simply a shame in the system industry. Someone in him is really ashamed of this system. Charge. Wei Yi spit out a word from his mouth. The voice just fell. Only heard ding dong. The banknotes in Wei Yi's hand disappeared instantly, and then a picture slowly appeared on the property panel. The host recharges 1400J, successfully opens a first-level member, and rewards a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to start the lottery right away? Yes. Seeing a line of words appearing on the property panel, Wei Yi hurriedly replied. Looking at the black hole on the system panel gradually starting to rotate, Wei Yi felt a little anxious and a little excited. Because since he discovered that this is the world of fairy tale, there has been a trace of anxiety in his heart unconsciously, because this world is essentially a power-respecting world, and it is almost impossible to move without enough power here. Was born again after all. How can Wei Yi really stay in the orphanage for a lifetime? All kinds of messy thoughts continue to emerge in my heart. At this time, only heard the sound of ding. The black hole on the system panel suddenly stopped spinning, and then a light slowly emerged from it and fell straight into Wei Yi's body. It didn't take long. Wei Yi noticed the changes in his body. The whole body felt like a numbness, especially the stomach, which seemed to be turned into a stove. Although he had just finished eating, his stomach kept coming out of abnormalities. Severe hunger pangs. At this time, the fonts finally appeared on the system panel of UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the passive ability of Hero Void Fear. Your body is slightly strengthened. Your stomach is strengthened. Void Fear passive ability: by devouring the flesh and blood of creatures, you can draw the essence of life from it, increase your own health value, and the increase is proportional to the level of the creature itself. Seeing these lines appearing on the system panel, Wei Yi was taken aback. System. Is there something wrong with your passive ability? I remember the passive ability of Void Fear doesn't seem to be this. When Wei Yi saw the 4 words Fear of the Void, he already knew what the so-called hero in this system meant. After all, he has played this game in his previous life for a while. Although it is very delicious, he still has an impression of the skills of some of the heroes. If he remembers correctly, Void Fear's passive skill seems to be able to restore health and mana by killing creeps. The ability to consume life to increase health is a bit like Void Fear's ultimate ability. Host, are you stupid? How can the skills in the game appear in reality? Do you understand science? After listening to Wei Yi's question, a line of words slowly appeared on the system panel. While Wei Yi saw this line of words, he felt as if he was trampled by 10,000 creatures in an instant. MMP. Do you tell me science with a system? Are you afraid that you have forgotten what you are? Chapter 4, Magic Backlash. Please note the host: this system extracts the passive ability of the hero, not the passive skills in the game. The game is just a game after all, please return to reality as soon as possible. Wei Yi. Wei Yi is now unable to complain. But after this systematic explanation, Wei Yi has roughly figured out what this so-called passive ability is. Wei Yi originally thought that this so-called passive ability was the passive ability of the characters in the game, but now it seems that this kind of passive ability seems to be the passive talent of the true hero. Knowing what this so-called passive ability is about, Wei Yi has nothing to say. Don't say anything else. At least now, the passive ability of Void Fear he has drawn is indeed very useful to him, although he prefers a passive ability in magic. After all, this world is dominated by magic. Although some magicians do master powerful physical skills, they are only incidental items, because even if the physical skills of this world develop to the limit, they are far inferior to the power of magic. With the passive fear of the void, Wei Yi's stomach digestion of food quickly accelerated. In just a few minutes, the little thing he had just eaten was completely digested, and a strong hunger pandemic. Aware of this, Wei Yi hurriedly started running towards the cafeteria. With the passively strengthened body of Void Fear, Wei Yi can finally barely run. When Wei Yi arrived at the cafeteria was still open. So he ordered 2 lunches and started eating. The strong sense of hunger made Wei Yi not even care about the issue of eating. The sound of the clashing tableware was like a war. Regardless of the amount of appetite, Wei Yi's eating is now completely comparable to that of Naz. After 2 lunches, my hunger was finally relieved. Then Wei Yi went to ask for 3 more, and started to sit down and eat slowly. The size of these lunches is completely customized according to the appetite of a 14-year-old child, so 5 lunches seem to be a lot, but in fact they are about 2 normal adults. Although the passive ability of Void Fear is very strong, Wei Yi's body foundation is there after all. Eating so much at one time has reached the limit of his stomach. Besides, even if Void Fear's passive digestion of food can keep up, the digested energy cannot be absorbed by Wei Yi, because his current body is so bad that it is impossible to absorb so much energy at once. With a few lunches, Wei Yi can finally chat with the system. System, didn't it just say that devouring creatures can increase health? Why haven't I seen my health in the attribute panel yet? Wei Yi curiously asked. Please note the host, the so-called health value is just a general term. To be precise, increasing the value of life means strengthening the body's physique, enveloping power, speed, degree of sun resistance, etc. The human body is an extremely mysterious and complex existence, and it cannot be simply expressed by data. But if the host needs it, this system can roughly construct a data template based on the host's physical fitness, but this template is for reference only. When Wei Yi saw the system, he was still a little disappointed, but as the system turned around, Wei Yi suddenly became pleasantly surprised and hurriedly said, "Then build it." The construction of the data panel is actually good and bad, but from the current point of view, Wei Yi still needs this thing, because he urgently needs something that can compare his own strength. When I heard Wei Yi's words, the screen of the system panel suddenly changed. Start to build the data panel. Data panel is under construction. Build successfully. The construction of the data panel was very fast, and it didn't take long for a brand new attribute panel to appear in front of Wei Yi. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive ability, Void Stomach. HP, 4. Magic, 2. Mentality, 13. Magic resistance, 0%. Armor, 0%. After Wei Yi finished reading this attribute panel, he was stunned. The attributes are too low. What standards did you build the system according to? Wei Yi said. The system construction attribute panel is based on normal adults. The standard value of the first 3 normal adults is 10, and the reason why the data of the last 2 items is extremely low does not have much to do with the host, because normal human bodies do not have it. Magic resistance and armor, even if there is, are mostly between 1% and 2%, while the host's magic resistance and armor are both less than 1%. After rounding, the system directly takes 0. Round up to 0. Seeing the font on the system panel, Wei Yi couldn't help but twitch a few times. I don't care about the life value, my current magic power is only 2. Did you make a mistake about the system? In the end, Wei Yi decided not to entangle this real system with the rounding problem, but his own magic value is only 2. He feels he needs to talk to the system. Stay aside, the so-called magic power is essentially a kind of energy, and how much magic power do you think the host can hold in your body based on your current physical condition? Besides, the magic power in the host's body is still in the magic backlash, even if these 2 magic powers can be obtained by rounding the system, otherwise the magic value in the host's body is only a little bit. Moreover, the host, you should also recognize the reality. How many catties and tails your own body is now, don't you have any points in your heart? Magic backlash. I decisively ignored the second half of the system's words, and grasped a certain keyword in the system's words. System, what did you mean by magic backlash? Wei Yi asked. This was discovered when the system just built a template for the host, and the so-called magic backlash? It means literally. A paragraph appeared on the system panel. This passage seems a bit unclear, but as a person who has been mixed up in the novel era, Wei Yi can guess what this so-called magic backlash means even with his guess. Because of this, Wei Yi feels like he has found the real cause of the death of his predecessor. Chapter 5, Conditions for Becoming a Sorcerer. I found it, as expected. Inside the dilapidated hut, Wei Yi flipped through the notes in his hand and secretly said in his heart. This notebook is the one that Wei Yi found before. It mainly records some magical content of the predecessor, and the content recorded on the last page of this notebook is nothing else, it is the predecessor's impact magic skills before, words of encouragement for myself. It was because of this notebook that Wei Yi determined that the cause of death of his predecessor was the failure of the assault wizard, which led to the death of Magic Backlash. Hey, this guy is looking for death. How can he succeed in attacking the magic with this physical condition? After reading the contents of the notes, Wei Yi sighed unconsciously. Through this notebook, Wei Yi finally understood what the magic of this world is all about. Everyone in this world has magic power in their bodies, but not everyone can become a wizard. To become a wizard, at least two conditions must be met. One is to have the qualifications to become a wizard. According to this universal standard, there are 5 levels of magic qualifications, ranging from D to S from low to high. If you want to become a wizard, you must at least possess D-level magical qualifications. The second is to have a certain spiritual talent. The so-called release of magic is mainly a process of concentrating on portraying the magic circle, thereby guiding and exerting the magic power in the body. If you want to successfully portray the magic circle, there is not enough spiritual talent. Can't do it. As for why this point is not mentioned in the original work, Wei Yi estimates that it is not necessary. Because in the original book, the story of the world of fairy tale mainly revolves around a few people, and most of the rest are taken in one stroke, and each of those people has at least S-grade magical qualifications, and even more upward level. Tisk tisk. Reality is more than anime. After learning about this, Wei Yi cursed inwardly in his heart unconsciously. Because according to the notes, this body has only D-level water attribute magic aptitude and a little spiritual talent. It can be said that both of them have just reached the level of a magician. As long as they are a little closer, it is estimated that they will even become a magician. No chance. To be frank, if it weren't for the plug-in on his body now, Wei Yi would have given up now. After all, his style of painting is different from that of the second half of this world. Wei Yi, who has traveled through the era of the information explosion, knows what it means to be greater hope and disappointment. There are many things in this world. It's really that you don't work hard and you don't know anything about despair. However, this original body is also unlucky enough. Obviously, the most important conditions for becoming a sorcerer's appearance have been solved, but it has fallen in a place where it shouldn't be. As expected, the body is the capital of the revolution. Can't help but sigh again. Normally, the impact wizard is almost not life-threatening, because it only needs to successfully build a magic circle and release a basic magic, even if it is successfully promoted to the ranks of the wizard. But the physical fitness of the predecessor is really bad. Although the magician does not need to pay too much attention to physical exercise, at least he must have a stronger body than ordinary people. But look at the predecessor's 4 HP. Wei Yi didn't know what his predecessor did to squeeze his body into this way. But with the lessons of his predecessor, Wei Yi also gave up his current attempt to portray the magic circle. After all, he didn't want to walk through, so he went to drink tea with the death in another world. In addition to these things, this notebook also records some other things, such as, Wei Yi found a basic meditation idea that can increase mental power and magic power in it, and 3 basic magic with water attributes, and a very small part of life's trivial matters. And through these trivial things in life, Wei Yi confirmed that his predecessor was definitely an unusually withdrawn character. Because according to this notebook, the predecessor didn't even have a friend. That's right. There is no one at all. Through the previous events, Wei Yi thought that his predecessor had a good relationship with Naz, but in this notebook, the predecessor has always regarded Naz as a very noisy fool. Although Wei Yi also thinks this description is very appropriate. After turning over this notebook several times, after confirming that there was nothing missing, Wei Yi began to practice according to the basic meditation thoughts recorded in the notebook. This basic meditation idea and the 3 basic magic are all very common. This world is still very open to the use of magic. Basically, except for some very rare magic and the secret magic of major guilds, most of the other magic can be traded as commodities. Although it's a popular product, it is enough for the current Wei Yi. With this basic meditation idea, the magic power that disappeared from the body due to the previous magic backlash can be quickly restored. And the content recorded in this basic meditation is also very simple. That is to ask the magician to free up his body and spirit as much as possible, so as to induce the instinct of the body to absorb the magic power and temper the mental power. And this step is much easier for Wei Yi. In general, it is much simpler than he thought. So this practice, an afternoon passed directly. Even at the end, Wei Yi did not take the initiative to withdraw from the meditation state, but was driven out of the meditation state by the hunger in his belly. With the passive void stomach of void fear, although Wei Yi's body recovery speed has been accelerated a lot, at the same time, his speed of digesting food has also increased a lot. Looked at the sky outside. Wei Yi retired from the state of training with some dismay, and began to walk towards the cafeteria. I don't know why, Wei Yi did not have as much difficulty as the notes in his predecessor's notes when he was practicing, and he was almost easily invested in it. Is it because a soul was replaced in the body? Wei Yi thought for a moment, and suddenly felt that his stomach was even hungry. The pace under my feet quickens again. Soon. Wei Yi came to the canteen restaurant. He directly asked the staff to order 5 foods, and then started to eat very much. Wait until after eating. Wei Yi quickly returned to his hut and continued to practice basic meditation. Day to day. Chapter 6, D-Class Sorcerer. A week later. Early morning. The sun is rising, a ray of sunlight is shining on Wei Yi's body, and Wei Yi slowly opens his closed eyes. Compared with a week, Wei Yi now looks much more energetic, his eyes are piercing, and he is no longer as weak as he was before. At the same time, the property panel of Wei Yi has also undergone considerable changes. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Ability, Void Stomach. HP, 9. Magic, 11. Mental Power, 15. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 0%. With the help of Void Stomach's passive ability and basic meditation, Wei Yi's body and spirit recovered quickly. Not only that. Perhaps because of the magic backlash, Wei Yi even faintly felt that the total amount of magic in his body had increased a little. In my current state, I should be able to try to portray the magic circle. Although Wei Yi's body still looks thin and weak from the outside, in fact, the nature of this body has changed qualitatively from before. With his current situation, he can already try to portray the magic circle and learn magic. S predecessor's notebook recorded 3 basic magics, namely the magic of manipulating water flow, the water bomb magic of attack, and the water shield magic of defense. The difficulty of learning these 3 kinds of magic is not high. Basically most of the wizards learn this kind of magic when they get started. Before learning magic, Wei Yi went to the cafeteria first, ate 7 or 8 cents of food, and comforted his 5 internal organs. As the body gradually recovered, the passiveness of the void stomach also began to show its terrifying appetite. Then Wei Yi went to take a bath, took a shower and changed clothes. Wait until all this is over. Wei Yi began to try to control his mental power and portray the magic circle. The first magic he chose was the basic magic that manipulates water flow. This magic is the basic of the basic magic of water, and it is also the simplest of the 3 magics. Mental power and magic power are the 2 most critical factors that determine whether the wizard is strong or not. The stronger the mental power, the more effective it is to use the magic power in the body. Even with the same magic power, people with different mental powers will have completely different effects. And the magic is not necessary. This is the most fundamental aspect of being a magician. When a person's magical power is strong to a certain extent, even if his mental power is insufficient, he can still exert extremely terrifying destructive power. About this point, the most representative person in the entire fairy tale world is a certain red-haired uncle. Because the mental power is not proportional to the magic power, this product often looks a little sluggish, and the power to destroy everything is completely unstoppable. Of course, the reason for the sluggishness of this product may also be because there are too many women, which causes the body to be squeezed out. For this male public enemy, Wei Yi doesn't mind to speculate on him with the most malicious thoughts. But these problems are too far away for the current Wei Yi. Because he is now just beyond the standard line of normal adults, whether it is magical power or mental power. For beginners of magic, a simple small gesture is often needed when portraying the magic circle, which can improve the stability of portraying the magic circle, and this gesture will gradually disappear as the degree of magical practice becomes higher and deeper. Except for some special magic, Wei Yi chose a gesture of putting his hands together. This gesture can make his mind more concentrated to a certain extent. But the difficulty of learning magic is beyond Wei Yi's expectations. Two attempts to walk up quickly all failed, and the magic in his body was also consumed. The whole process is similar to Wei Yi. As long as the magic circle is successfully portrayed, it is considered successful, you know. Magic, understand. Spiritual power, what did you say? Through these two failed attempts, Wei Yi discovered another benefit of the lack of magic in his body. That is, the speed of recovery is quite fast. Through basic meditation ideas, Wei Yi quickly replenished the magic power he had consumed before, and then he started another attempt. Then failed again. This is the result of poor magical aptitude and spiritual talent. Is still a real world after all. But Wei Yi is not discouraged, and still tries tirelessly. Wei Yi, who has a plug-in, doesn't panic at all. All he needs to do now is to learn these magics, then join the Sorcerer's Guild, then pick up the task, complete the task, and then top up the money. Use money to create power. Wei Yi's persistence finally achieved results. After not knowing how many failures, when Wei Yi was portraying the magic circle suddenly burst into blue light, and then a cloud of water like a small snake flowed out in front of Wei Yi. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. As the mind rotates, this group of water continues to change its shape. It's amazing magic. Looking at the water in front of him, Wei Yi had an idea in his heart. But it's just that. Apart from this idea, Wei Yi has no other thoughts in his mind at this time. Before learning magic, Wei Yi was still a little excited, but after he really learned it, he suddenly discovered that the so-called magic, it seemed that it was just like that. I am really a man who loves the new and dislikes the old. Wei Yi sighed secretly, deeply feeling his sin. But no matter what. After Wei Yi successfully released the water control magic, it means that he has officially become a D-class wizard. The level of the wizards of this world is mainly evaluated by each wizard guild. According to the standards of the Magic Council and the amount of daily tasks completed by the wizards, the guild will evaluate the wizards and rate them. In other words, the so-called wizard rank in this world is not a division of realm, but a pure evaluation. Although the strength of the wizard occupies a large portion of this evaluation, it is not the entire evaluation criterion. Therefore, in this world, the so-called fighting by step can be said to happen frequently. But these have nothing to do with the current Wei Yi. Because the D-level wizard is the lowest level. And there is only one evaluation standard for this level. As long as he can successfully release magic, he is a D-level wizard. After learning the magic of water control, Wei Yi burst into action and continued to learn the other two basic magic. Chapter 7, Join a Guild. Water control magic is the basis of almost all water magic. Because of this, after you learn water control magic, you can learn other magics, and you can almost find the shadow of water control magic. It took 3 full days. I finally mastered all the 3 basic magics and can use them proficiently. 3 days may not seem to be long, but in fact, according to the notes of the predecessor, basic magic such as water control magic is completely magic that can be used by people with S-level qualifications. The magical attack power of the D-class magician is not strong, at least Wei Yi's 3 basic magic powers are very weak, even if it is the only attack magic water bomb among the 3 magic, hitting people will only cause pain. That's it, it doesn't have any lethality at all. But for the current Wei Yi, it doesn't have much impact. After all, in this world where magic is regarded as a commodity transaction, it is not that only magic with powerful destructive power can take up the task. Ate the last free lunch in the cafeteria restaurant of the orphanage, and Wei Yi walked towards the branch of fairy tale set up in the orphanage. Although people who learn magic in the orphanage can choose one of several guilds at will, in fact, for Wei Yi, he has no right to choose from the beginning. Not to mention joining fairy tale, he will have the advantage of being familiar with the plot. On the basis that he himself was picked up by Makarov, the president of fairy tale, he could only choose to join fairy tale. Although Wei Yi felt that the old man Makarov wouldn't care about it. But as a great Chinese traveler, certain moral bottom lines still leave a deep mark in his bones. The branch of fairy tale in the orphanage is just a very simple building, and there is only one staff member inside. After all, it is rare for orphans like Wei Yi to become wizards, and even if 1 or 2 people become wizards occasionally, their magical aptitude will not be so high, so it is naturally impossible to build the branch here. Walk into the fairy tale branch. Wei Yi saw the middle-aged man lying lazily behind the counter, with a pipe in his mouth, combing the nose of the plane, and a bored look on his face. Seeing this person, a strange color flashed in Wei Yi's eyes. Because he found this person he seems to know almost. Although the characters in the anime are a little bit different from reality, the characteristics of this person are more obvious. After all, his airplane nose not yet bald. Wakaba Min. Fairy tale counts as a veteran character. Although there is a bit of soy sauce in the anime, in fact, he is not weak in his own strength. He is an A-level wizard. Boy, what's the matter? Seems to have discovered the arrival of Wei Yi. Wakaba looked up at him slightly, and said. Wei Yi bowed to Wakaba, put on a polite appearance, and said, Uncle, I want to join the guild. Hey? Have you learned magic? Hearing so much Wei Yi, Wakaba finally got a little interest, stood up and stared at Wei Yi and said. Yes. Wei Yi didn't talk nonsense. After speaking, he put his hands together and used the water shield of the 3 basic magic. A simple blue magic circle appeared, and one side was about half a meter in diameter, condensed by water. The round shield appeared in front of Wei Yi. Oh! Did you do a good job? Kid. Seeing the speed and proficiency of Wei Yi's release of magic, Wakaba's eyes flashed a little differently. In recent years, Wakaba has come into contact with magic newcomers, but it is really rare to release magic so fast. You must know that in battle, the strength of magic is only one of the conditions for determining victory, so fast. The speed of magic release is very advantageous. What's your name? Wakaba asked. Gerard. Wei Yi replied. This is the name of Wei Yi's predecessor. Hearing Wei Yi speak, Wakaba slowly took out a book from the counter, and then used magic to search for it. As the book was flipped, soon, a person's information turned into light and shadow and appeared in front of Wakaba. The information recorded on this light and shadow is not someone else, it is Wei Yi. The photo above was left by Wei Yi when he first entered the orphanage, but although many years have passed, Wei Yi is not very big now, so it is easy to judge Wei Yi's true identity through this photo. After confirming Wei Yi's identity, Wakaba also showed a smile on his face. Yes, since you want to join our guild and become a wizard, then I welcome you to join on behalf of Fairy Tale. Thank you. Wei Yi also showed a smile on his face. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In fact, most outsiders who want to join a guild often have to go through strength tests. But the people in the orphanage want to join the guild, but they don't need to do this step, because although the people in the orphanage are not high in magic skills, they can guarantee one thing, that is, the people here will never be undercover agents sent by the Dark Guild. That means loyalty is absolutely reliable. Although the guilds in this world like the strong, they will not discriminate against the weak, at least most of the guilds in the Fiori Kingdom are like this. And Fairy Tail is also one of the most guilds. Let's go. Kid, I will take you to the guild to get a seal, and you will be a member of our guild from now on. Wakaba started to wake Wei Yi from the meditation state. Seeing that Wei Yi was practicing so seriously, Wakaba couldn't help but sigh. After all, he is now over 30 years old, and many realities have already begun to recognize, knowing that some things in this world really cannot be achieved by hard work alone, such as his unstoppable baldness, and magical aptitude. It's a pity, only grade D magic qualification. Wakaba sighed slightly in his heart. Although their guild does not discriminate against the weak and treats everyone as a family member, once they join the ranks of the magic, many things will ultimately depend on their own strength to solve. And the development potential of the D-level magic qualification is still too limited after all. Followed Wakaba for about half an hour. A huge building slowly came into view, and directly above the building, a flag painted like a bird was flying in the sky. Chapter 8, Noisy Place. Fairy Tale. Looking at the guild building in front of him, Wei Yi's eyes flickered slightly. It's not because of how gorgeous this building is. After all, Wei Yi is also a person who has seen a feast and feasting life. According to his vision, the building in front of him is at most a small 3-story building, and it is still a kind of shabby 3-story building. Small building. Wei Yi is excited because of pure curiosity. After all, things in anime appear in reality. If Wei Yi is not interested at all, it is obviously impossible. Wakaba led Wei Yi to the guild. Before approaching the gate of the guild, Wei Yi had already heard the noise from inside the guild, which was faintly mixed with the sound of quarrels and fights. Heard these movements? An inexplicable sense of reality suddenly emerged from the bottom of Wei Yi's heart. That's right. Except for Fairy Tail in such a noisy guild, it is estimated that few guilds are like this. Just as Wei Yi was silently complaining in his heart, suddenly the door of the guild opened. Then, 2 young girls, lowly, with white hair slowly walked out of it. Hey? Wakaba, is this a newcomer? When Wei Yi saw the 2 girls, lowly, the 2 girls, lowly, also saw Wei Yi, and the curious question came from Lori, the younger of the 2. Yet. Listen, his name is Ur. He has been living in an orphanage before. He has only recently learned magic and became a wizard. Wakaba saw this cute little Lolita with a smile on his face, and said Tao. Is that so? Listener raised her head and looked at Wei Yi curiously, then a happy smile appeared on her face, and she reached out to Wei Yi and said, Welcome to our guild, Ur. Thank you. Was taken aback for a moment, then Wei Yi stretched out his hand and shook Listener lightly, and replied politely. When these 2 people came out, Wei Yi had already recognized their identities. The little Lolita who just shook hands with Wei Yi is named Listener. She is 13 years old this year, and she is the childhood sweetheart of Naz. The kind of grow up to marry Naz when I was young. Another girl dressed as a darkened girl is Listener's sister, whose name is Myra Zhen. It's just that the current Myra Jane is not the natural black lady and the Fairy Tale #1 beauty in the future. Now she is more like a arrogant and willful black and lowly. Especially her purple-black skirt with purple-black bow knot hairband, Wei Yi just wanted to comment on 2 words very leathery. Then I will take her to meet the chairman first, you 2 will be careful when setting out the task. A few people chatted at random. Before leaving, Wakaba told the 2 girls, lowly. And Wu Er did not insert a few words in the conversation just now, one is because they are not familiar with them now, and the second is because the character of Wu Er's predecessor is like this. Now this character has even faintly affected Wei Yi. My Lachhen's current Sundara attributes are still very serious, so as long as Wei Yi does not take the initiative to greet her, she will not take the initiative to call Wei Yi. Nothing but. When the people were parting, Wei Yi seemed to hear Mila Zhen make a very unhappy grunt. After entering the guild gate, the noise from inside suddenly became stronger. Although the number of fairy tale is not as large as it will be later, the number of people in the guild is scattered and there are 20 or 30 people in the past, but these people are not the people who Wei Yi knows. This is also the place where the fairy tale anime is more cheating. The layout of this anime is too small. Not only is it regional, but even the storyline mostly revolves around a few people. Except for these people, the rest are almost all backgrounds. The internal layout of the guild is very simple. Except for a wooden board in the corner with a mission certificate, and a place similar to a bar counter, the rest of the area is almost covered with wooden wine tables. When Wei Yi came in, most of the people in the guild gathered around the wine table in twos and threes, bragging about drinking. Among them, 2 men seemed to be drinking too much, and the disputes were the fiercest, and they even had the faint urge to roll up their sleeves and do a fight. But when Wakaba walked in with Wei Yi, an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted. Especially when they saw Wei Yi, their eyes lit up, and then they started clamoring. Yo! Wakaba, is this a newcomer next to you? Where did you recruit? Speaking of which, it seems that our union hasn't joined new people for a while. More than a dozen people spoke at the same time, and the sound they made was the same as the chirping of a group of sparrows, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But Wakaba obviously has a lot of experience in dealing with this situation. I saw him face these problems and calmly said, "This is Ur, a newcomer to the orphanage." It seems that the 3 words orphanage stimulated everyone. The atmosphere in the entire guild was quiet for a moment, but soon everyone regained their cheerful appearance. Yo! Newcomers, welcome to join us. Boy, do you want to come and have a drink with us? Idiot, this newcomer is obviously underage? How could he drink now? Someone in the crowd yelled at Wei Yi. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Everyone here has a happy smile on their faces, they seem to be heartless. But in fact, Wei Yi is very clear. Everyone here has his own story. Or to put it another way, most of the people in fairy tale once had a shadow in their hearts, that is to say, many people here have their own psychological problems. It's just that they are used to burying this in their hearts. Wakaba directly ignored the uproar of these idiots and brought Wei Yi straight to the bar of the guild. Here, there is a small old man with white hair and white beard with a reddened face sitting on the counter. This person is not someone else. Is the contemporary president of Fairy Tale and one of the 10 most outstanding wizards of the Fiori Kingdom evaluated by the Magic Council. Has the title of one of the top 10 holy wizards Makarov Dolia. Chapter 9, Sign. Fiori Kingdom's title of Holy 10 Great Wizards is not entirely judged by strength, but as one of the Holy 10 Great Wizards, Makarov's strength is beyond doubt. Even with Wei Yi's current weak magic perception, he can clearly feel the vast magic power in Makarov's body. But, unlike Makarov's strength, his height is almost inversely proportional to his magic power. Based on Wei Yi's current visual inspection, plus the nightcap on Makarov's head, the height of this drunk little old man should be, it seems that the height of this drunken little old man should be, it seems that. Even when he watched anime, Wei Yi once thought that the reason Makarov learned giant magic was entirely because of his dissatisfaction with some parts of himself. After all, although giant magic, the magic that makes the body huge, is powerful, it has many shortcomings. At least in the anime, Wei Yi did not see which enemy this little old man had won when he used giant magic. Oh! Wakaba, you are back. Hiccup. I'm back, President, this is Ur. He learned magic in the orphanage and now wants to join our guild. Wakaba respects Makarov, and Makarov is indeed a respectable person. Old man. Although this old man is a bit lustful, he is often a little out of touch. Hey! Oh! Makarov tried to open his drunken eyes and glanced at Wei Yi, bewildered, how do I feel like I have seen you before? Wei Yi. Wakaba. President, have you forgotten? You picked up our back in the first place. Wakaba reminded Makarov in a low voice. When Wakaba finished reminding him, Wei Yi clearly saw Makarov's expression stiff for a moment, but soon the little old man recovered, laughing, and patted her on the shoulder. It turned out to be like this. I didn't expect her to grow up so big in the blink of an eye, and you even learned magic, not bad. Don't look at Makarov's small size, but this little old man has a lot of power, and the pat on Wei Yi's shoulder makes him grin. Wei Yi even wondered if this little old man was deliberately taking revenge. Since all, you have learned magic, and you actively want to join our guild, then as the president, I welcome you to join our fairy tale. After taking a picture for a while, I finally concealed my embarrassment. Makarov gradually became serious. This is the advantage of being born in an orphanage. There is basically no obstacle to joining a guild, you only need to learn magic. Wakaba, help me get the magic engraved chapter. Makarov said. I see, President. Wakaba responded, and soon he took a stamp-like thing from behind the counter. What color do you prefer? Gray, just print it here for me. Wei Yi pointed to his right chest and said. No problem. Wakaba is not nonsense, after all, it is just printing a logo. With the engraved magic seal printed on Wei Yi's right chest, soon, a grey bird resembling a bird with an arrow-like tail pattern appeared on Wei Yi's chest, which was the symbol of fairy tale. The pattern printed by this magic engraved seal is very unique, unless the guild is destroyed or the guild is voluntarily withdrawn, otherwise the pattern will never disappear. And from the moment this pattern is printed on the body, also means that Wei Yi has officially become a member of fairy tale. Seeing the guild pattern printed on Wei Yi's chest, the corners of Makarov's mouth slowly turned up, and he saw him stand up, puffing up his throat and preparing to say something to everyone. Little ones, have a banquet. Welcome newcomer to join our big family. For Makarov, this is a welcome ceremony that every family who joins fairy tale should have. This time, this welcoming ceremony happened unexpectedly. Because when Makarov took a deep breath and was about to speak, Wei Yi suddenly said a word, almost not letting Makarov be suffocated by this breath. That, President, can I take the task now? Ahem. Puff. For Wei Yi, this is obviously a very normal sentence, but listening to Makarov and Wakaba's ears, one of them coughed violently, and the other spit out a sip of wine. The two looked at Wei Yi weirdly, and then waited until Makarov finally abruptly suffocated the words he was about to say, and then slowly said, It can be, but you can only take D class now. Only after you reach a certain level of quests, you can be promoted to a higher level wizard before you can borrow other higher level quests. I see, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, thank you Chairman. Wei Yi thanked Makarov, and then walked towards the task panel. Makarov and Wakaba looked at the back of Wei Yi leaving, and remained silent for a long time. Then Wakaba suddenly came out and said, President, it seems that Ur has some problems in his heart. Most of the people in our guild have had some special experiences. I only hope that Ur can come out of it as soon as possible. Makarov's expression also became serious. Both of them never suspected that Wei Yi was okay. After all, their fairy tale has never raised such a guy who can work hard and do tasks seriously. Even if there are one or two occasionally, it is definitely a troublemaker, the kind that can destroy a place with a mission. Fortunately, Wei Yi does not know what Makarov and Wakaba are thinking. If not, he will definitely cry out injustice. Because he really just wants to work the task to make money and recharge, there really are not so many stories in him. He is really just a simple comparison. D-level tasks are actually not much different from ordinary temporary workers. The only difference may be that the salary is slightly higher. The currency value in fairy tale is similar to the value of an island country. So the price of most D-level tasks is around 4 or 5,000 J, which is about 2 or 300 RMB, but there are also slightly higher rewards, but they are a little more tiring than ordinary tasks. And Wei Yi chose just such a task. Chapter 10, Task. President, I want to take this task. Wei Yi tore off a task list on the wooden board, walked to Makarov and said. Makarov glanced at the task list in Wei Yi's hand, hesitated and said, Are you sure you want to take this task? If you want to take this task, I recommend that you find a partner and complete it alone. The task is still relatively difficult. No, I can do it alone. Okay then. Makarov saw Wei Yi's firm gaze, and did not say much, but agreed to his request. There is basically no danger in the D-level tasks and C-level tasks. The task Wei Yi took is only a little more difficult. It is not an impossible task. Since Wei Yi wants to take on such a task, Makarov there is no reason to stop it. Thank you, then, I'm leaving. Have a safe journey. The city where the Fairy Tale Guild is located is called Magnolia. This is a magical commercial city with a long history, and Fairy Tale is also the only wizard guild in this city. Fairy Tale is deeply trusted by the residents of this city. Basically, people in this city will seek help from Fairy Tale if they have any problems. Even the residents of this city are because of a certain red-haired uncle in the guild. Willful has carried out an amazing transformation of the entire city. Although Wei Yi has always felt that the reason for this phenomenon is entirely because the city only has the Fairy Tale Guild. Walked for about 3 hours, his feet were almost blistering, and Wei Yi finally arrived at the mission location. What? Why not take transportation? Sorry. There is no such thing as transportation in the impoverished world. Is there anyone? Please open the door, I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, come here to bring warmth. Wei Yi walked to the gate of an independent courtyard and slapped the door and shouted. After a while, an old lady with grey hair slowly opened the door, with a kind smile on her face, glanced at Wei Yi, and said, Are you the guild's wizard to take on the mission? Correct. Then please come in. Young man, have you eaten yet? Wei Yi followed the old woman, and suddenly the old woman asked. No. Wei Yi answered honestly and decisively. Hehe, in this case, why not eat something and work? The grey-haired old woman seemed to be taken aback, but then the smile on her face resurfaced, and she said kindly. It is good. Although I am embarrassed to say that, in fact, one of Wei Yi's purposes for taking up this task this time is to eat a meal. After all, after leaving the orphanage, there is no more free food to eat. After walking into the small courtyard building, Wei Yi discovered that the small building seemed not small, but in reality it was unusually deserted. It seemed that there was no one except the old woman. I don't have anything good here, boy, you can make do with something. After Wei Yi walked into the building, the old woman brought out a few plates from the kitchen and said kindly to Zhen Xiaobai. Wei Yi looked at the piles of meat on the plate and the big fish that was grilled, feeling that his values had been hit. Although he still doesn't know what the price of this world is, one thing Wei Yi is sure of is that these things in front of him are by no means the so-called nothing good. Because if these big fish and big meat are not good things, then Wei Yi really doesn't know what good things are in this world. Just when Wei Yi was stunned, the old woman brought out several plates from the kitchen. Soon, the food on the table in front of Wei Yi piled up into a hill. You guys, eat first. If it's not enough, I'll make it for you. The old woman said with a smile. Hearing the words of the old woman, Wei Yi glanced at the Roshan where there were almost no vegetables in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Wei Yi now suddenly feels like he went to his grandmother's house to celebrate the new year when he was a child in his previous life. Is roughly similar to Grandma, are you full? Wei Yi, I'm full. Grandma, no, you are not full, eat more. Wei Yi. To be frank. After the old woman took out these foods, the first reaction that came to Wei Yi's mind was, will these foods be poisoned? After all, the body of a teenager lives in the soul of an adult, and it is impossible to think about problems simply according to the thinking of a child. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Harmfulness is not necessary, but defensiveness is also necessary. But soon, this guess was forgotten by him. Because he really can't think of a reason for others to harm him. Tu Choi? This is simply impossible. Just like Wei Yi now, anyone can see his poverty. After all, the only difference between him and a beggar is that he doesn't think he is a beggar in his own heart. Picture color? This is also impossible, because Wei Yi is so thin now. Can it be used is another matter? I thought about it for a few seconds. Finally, Wei Yi decided to eat first. Because it's okay if these foods don't come up, Wei Yi himself can stand it. But when the scent of these foods penetrated Wei Yi's nose, although Wei Yi himself wanted to continue to be patient, his stomach already made thunderous protests, completely uncontrolled by his brain. One of the passive abilities that the void stomach brings to Zhenzi is to eat. Based on the principle that we must not waste, Wei Yi ate this meal for several hours. Using the power of the void stomach, Wei Yi eats while digesting, and finally wipes out all the rozhan on the table. In the process, the old woman didn't mean to urge Wei Yi at all, she just sat and watched with a smile, at most occasionally chatting with Wei Yi a few words. In the end, even if Wei Yi's face was very thick, I feel a little embarrassed. So as soon as the meal was over, Wei Yi immediately spoke, Mr. Yisai, I'm already full. Let's start working right away. Chapter 11, True Local Tyrant. ISS Shajaika. This is the name of this old woman. Through the chat during the first meal, Wei Yi also learned some of the situation of Yisai's mother-in-law. The story of the mother-in-law of Yisai is actually very simple. In the early years, her wife was attacked by bandits and died because of going out to do business. And her son also does not go home all year round because he is doing business outside. That is to say, now in this small independent courtyard, the only people living in this small courtyard are Granny Yisai. Because of this, when Wei Yi just came in, it felt very deserted. S mother-in-law is not short of money. And it's the kind of local tyrant who doesn't lack money. Because when his wife was alive, he once bought a fish pond in this area. Every year, the fish sold in these fish ponds can bring a lot of wealth to the mother-in-law of Yi's. And this is also Wei Yi's next job. The main source of energy in the world of fairy tale is magic. The role of magic power is not only used for fighting. In the world of fairy tale, magic power has been completely integrated into people's daily life. Here, many vehicles, daily furniture, etc., promote their work. Motivation is all magic. The source of magic power, in addition to the magic spar, only magicians can use magic power. And Wei Yi's task this time is to charge the magic pump. That is to say, he needs to act as a mobile charging magic treasure. Actually, for Mother Yisai, money is no longer that important. So since a long time ago, she has given up selling fish. Not only that, she even raises the fish in the backyard fish pond as pets, and gives them food every 3 to 5. But because of this, now the fish in the backyard fish pond not only grow up, but there are also more. Last resort. Granny Yi's had to sell the extra fish. Now the sellers have been found, just wait for the fish pond to drain, and then catch the fish to sell. The time is set in 3 days. This means that Wei Yi only has 3 days. He must activate the magic water pump within 3 days to drain all the water in the fish pond behind. This is not an easy task, especially after Wei Yi sees Granny Yi's fish pond. The fish pond at the mother-in-law of Yisai's house is truly a piece. Is the kind of slice that is connected by a dozen fish ponds. Wei Yi felt a little confused in his mind. When I thought that I had spent several hours to eat just now, Wei Yi couldn't wait to slap his handsome face. Isn't this a delay in work? Now Wei Yi understands why Makarov has to find a partner to complete the work together. With such a big fish pond, relying only on my own weak magic power, to complete the task, it is estimated that it will take 3 days to work endlessly, and the premise is that I did not waste time eating that meal. Wei Yi originally thought that the salary of 15,000 J was very high, but now it seems that this is high, it is simply cheap labor. Wei Yi dare not waste any more time. You must know that the completion rate of guild missions involves not only money, but also the reputation of the guild and the promotion of the wizard's own level. Wei Yi could not have been hovering at the level of the D-level wizard, because the D-level missions made too little money. The science and technology in this world is not well developed, so the magic power pump is also very efficient in the use of magic. If calculated according to the data template of the system, the average magic power can only be used for about 10 minutes. Even if Wei Yi exhausts the magic power, he can only hold on for 2 hours at a time. After 2 hours, he needs to restore the magic power through meditation. To be honest, Wei Yi really wants to work hard. After all, he has eaten here for nothing. Based on this alone, he has a reason to work hard. But I don't know why. He feels that Granny ISS doesn't seem to care about his work. Granny Yees, I really don't have that much appetite. You don't have to make so much food every time. Wei Yi said helplessly again as he watched the big fish and big meat in front of him more than once. Nonsense, you are now when you are growing up. Seeing that you are thin, you don't want to eat more. Mother-in-law Yi's completely ignored Wei Yi's words and took her own plate to this side. Wei Yi, seeing his physique that has been rounded in 2 days, actually supported, Wei Yi was really speechless. Although Wei Yi has the passive ability of Void Stomach, this ability only plays a supporting role after all. Only 2 days. Wei Yi's weight was just a few caddies for no reason. One can imagine how much he ate in the past 2 days. Thanks to the good food of Yisai's mother-in-law, Wei Yi's work efficiency has been greatly enhanced. When Wei Yi's magic power was exhausted, it took about an hour to meditate to replenish the magic power. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But because of the food delivered by Granny Yisai, Wei Yi's magic power recovery speed has been accelerated. It only takes less than an hour to fully recover all the magic power. Not only that. Within 2 days, Wei Yi's attribute panel has also undergone some changes. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive ability, Void Stomach. HP, 12. Magic, 12. Mentality, 16. Magic resistance, 0%. Armor, 0%. Due to the rounding feature of the system, Wei Yi's increase in magic and mental power in these 2 days is not large, and he may not even have a single attribute. But Wei Yi's life value has increased by 3 points. This is a terrifying growth rate, because at the beginning, even when Wei Yi was recovering his body, his life value might not have increased so fast. It can be said. Through this data, we can most intuitively reflect what kind of pig life Wei Yi has had during this period of time. Thanks to Mother Yi's feeding, Wei Yi finally not only completed the task smoothly, but even advanced a bit. When I finally left, Wei Yi could clearly feel that Mother Yi's was still a little bit reluctant, but he had no way to comfort the old man. After all, he couldn't stay in this place all the time. So after accepting the gift and remuneration from Yisai's mother-in-law, Wei Yi left this small courtyard that impressed him and walked back to the guild. Chapter 12, Lava Body. When I return, Wei Yi took a rare extravagance, and spent money to ride a carriage back to the guild. Is mainly because the gift given to him by Yisai's mother-in-law cannot be stored for a long time in this kind of weather. Only by returning to the guild in a carriage quickly can the gift not be damaged. System, come out. Taking advantage of the time on the carriage, Wei Yi hurriedly began to call out a certain realistic system. I have to say that when he got rich, Wei Yi called out the system, and he was full of confidence. Ding dong. Penguin, use money to create happiness. Host, do you recharge? As soon as the system panel appears, these lines automatically appear on it. Wei Yi. Charge. Wei Yi was really speechless about this realistic system. He had never seen such a money-greedy system in his entire life. System, why do you like money so much? There are obviously so many good things in this world. This question has been in Wei Yi's mind for a long time. After all other systems like similar to all kinds of Pokemon, his system actually likes money so much, this kind of thing simply loses the face of the majority of the systems. Hearing Wei Yi's words suddenly, the system seemed to be stunned. After a pause of about 2 seconds, a line of words slowly appeared on the system panel. Is there anything better than money in this world? Wei Yi. I was speechless. Ding dong. Host recharged 15000J, successfully upgraded to a second-level member, and rewarded a lucky draw opportunity. Do you want to start the lottery right away? Taking advantage of Wei Yi's stunned moment, the system directly completed the recharge. And when Wei Yi saw the 2 lines of fonts appearing on the system panel, his face changed instantly. Asshole, who asked you to recharge all the money? What shall I do in the next few days? Seeing all the rewards for this mission disappeared from his pocket, Wei Yi couldn't help snarling. Wei Yi has asked about the system before, and it only needs 10000J to upgrade from a first-level member to a second-level member. Originally, Wei Yi's plan was to upgrade to a second-level membership, and then conduct a second lottery, but he did not expect that this system would directly greet Inc. for all his remuneration. He originally hoped to use the remaining money to solve it. Let's talk about food and accommodation in the next few days. The system default recharge amount is all the property of the host. If the host wants to limit the recharge amount, please confirm in advance. Seems to be because the recharge has been completed, so even if the system does not have a voice function, Wei Yi can feel a faint indifference from the line of words that emerge from the system panel. Ah! As expected, the systems are all big trotters. System, give me a lottery right away. No way. For the current Wei Yi, the system is still a dad after all. After all, if the system is lost now, then Wei Yi is really nothing. About this point, Wei Yi is still very compelling. Although a certain real system is a scam, it is a conscientious scam. So when the system heard Wei Yi's words, he immediately started the second lottery. As the picture on the system panel turned into a black hole, soon, a familiar light fell on Wei Yi's body. Right after, a few lines of fonts slowly appeared on the system panel. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive lava body of the hero lava behemoth. Lava body, greatly enhance the host's body's affinity for the dual attributes of soil and rock, and gain a certain degree of armor growth. Compared with the passive introduction of Void Stomach, the passive introduction of Lava Body is much more concise. Although the introduction has become concise, the content contained in it is not simple. Wei Yi looked at the few lines on the system panel, thinking slightly. The first half of the passive introduction of Lava Body is easy to understand. The so-called enhancing the magic affinity of the 2 attributes of soil and rock should be the ability to enhance the magic power of the 2 attributes of Wei Yi soil and rock. But the armor growth in the latter half of the sentence is somewhat intriguing. I thought about it. Wei Yi called out his own attribute panel. As he expected, the attribute panel has changed again. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive abilities, Void Stomach, Lava Body. HP, 13. Magic, 13. Mentality, 17. Magic resistance, 0%. Armor, 1%. Every time he gains passive ability, Wei Yi's body will be strengthened to a certain extent, but the magnitude of this strengthening is very small. If it were not for the data on the attribute panel, Wei Yi would not even be able to feel this slight improvement. So Wei Yi was not surprised by the increase in the first 3 basic values. But the last armor change made Wei Yi's heart move slightly. The two attributes of armor and magic resistance are undoubtedly powerful. After all, the reason why the dragons in this world are so powerful is you reading www. The reason for yuyuganshu.com is that their dragon bodies have magic immunity, which is the so-called magic resistance, which gives them an unparalleled advantage when facing ordinary wizards. However, neither armor nor magic resistance is an attribute that the human body can possess. Even if the body of a normal human is exercised to the limit, it can only possess at most 1%–2% of magic resistance and armor. This is determined by innate factors. It is difficult to change, unless it is transformed into another species. But now, the armor growth brought by the lava body has provided Wei Yi with some other possibilities. The speed of the carriage is much faster than that of Wei Yi on foot. It took Wei Yi 3 hours to walk from the guild to mother-in-law Yisai's house before, but now it only took Wei Yi less than half an hour to return to the guild from her mother-in-law Yisai's house. Then, the embarrassing thing happened. Because a certain fraud system just used all the money in Wei Yi's body to recharge, when the carriage stopped, Wei Yi touched his pocket, and suddenly surprised that he had no money to pay the fare. But fortunately, the carriage stopped at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild. Boom! Wei Yi hurriedly pushed open the door of the guild, then under the gaze of countless people in the guild, he rushed to Makarov's front. After Makarov saw Wei Yi, he was taken aback for a while, and then he showed a cheerful smile on his face, saying, "Oh, old boy, welcome home, work is going well." "It's too late to explain, President, please lend me some money first." Chapter 13, Are All Acquaintances? Hurriedly borrowed money from Makarov, and Wei Yi finally sent the carriage away. And when Wei Yi returned to the guild again, Makarov was still in a state of confusion. "Thank you, Chairman, I will return the money to you as soon as possible." Wei Yi walked to Makarov's side and said. Hearing Wei Yi speak, Makarov finally recovered from the operation that Wei Yi had just done. He rubbed his forehead with a headache, and slowly asked. "Oh, did your mission fail?" "No. No." Makarov was taken aback. Originally, he thought that Ur had no money to pay the fare because the mission failed. After all, although D-level missions are not difficult, since most of these missions are taken by rookie wizards, the success rate of the missions is really not considered high. So even if Ur told him that the mission failed, Makarov would not be surprised. But now Ur actually tells him that the mission is complete, which makes Makarov strange. "What about your reward for the task? Didn't the person who posted the task give you it?" This reward was indeed given to me, but because of some unexpected circumstances, I used all those rewards." Ur scratched his head, his expression was a little embarrassed, and some were embarrassed. "Used up?" Makarov opened his mouth, and some didn't know what to say. If he remembers correctly, that mission seems to be the most paid one among the D-level missions. "Hey, another guy who doesn't make people worry." Makarov sighed inwardly. Although Makarov had already prepared in his heart before, when he really faced this moment, he could not help but feel tired. Compared to the scene when he joined the guild for the first time, this time after Wei Yi returned to the guild, the number of people in the guild increased significantly. Just a few eyes. He has already seen several acquaintances. "Oh, Ur, long time no see, I didn't expect you to join the guild too." A familiar voice came, and Wei Yi looked back and saw Naz with a bright smile on his face, and little Hobby with the saliva behind him dripping out. "Hey, long time no see, Ur, the fish you are carrying looks delicious." Degree. Since the appearance of Hobby, his two eyes have not been placed on Wei Yi's body, but stared blankly at the two big fishes that are almost as tall as Wei Yi's back, looking eager to see through, salivating. These two big fishes are just gifts from Yisai's mother-in-law to Wei Yi. The fish in the fish pond of Yisai's mother-in-law's house are almost refined. These two fish seem to be quite large, but in fact they are only medium-sized in that fish pond. If it weren't for Wei Yi, it's hard to hold her. Yi, the mother-in-law, even planned to send a fish king to Wei Yi at the beginning. Wei Yi has a thick skin. But when I meet an old man like Granny Yi, no matter how thick-skinned he is, I feel embarrassed. After all, he was only going to complete a task, but in the end he became I can't eat and walk around, which is simply unspeakable. Hobby, do me a favor. Help me find someone to cook these 2 fishes. Today I invite everyone to eat fish. Although Wei Yi quickly returned to the guild in a carriage, in this hot weather, it is obviously impossible for these 2 big fish to live so long without the water. So taking advantage of the 2 fishes are not broken, Wei Yi simply chooses to cook them, and by the way fights with the guild members. Hey, I understand. Happy, the snack food, heard Wei Yi's words, and his small eyes lit up, and he hurriedly responded, and then rushed to find someone. At this time, Wei Yi refocused his eyes on the inside of the guild. The Fairy Tale Guild seems to be abnormally noisy at all times, and it is full of various cheerful atmospheres. For example, Naz, who was still talking to Wei Yi just now, and another black-haired, naked and only wearing a big pants, kindly quarreled with each other in a blink of an eye, and the 2 of them continued to express their friendship towards each other. Greetings. You exhibitionist. You burnt cinder. Stupid. Moron. Asshole, do you want to fight? Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. After a few words of greeting between the 2, they quickly hug into a ball, and then began to roll around, gradually evolving into a matter of males adding males, strong people locking males. As the 2 rolled, some injury incidents soon occurred in this slightly crowded guild, and the battlefield quickly expanded. In a blink, the inside of the guild became a scene where a large group of drunks drank a disturbance. There were wine bottles everywhere, tables, chairs and benches flying around, and some magical light gradually appeared in it. Hurry up and stop me! Finally, a second before the magicians were about to release their magic, a female voice that sounded a little immature but very majestic suddenly sounded inside the guild. Next second, the movements of the people inside the guild were instantly stiff, and only Naz and the black-haired boy were still tangling together. Was accompanied by a heavy footstep. Wei Yi saw a girl with long blood-red hair wearing tight knight armor and a serious expression, walking slowly to the front of Naz and the black-haired boy. Then, reach out. Everyone only heard 2 muffled noises. Naz and the black-haired boy were directly beaten to the ground by the girl's 2 heavy punches. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com quickly bulged a big bag on top of their heads, their eyes dizzy, and gold stars in their eyes. See this scene. The rest of the people who were still fighting just now were frightened and sweated, and each one shivered, for fear that this girl would also give them a punch. Wei Yi, This is really a familiar scene. Although I often saw this scene in anime before, when Wei Yi actually saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of illusion and unreality in his mind. These are all acquaintances of Wei Yi. The black-haired boy is named Grey Fall Pasta. One of the important supporting characters in the anime fairy tale is the enemy of the protagonist Naz. The magic used is ice-shaped magic, and his strength is comparable to Naz. And the blood-red girl with long hair was Elisa Shukarto, who was later called the Queen of Fairy. She was a genius who passed the examination of the S-level wizard at the age of 15. She was very powerful and used a kind of magic called Knight's special dress-up magic. These 2 people are important characters in anime, and they are completely different from the supporting roles of Wakaba. After solving the problems within the guild, Elisa walked to the front of Wei Yi and Makarov. She first glanced at Wei Yi with a little curiosity, and then said to Makarov, "President, he is. Oh. By the way, you don't seem to have seen him yet." Makarov seemed to have thought of something, his 1-meter-high body slid and jumped onto the counter, and then loudly said to everyone, "I'll come. Let me introduce to you, this is the newcomer I mentioned to you before, who just joined our guild a few days ago, Ulgurd. Chapter 14, I Feel Shameless. Most people in the Fairy Tale Guild are very familiar with their personalities. After Makarov's introduction, plus a big fish dish prepared by Wei Yi, he soon became acquainted with the rest of the guild. Take this opportunity. Makarov also made up a late welcome banquet for Wei Yi, by the way. Then, this little old man drank again. Sometimes, Wei Yi suspects that the reason why Makarov will hold a banquet for each new member of the guild is to find a legitimate reason for drinking. The atmosphere of the banquet is very high, very warm. After all, the banquet in this world is a real banquet, which is completely different from the banquet in which a group of people gather to play mobile phones in Wei Yi's previous life. Even Wei Yi himself does not like the character of the noisy environment. But I have to admit that among this group of people, I still feel very good. A banquet was held for most of the day, and when everyone was drunk, and gradually left in groups, the sky was already dark. Then, another embarrassing thing appeared on Wei Yi again. He has no place to live. Although the guild is equipped with a member dormitory, but that dormitory requires money to live in. Although there are many hotels outside, they also cost money. For the current Wei Yi, he lacks everything, especially money. And although Wei Yi and most of the members of the guild are very familiar, this very familiar is the kind of very familiar that Wei Yi knows them, but they don't know Wei Yi. In this case, Wei Yi is not easy to say things like borrowing lodging. Not to mention, now that everyone in the guild has left, there is no chance even if he wants to say it. Stood alone on the street in front of the guild gate. The warm wind in the summer night blows on his body, making Wei Yi couldn't help but feel a cool feeling in his heart. Oh! Looks like you have to be shameless again. Looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and looked at the stars in the night sky, Wei Yi couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although there is no money left on him, Wei Yi does not show up on the street. It's just that that place is Wei Yi's last choice. If it's not a last resort, Wei Yi really doesn't want to go there like this. Because I am really embarrassed. 3 hours on foot. Wei Yi's eyes again showed the independent courtyard that impressed him. Looking at the lights still on in the small courtyard, Wei Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Has lived here for 3 days after all, so Wei Yi still knows some of the habits of Yisai's mother-in-law, otherwise, he would not choose to come here in the middle of the night. Stood at the entrance of the small courtyard and hesitated for a long time. Finally, Wei Yi still reached out and knocked on the door of the courtyard. Boom, boom, boom. Who? Just as Wei Yi knocked on the door, Mother Yi's voice came from inside. MRS-in-law Yi's, it's me, Knock on the door in the middle of the night is actually quite scary. In order to avoid mother-in-law Yisai being frightened, Wei Yi hurriedly said. The voice just fell. Wei Yi heard the sound of footsteps coming from inside. Soon, the door opens. When Granny Yi saw her, she first showed a smile on her face, and then asked with some confusion, Little what are you doing here at this late hour? Do you have any other tasks? It's not. Granny ISS, I actually want to stay with you for one night, don't know if it will work. Study for the night? Little won't you go home at night? Mr. Yisai, I am an orphan. The conscience of heaven and earth, when Wei Yi said this, he really didn't mean to be miserable. He just said it in a very plain tone. But when Granny Yisai heard Wei Yi's words, her expression changed and her eyes became full of pity and sympathy. I'm sorry. Little it's the mother-in-law who said the wrong thing. But it doesn't matter, you can treat her mother-in-law here as your home in the future, it's not early, come in and rest. Wei Yi, Yui. I always feel a little shameless. Little have you eaten yet? Mother-in-law Yi suddenly asked after following her. I have eaten. Wei Yi hurriedly responded, but his mother-in-law was interrupted just halfway through his words. I'll go get you something to eat. Wei Yi. Good familiar conversation. Regarding whether mother-in-law Yisai would agree to her request for lodging, Yu read www.yuuganshu.com. Wei has never worried. Because when she was doing missions here before, the mother-in-law Yis had already expressed more than one intention to let Wei Yi stay here for a while. This is a very good old man, but at the same time, this is also a lonely old man. The reason why Wei chose to walk back here for 3 hours, in fact, may not have the desire to accompany this old man more in his heart. Really speaking. After passing through Wei Yi, in this world, the person who has been in contact for the longest time and is the most familiar is actually Granny Yi's. Ate a nothing good supper with his stomach abruptly, Wei Yi finally returned to the room to rest amidst the gratifying smile of mother-in-law Yisai. Wait until the next morning. Wei Yi ate another nothing good breakfast before he temporarily bid farewell to Mother Yisai and returned to the guild to start work. What? Why do you want to say temporarily? Of course, it is because Wei Yi has temporarily settled here under the semi-mandatory request of Yisai's mother-in-law. When Wei Yi returns to the guild, the noisy daily life has begun in the guild. Makarov's first sentence when he saw Wei Yi was, "By the way, I forgot to ask you yesterday, do you have a place to live at night? If not, I can arrange for you to live in the guild's dormitory temporarily." Wei Yi. I don't know if I should say something wrong. Chapter 15, Lebby. Wei Yi compares the size of his fist with that of an unreliable little old man. Then he silently walked into the library of the Fairy Tale Guild. Today Wei Yi did not intend to take up the task, because although making money is very important, what he will do next is also very important. In the fairy tale world, magic is not a very precious thing. Except for some extremely rare and special magic, most ordinary magic is traded like a commodity. If someone wants to learn magic, they can buy it from the magic shop. Of course, the premise is to have money. For the current Wei Yi, this is completely a barrier. But fortunately, he has now joined Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale actually contains a lot of magic, and most of these magics are free and open to the members of Fairy Tale. As long as the guild members want to learn, they can borrow them freely. This condition sounds tempting, but in fact, whether this restriction has any effect on guild members. Magic learning is not a simple matter. Most magicians in this world only learn to study one kind of magic, because one kind of magic alone is enough for them to study for a lifetime. Because everyone's talent and energy are limited, one person learns several kinds of magic. If such a wizard does not have a problem with his brain, then his talent has become non-human. If not, ordinary people would never dare to do this. Now it is estimated that a hang-up ratio will be added. Wei's own qualifications are only D-level water attribute magic qualifications. If you want to cultivate to become a powerful wizard with this kind of aptitude alone, although it is not impossible to say that it is completely impossible, but we can only say that Wei Yi is a very self-knowing person. Although his own aptitude is poor, the passive ability brought by the system is not bad. The lava body brought Wei Yi with the dual attributes of soil and rock. Although he still doesn't know how far this has reached, Wei Yi feels that it should be no worse than his water attribute magic aptitude. Very few people in the library will come. After all, it's a bit ugly. The guys in the guild don't look like people who will study seriously. When Wei Yi walked into the library, there is only one person in the entire library. That was a very petite girl with blue hair. If Wei Yi hadn't recognized this girl, he would never have guessed that this girl would be as old as himself. When Wei Yi came in, the girl was struggling to pad her feet, trying to reach out to the bookcase for enough books. Saw this scene. Wei Yi walked over slowly, reached out and took down the book the girl wanted, and handed it to her. "Do you want this book?" "Ah, thank you." The blue-haired girl first raised her head and glanced at Wei Yi, then hurriedly took the book, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she was a little shy and thanked Wei Yi in a low voice. "You're welcome." Wei Yi smiled. My name is Ur, I am a member of the guild only recently. Wei Yi introduced himself. My name is Lebi. Lebi spoke in a very low voice. If it weren't for the fact that there were only 2 people here and it was quiet, Wei Yi might not have been able to hear her. Now the girls in the impression of Lebi and Wei Yi are quite different in character, they are not much different in body shape. Wei Yi's impression of Lebi should be a quiet girl. Although her personality is a little bit introverted, she is definitely not the way she is now. But Wei Yi is not surprised. After all, it was 4 years later. After a few words with the little girl Lebi, Wei Yi began to look for the books he needed in the library. Learning a magic is not just looking for a book, just take a picture of the gourd on it. In general, magic learning also requires a lot of theoretical foundations to support it. If you want to successfully portray a magic circle, you need to calculate through the magic formula before you can start trying. That is to say, if Wei Yi wants to learn earth attribute magic, besides the most basic magic books, he also needs at least 2 or 3 books on magic theory to successfully learn. Ordinary magic books are easy to find in the library, after all, most of the books here are classified. But the auxiliary theory book about this magic book is not easy to find. After all, there are too many such books, and Wei Yi doesn't know which one to find the most suitable one. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. That. If you are looking for any book, I can help you. Just as Wei was scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, suddenly, only a weak voice came from behind. Heard this voice? Wei Yi's eyes lit up suddenly. Correct. How did I forget this Swiba? Don't think that this girl is not big and has average strength, but this is a real schoolmaster. If Wei Yi remembers correctly, Lebi's biggest hobby seems to be reading books and studying ancient characters, and even his magic is released through words. Then I will trouble you. Wei Yi quickly told Lebi about his needs. Then, in less than a minute, all the books Wei Yi needed appeared in front of him. Thank you. Wei Yi thanked him. You're welcome. After helping Wei Yi found the book, Lebi returned to her shy look. Wei Yi did not directly look for high-level magic as the basic magic. With his current strength and talent, it is still difficult to control that kind of magic. Besides, if he forces to learn that kind of magic, he can't learn it. It will still be the same thing. After all, not everyone is like a certain red-haired uncle, who can use super high-level magic as their basic magic. Wei Yi just chose the 3 basic magics and 1 lower magic in the earth attribute magic as his own attempt to learn earth attribute magic. At the same time, it was also used to test the earth attribute magic power brought by the passive lava body. What is the qualification? Chapter 16, C-Rank Sorcerer. The theoretical knowledge of magic formulas seems complicated, but it is not that difficult to learn, especially the basic magic that Wei Yi learns. Basically, as long as a person of normal intelligence, as long as he delves into it, he will always figure it out. Time is just theoretical knowledge. Whether he can successfully learn magic in the end depends on the talent and will of the wizard himself. In order to grasp the theoretical knowledge and magic formulas of these earth attribute magic as soon as possible, Wei Yi spent a whole day in the library without knowing it. Until the evening when I leave the guild. I also specially transcribed a part of the knowledge in this book, preparing to take it back to Yisai's mother-in-law's house to continue studying. The mental power attribute of 17 points provides a certain foundation for Wei Yi to learn theoretical knowledge. It took almost 2 days and 2 nights. I finally figured out the release principles of the 4 magics. 3 days later. Next to the fish pond in the backyard of Granny ISS. Wei Yi suddenly folded his hands together. In the next second, a yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a sharp soil thorn suddenly emerged from the ground not far in front of Wei Yi, and quickly pushed it onto the ground. One of the scarecrows pierced each other. Hey! Seeing this scene, Wei Yi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After 3 consecutive days of hard training, Wei Yi finally successfully released the only lower-level magic he learned, the earth stabbing. The passive ability brought by the lava body was beyond Wei Yi's expectation. Obviously belonged to the basic magic, but this time he cultivated the 3 basic magic of the earth attribute. Wei Yi only spent a day to master all of them, even the lower magic that is stronger than the basic magic, he just used it took 2 days. Compared to the time it took Wei Yi to practice the 3 basic magic water attributes at the beginning, the difference between the two is not just a little bit. Although this may include the reason that Wei Yi's strength has improved a lot. But I have to admit that the lava body passively brings the powerful earth attribute magic talent. According to Wei Yi's guess, the dual attribute magical qualifications of soil and rock brought to Wei Yi by lava body are estimated to have reached the level of B, which is 2 levels higher than his own water attribute magical qualifications. The hang-up ratio is indeed a terrible existence. Seeing the results he achieved due to the open-up, Wei Yi couldn't help but sigh. Lower magic is different from basic magic. Generally speaking, basic magic is just to let the wizard understand the nature of things like magic, and its teaching significance is greater than the practical significance. But the lower-level magic belongs to the real combat magic. Although Wei Yi's current strength is still very weak, he has already begun to possess part of his combat ability by virtue of the low-level magic earth stabbing. That is to say, from now on, if one is not paying attention, the ground stab can kill people. Because of practicing magic, Wei Yi has not taken over the task for 5 days. Although Fairy Tail is not mandatory for guild members to accept tasks, it is obvious that Wei Yi himself cannot be willing to stay at the level of a D-class wizard. So after successfully practicing magic, Wei Yi immediately began to enter the state of frantic brushing tasks. It's just a crazy brushing task. In fact, there is nothing to brush for a D-level task. Most of the D-level missions are no different from those part-time jobs done by Wei Yi's previous life university. Like the missions released by Yisai's mother-in-law, it is already an extremely special situation in the D-level missions. Because of the guild's only one task at a time rule, even if Wei Yi is very diligent in scouting tasks, he still has a lot of free time in the process. And taking this opportunity, Wei Yi is also working hard to read books, learn more magic basics, and prepare for future magic practice. This state lasted for about half a month. At last, on a certain day, Makarov announced that Wei Yi's wizard level had been promoted from D to C. When the news was announced, Wei Yi and Makarov were very happy. Wei Yi was happy to rush to the task board for the first time, took a C-level task, and quickly left the guild. Then, Makarov is upset. There is one less legitimate reason to drink as much as you like. President, is this kid too desperate lately? I think I should let him rest for a while. Wakaba watched Ur's figure disappear at the guild gate, and moved towards Makarov with a little worry. The husband said, Ur's recent performance has been seen by everyone in the guild. After all, people who do such a diligent task are still very prominent. Yi, I, Chang, here. As I said before, since their fairy tale was founded, they have never raised such a guy who can do missions seriously. For people like Ur who work hard every day, in their guild, only those with serious psychological problems will do it, because only in this way can their emotions be vented. Hear Wakaba's words. Makarov lowered his eyebrows and was silent for a while, and then slowly said, let him go. This is the path he chooses. Whether right or wrong, he should go down by himself, and we just need to look behind. Just keep going. Besides, haven't all of Ur's recent tasks been completed very well? What reason do we have to stop him? Looking at the dozen or so thank you letters on the counter, Wakaba moved his lips, and finally fell silent. Indeed. As the president said, they have no reason to stop Wei Yi from doing the task. Because even if you look at the entire history of Fairy Tail, there are definitely only a handful of people who can achieve this level of task completion rate. All these years. Fairy Tale Guild members have a high success rate in completing tasks, and they have received a lot of thank you letters. But completion rate and success rate are two concepts. In general, after each member of Fairy Tale completes the mission, the guild will receive a large number of thank you letters and a large number of complaints. These two kinds of envelopes usually arrive in the guild's mailbox at the same time. And people like her who only have thank you letters but no complaint letters, since the establishment of the guild until now, it is estimated that there are not many people. But because of this, Makarov and Wakaba are even more worried. Because of such a perfect guild member is not their fairy tale person. Chapter 17, Expelling Wild Boar. Yet, on a small road not far from the guild, Wei Yi suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, and couldn't help but shiver. Why suddenly feel a little sick? Wei Yi crossed his hands and rubbed his arms vigorously, feeling slightly strange in his heart. Do not know why. Just now he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, and a touch of guilt, shame, and embarrassment. That feeling is weird. Is a bit like the mood he used to cheeky when he went to see Granny ISS for the night, but it was a little different, and people didn't know how to describe it for a while. Forget it, let's complete the task first. Shook his head slightly to dispel the inexplicable feeling, and Wei Yi's attention quickly returned to the task in front of him. Honestly, in the past half-month, Wei Yi almost spit on the D-level mission. Do not misunderstand. Is not because there are too many and boring D-level tasks, but because the remuneration for D-level tasks is too small. A total of 100,000 J is required to open the 3-level membership of the system. These half a month. Wei is exhausted and exhausted. He has completed nearly 20 D-level tasks, but there is still a long way to go before the 100,000 J members who opened the 3rd-level membership. It's still a C-level mission. Looking at the expulsion of wild boar task list in his hand, Wei Yi couldn't help sighing with satisfaction. C-level tasks generally have a minimum of 30,000 J, which is far more than D-level tasks. Because although the C-level mission is the same as the D-level mission, there is not much danger. But relatively speaking, C-level missions have gradually begun to involve battles. Although this kind of battle generally does not involve magicians, as long as there is a battle, there is a possibility of injury, but the possibility of injury is very small. The reward for the task of expelling the wild boar received by Wei Yi is 55000 J. Is not very high. But with Wei Yi's current strength, such a task is just right. After more than 20 days of training, Wei Yi's strength has also improved, and all attributes have increased by a certain amount. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Abilities, Void Stomach, Lava Body. HP, 14. Magic, 16. Mentality, 19. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 1. After more than 20 days of cultivation, Wei Yi has gradually discovered the differences between various attributes. Compared with magic power and mental power, after Wei Yi's own life value growth rate reached a certain level, it obviously began to decrease. But he didn't feel confused. After all, every world has its own unique laws. In this world, it is obvious that magic power is the real mainstream. Compared with other attributes, the growth rate of magic power is obviously the fastest. Besides, although Wei Yi's body still looks a little thin now, his physical fitness is almost 50% stronger than that of an average adult man. Such a physical quality, even in the group of wizards, is already considered good. After all, not every wizard is a freak like Dragon Slayer. The mission of expulsion of wild boars was released by a farmer on the outskirts of Magnolia. Recently, he did not know when a wild boar sneaked in from his farm, causing great damage to the farm crops. And if it's only once or twice, it's okay, but this wild boar seems to have recognized this farm. Last resort. He had to ask the wizard in Fairy Tale for help. This farm is not very far from the Fairy Tale Guild, so Wei Yi didn't walk long before he arrived at the destination of the mission. Glanced around slightly. Wei Yi found that this farm is not very big. Most of the things grown in it are some vegetables, but now many of these vegetables have been destroyed. In the middle of this farm, a simple straw shed was built. Walking to the outside of the farm, Wei Yi shouted, "Anyone?" The voice just fell. I saw a short and squat figure slowly walking out of the straw shed. This is a middle-aged uncle, but now this middle-aged uncle is completely sad. Is there anything wrong with you? The middle-aged uncle asked after seeing Wei Yi. I am the wizard of Fairy Tale and I am here to complete the task. Wei Yi was anxious to complete the task, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly took the task list in his hand. The guild pattern on his chest was shown to this middle-aged uncle. This short and chubby middle-aged uncle was startled when he heard Wei Yi's words, then his expression became excited. Master Sorcerer, you are here. If you don't come again, I won't be able to live. The middle-aged uncle was so excited that he was so excited, his hands firmly grasped Wei Yi's hand, tears and nose flew across, and Wei Yi looked nauseous. Uncle, don't get excited, we have something to say. Without a trace, he took his hands out of the middle-aged uncle, and Wei Yi stepped back and said. The magician has a very high status in this world. So most people will add the word adult after meeting the wizard. Master Sorcerer, you don't know, that pig hurt me so much. If you don't come again, I won't be able to live this year. Uncle Nian wailed after Wei Yi appeared. Obviously, this middle-aged uncle was really bullied by that pig, otherwise, his emotions would not be so excited. And seeing the tragic situation of the middle-aged uncle, although Wei Yi wanted to sympathize with him. But I don't know why. He realized that he couldn't sympathize at all. Not only can't sympathize, but Wei Yi feels that there is an urge to laugh in his heart. Resisting the urge to laugh in his heart, Wei Yi slowly said, You can tell me something about this wild boar first. Chapter 18, Monster? When thinking that a big man would be bullied by a pig, Wei Yi couldn't help but feel the urge to laugh out loud. But after he listened to this short and chubby middle-aged uncle, he couldn't laugh anymore. You said that a dozen of you failed to round up this wild boar. Yes, at that time, this wild boar had fallen into the trap we arranged, but it was unexpectedly able to jump out of the pit several meters deep. In the end, it not only escaped from a dozen of us, surrounded, and even injured several of us. If it weren't for this incident, we wouldn't have thought of going to the guild to find the help of Lord Sorcerer. It seems to be thinking of the scene at the time, the face of the middle-aged uncle couldn't help showing a trace of fear. It's not that the middle-aged uncle has never met a wild boar before. After all, with such a large farm, it has become commonplace for 1 or 2 wild boars to come in occasionally. But like the wild boar this time, he really saw it for the first time. Wei Yi listened to the words of the middle-aged uncle, the expression on his face gradually became serious. After all, according to what the middle-aged uncle said, that wild boar can jump several meters, which doesn't seem like a normal pig can do. Is this a monster? Wei Yi was surprised. If this wild boar is really a monster, it would be beyond Wei Yi's ability. Magic is a strange and powerful thing. Since humans can use magic to make themselves powerful, other creatures besides humans can naturally too. And most of the anomalous creatures like this are collectively called monsters by humans. The strength of monsters is strong or weak, and there is basically no fixed standard. But one thing is certain is that most guilds will send B-level and above wizards to complete tasks involving monsters. Is not because the strength of the monster has reached the level of B-level wizard and above. But because all monsters basically have some special features, it is these special features that make them completely different from ordinary beasts and give them the ability to threaten the lives of low-level wizards. Apart from these, is there anything unusual about this wild boar, such as great power or fast speed? Wei Yi said with a serious expression to the middle-aged uncle in front of him. Tao. After discovering that this wild boar might be a monster, Wei Yi unexpectedly found that his heart began to become a little nervous. When I watched anime before, I didn't feel much about these so-called monsters. After all, they were all just a punch. But only when Wei Yi really came to this world and understood these monsters. Only then did he understand how powerful these monsters are. Hearing Wei Yi's question, the middle-aged uncle lowered his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "That's not true. The power and speed of that wild boar seems to be no different from ordinary wild boar." The middle-aged uncle's voice is not very loud, but his tone is very positive. After all, although he has never dealt with monsters, he has dealt with wild boars, and he is quite sure about this. "Is that so?" Wei Yi murmured, rubbing his eyebrows in thought for a moment, and then asked, "Will this wild boar come over tonight?" "Yes, this beast has come here almost every night since the last time he wounded someone. Master Sorcerer, you must help me get rid of this beast, otherwise my farm I can't drive it anymore." As he said, the middle-aged uncle's hands grasped Wei Yi's hand again. The tears and nasal mucus in his eyes seemed to have the urge to flow out again, making Wei Yi step back quickly. Said quickly, "Uncle, don't worry, since our guild has accepted your task, it will definitely be completed." Wei Yi's tone is very firm, because his words are indeed truthful. Since their guild's next task, it will definitely be completed, which involves the credibility of a guild. However, after finishing this sentence, Wei Yi silently added another sentence in his heart, "But whether this task will ultimately be completed by me, it is not certain." Although Wei Yi, who has a plug-in, believes that he can become a powerful wizard in the future, the premise is that he can't kill himself to the waves. If you accidentally get cold. That's how good Wei Yi's plug-in is, and it is impossible to help a corpse become a powerful wizard. According to the description of this middle-aged uncle, Wei Yi finally decided to investigate the specific situation here tonight. If this wild boar is really a powerful monster, then Wei Yi will definitely choose to return to the guild to abandon the mission, and then ask the guild to send a more powerful wizard over. Although the reputation of the guild is very important, in Wei Yi's view, his life is obviously better. Besides, Fairy Tail is not a guild that completes tasks as the first principle. Of course, if the wild boar is really not much different from what the middle-aged uncle described, reading www.yuyugonshu.com Nawi is not hesitating to fight with it. After all, Wei Yi himself is also curious about what it feels like to fight with magic. The night falls soon. After the sky became completely dark, the middle-aged uncle took Wei Yi and started patrolling the farm. Through the faint light, Wei Yi also saw the tragedy inside the farm. The vegetables on the entire farm were almost half destroyed. No wonder this middle-aged uncle would cry so sad. According to the middle-aged uncle, since the last time that wild boar injured a person, its courage has become bigger and bigger. In the past, this wild boar just sneaked into the farm to steal some vegetables or something, but now, even if it sees someone in the farm at night, it will still rush in and gnaw openly. Even if someone takes a stick to drive it away, it doesn't care. It will only leave here after it's full of food and drink. To be frank, when hearing these words, Wei Yi's expression can probably be described as stunned. Because he has lived so much, he has never seen such an arrogant pig. The middle-aged uncle was patrolling while watching this nearly half-destroyed farm. Unconsciously, his tears and snot had the urge to flow out again, which shocked Wei Yi. Fortunately, at this time, there was a sudden movement outside the farm. Wei Yi stared at him. Vaguely, he saw a dark shadow leaping quickly towards the farm in the dark. Chapter 19, Scary Injuries. It's it. After seeing the dark shadow in the distance, the short and chubby middle-aged uncle immediately began to shout loudly. Are you sure? Wei Yi saw the black shadow rushing towards here like a rabbit in the distance, his eyes full of suspicion. It can't be wrong, it's definitely here. The middle-aged uncle's expression was flustered, just like seeing a terrifying devil. Wei Yi was originally prepared to say something, but when the black shadow completely revealed its true face, Wei Yi's expression appeared uncontrollably for a moment of astonishment, and then he nodded. Okay, you are right. Watching a wild boar jumping a few meters high and moving more flexibly than a rabbit not far away, Wei Yi felt that his mood was a little bit complicated. The speed of the wild boar is very fast. After a few hops, he came to the farm. Obviously, after the last incident, this wild boar has completely ignored human beings. After walking into the farm, the pace of this wild boar has become easier instead. He glanced contemptuously at Wei Yi and the trembling middle-aged uncle holding a wooden stick. Then he wandered to the middle of the farm and began to eat the vegetables in the farm, completely ignoring the two of them. Exist. Fuck. Seeing the appearance of this wild boar, Wei Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Although the middle-aged uncle had previously described it, Wei Yi already felt that this wild boar was very arrogant, but he never expected it to be so arrogant. Simply didn't put him in the eye. Master Sorcerer, this. Seeing this wild boar harming his farm again, the middle-aged uncle's tears and nose almost started to flow out. Fortunately, Wei Yi has quick eyes and quick hands. He quickly reached out and blocked the remaining words of the middle-aged uncle, and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let this beast run wild." Wei Yi said these words so righteously, the nose of the middle-aged uncle who was almost unmoved fell off. But if there is a friend of Wei Yi's previous life here, you will understand how perfunctory Wei Yi just said. But Wei Yi really can't help it. Since coming to this world, he hasn't used such perfunctory words for a long time. If it weren't because the middle-aged uncle scared people too much today, Wei Yi really didn't want to use such words to deal with people. After Wei Yi's righteous and awe-inspiring words, the middle-aged uncle finally calmed down for a while. And taking this opportunity, Wei Yi started to collect information about this wild boar. From the outside, there is not much difference between this wild boar and ordinary wild boar. The difference between Wei Yi and Wei Yi is estimated to be just a little bigger. But in fact, as Wei Yi had previously guessed, this wild boar was a monster because Wei Yi had noticed the fluctuation of magic power from its body, although the fluctuation was still very weak for the time being. On the power of magic alone, the magic power of this wild boar is not much different from Wei Yi. If Wei Yi guessed correctly, this wild boar should be just the kind of beast that has just been infested by magic and began to transform towards the monster, rather than the natural monster or the offspring of the monster. Because of this, the aggressiveness of this wild boar is not so strong. Unlike most monsters, it will rush to eat when seeing humans. Although the magic power of this wild boar is not strong, its intelligence is not low, which is the main reason why Wei Yi didn't take it rashly. The wild boar monster was still crouching the vegetables on the farm, and his expression was quite comfortable. Even if there were two humans standing beside him, it would not have the slightest influence on it. After the last battle, this wild boar monster is now quite swollen inside. The humans that it feared in the past are now completely ignored by it. Seeing the wild boar's continuous damage to his own achievements, the middle-aged uncle's eyes gathered on Wei Yi several times, his mouth opened and opened, but every time he thought of what Wei Yi just said, the words he had originally planned to use to urge ended. He held back all of them. But as wild boars destroy more and more crops, at last, middle-aged uncle can't help it anymore. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and spoke to Wei Yi, suddenly, I saw that Wei Yi, who had not been moving since the beginning, suddenly moved. Snap! Under the gaze of the middle-aged uncle, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com saw that Wei Yi's hands were suddenly folded, and then he saw that once the cocky magic circle quickly emerged under the feet of the wild boar monster, the power of magic quickly diffused out. Lower level magic ground stab. The magic circle burst into light, and in the next second, a sharp cone of soil quickly emerged from the magic circle, and the target pointed directly at the abdomen of the wild boar monster. Almost when the magic circle just appeared, the wild boar monster has already sensed the danger, and prepared to escape with a strange cry. But for this sneak attack, Wei Yi deliberately waited for so long, and found a moment when the wild boar monster completely relaxed. How could it easily escape? So although this wild boar is flexible like a rabbit, but in the end it only slightly avoided the vital part. Then, the soil cone formed by the spur of the ground pierced a part of the wild boar monster that was more critical than the critical one. The shrill and sharp screams resounded across the entire night in an instant. Hearing this oozing horrible howl, Wei Yi and the middle-aged uncle couldn't help clamping their legs, and took a breath. Hiss! The expressions of both of them are slightly unnatural. Especially when the two of them saw something pierced by the ground under the crotch of the wild boar monster, their faces turned pale. There are some injuries in this world just by looking at it, it will make people feel frightened. And now, the injury suffered by this wild boar monster is just one of these injuries. Chapter 20, Revenge. The lower level magic is terrifying. Hearing the stern and sharp howls of the wild boar monster that could not stop for a long time, Wei Yi and the middle-aged uncle couldn't help clamping their legs and shuddering. Although the wild boar monster and Wei Yi are not the same race, but in this world, some pains are regardless of race. The wild boar monster struggled desperately, trying to pull out a place pierced by the ground. But the final results all ended in failure. Because of the structure of the wild boar's body, it is destined to be unable to break free from the tip of the thrust. As the wild boar monster struggles wildly, the injuries it suffered not only have not been alleviated at all, but as it continues to exert strength, the wound has a growing trend. At last, at a certain moment, accompanied by a slight tearing sound, the wild boar monster suddenly fell from the belly of a long strip of things, and blood dripped on the ground. Wei Yi, middle-aged uncle, wild boar monster. This second, time seems to have stopped suddenly. The whole farm fell into a dead silence. 1 second later, the horrible cry that almost broke the sound suddenly pierced the sky. Woo! The wild boar monster rolled on the ground madly in pain, trembling all over. His limbs constantly wanted to cover the wounds of his lower body, but because of the structure of the body, he couldn't touch that place. However, the less you can touch, the more painful the wild boar monster feels, the more painful the more you want to touch. Soon formed an endless loop. Life is better than death. Saw the terrible state of the wild boar monster. Wei Yi and the middle-aged uncle suddenly felt an inexplicable chill coming towards their crotch, and they clamped their legs tighter. The current situation is completely beyond Wei Yi's expectations. Because he only wanted the life of this wild boar monster, he didn't have any interest in its lifeblood. This kind of accident happened right now, I can only say that everyone doesn't want it. But he still has a little responsibility for this matter, so to make up for his mistake, Wei Yi feels that he still has the responsibility to do it again. The pig will die. Some pigs need a little help. Snapped. Wei Yi put his hands together and quickly began to construct a magic circle while the wild boar monster was still rolling on the ground in pain. Lower level magic ground stab. This is the only lower magic that Wei Yi currently masters, and it is also the most lethal magic in his body. The earth yellow magic circle appeared on the ground under the wild boar, and the magic power gathered. Soon, a sharp soil cone sprang out of the magic circle, and pierced into the body of the wild boar monster with a sniff. Blood and light collapsed. The wild boar monster wailed in pain, turned his head and stared at Wei Yi and the middle-aged uncle fiercely, then turned around and started to run out of the farm. The wild boar that has turned into a monster has high intelligence. It is very clear that in its current state, if it continues to stay here, it is definitely a very dangerous thing. If you want to survive, you have to escape. But it has remembered the appearance of these two people, he swears, as long as he is healed, today's grudge, he will get back sooner or later. The wild boar monster escaped. Compared with the live and kick when he came, the action of the wild boar monster when escaping is not so free. Seeing that the wild boar monster was injured and escaped from the farm, the middle-aged uncle couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to thank Wei Yi, but suddenly noticed that Wei Yi's figure flashed, and quickly chased the place where the wild boar monster had escaped. "Wait, Master Sorcerer, don't have to chase." Seeing Wei Yi leaving behind, the middle-aged uncle hurriedly began to shout. The mission he released was just to expel the wild boar. As for whether or not the wild boar could be removed, it didn't make much difference to the middle-aged uncle. It's a pity that his yelling is destined to be impossible for Wei Yi to hear. Or, even if Wei Yi heard the yelling of the middle-aged uncle, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will also choose to ignore it. The reason is simple. Because this wild boar is not an ordinary wild boar. Middle-aged Uncle Wei Yi knows very well that the purpose of his mission is to drive the wild boar away so that it can no longer destroy his farm in the future. If this is just an ordinary wild boar, the middle-aged uncle's idea is not a problem, because after suffering such a serious injury, the ordinary wild boar will inevitably learn a lesson, and the possibility of coming here again in the future is very small. But, this is not an ordinary wild boar, but a monster. There is one biggest difference between monsters in this world and ordinary beasts besides magic. That is nature. After seeing humans, most beasts seldom take the initiative to attack, and even they themselves avoid humans. But monsters are just the opposite of wild beasts. Most monsters see humans as their first reaction is to attack, and sometimes after the attack fails, these monsters even write down the hatred and wait until they have a chance to retaliate. Come back. And because this wild boar has just been transformed into a monster, his nature is still biased towards ordinary beasts for the time being, and because of this, it did not immediately attack after seeing Wei Yi. But over time, this wild boar will eventually transform into a real monster. Until then, it is very likely that it will come back for revenge. Regardless of other. Just relying on Wei Yi as a wizard, the success rate of completing the mission and the problems of his own credibility, it is impossible for him to leave behind this trouble today. Chapter 21, Head to Head. The power of the wild boar monster does not lie in its power or speed. Is the weird jumping power and high durability. Even if it is stabbed twice by the ground, and every time it is stabbed so deeply, it still maintains a very strong vitality. The wild boar monster flees towards the suburbs with awkward movements, blood is constantly spilled along the way. Wei Yi followed the blood on the ground, but he did not follow too closely, so as not to pig jump over the wall and initiate a counterattack against himself before he died. But even if Wei Yi deliberately controlled the speed, he still quickly caught up with the wild boar monster. The long-term bleeding caused the wild boar monster to consume quickly. At first, it was able to get rid of Wei Yi with a short burst, but as the blood loss increased, its speed slowed down involuntarily. After all, not every creature in this world can bleed for 7 or 8 days without dying. The more blood bleeds, the more the wild boar monster will stumble. To the end. The wild boar monster even began to shake his body, as if it might fall down at any time. See this scene. Wei Yi tried to make a move several times, but in the end he was forcibly restrained. What if this pig fights back before his death and hurts himself? With this thought, Wei Yi never made a move, but carefully followed the wild boar. Then, half an hour passed like this. The wild boar monster walked swayingly for more than half an hour, walking vainly, as if it could fall down at any time, but it still couldn't fall down. Wei Yi, who was waiting at the end, was in a hurry. Just when he couldn't help but was ready to shoot. Suddenly, I saw the wild boar, who had been very weak just now, glanced around with a grimace, then the speed suddenly increased, and he slid into a small forest in front of him. Wei Yi. Am I special? Didn't it mean that animals were not allowed to become refined after the founding of the People's Republic of China? Looking at the disappearance of the wild boar monster in the small mountain forest, Wei Yi's handsome face turned green. Now this world. Men don't look like men, and women don't look like women. Even the pigs started to have no pig samples. Is there really no sincerity in the world? Wei Yi is very sad and feels deceived by the world. When watching anime before, Wei Yi still felt that people in this world are too naive, and even naive is a little bit unbelievable. But now, a wild boar is so shrewd that it almost fooled Wei Yi. One can imagine what kind of people the big guys are. After this incident, Wei Yi discovered that the world suddenly became dangerous. Because his original plan to use IQ to crush the world fell through in an instant. In a blink of an eye, he went from a naturally talented traverser to a weak, pitiful, helpless, but very edible traverser. I blame that boar, or else how could I be like this? Wei Yi, who didn't have a tree in his heart, decisively blamed the source of the problem on the wild boar monster. Maybe it's not that people in this world are too shrewd, but because this pig is an exception. Wei Yi cursed in his heart, suddenly thought of some possibility, and his face instantly became serious. It really is a monster. It seems that we must get rid of it today, otherwise it will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Wei Yi's gaze gradually became firmer. Originally, Wei Yi was still thinking about whether to enter this small mountain forest. After all, although there is no such thing as no entry in the forest in this world, the mountain forest at night is definitely not a good place. But now, he has to go. The wild boar monster is very smart, but he can't bandage his wounds like a human, so even if he escapes into the forest, the blood on the ground will not disappear. Wei Yi walked into the forest along the blood stains. The mountains and forests at night are definitely not a good place, at least Wei Yi feels that way. There is dead silence in the dark forest, almost any sound will be infinitely amplified. Wei Yi feels that he is a bit like a bird of surprise now, and from time to time he will be surprised by some inexplicable small sounds. If this continues for a long time, Wei Yi even suspected that he might not have found the wild boar monster yet, but he would collapse first. Fortunately, this did not happen. Because Wei Yi had just entered the forest, he came to the end of the blood stain. Looking along the blood stains, Wei Yi soon found the injured wild boar monster in a small cave. This wild boar monster did not know where it was contaminated with mud. With the help of the coagulability of the mud, the bleeding speed of the wild boar monster was greatly alleviated. Wei Yi originally wanted to make a sneak attack to kill him in one blow. This time, it is obviously impossible to launch a sneak attack again. www.readaloud.com. For the time being, regardless of the terrain and casting distance, it is difficult for Wei Yi to avoid it with the vigilance of this wild boar monster alone. The sense of wild beasts is far more sensitive than human beings. The reason why the first two sneak attacks were successful was entirely because this wild boar monster was too bloated. And now, let alone a sneak attack. Wei Yi only moved a few times in the forest, and the head of the wild boar monster suddenly lifted up, and his eyes looked very vigilantly around the surroundings. See you here. Wei Yi also gave up his plan of sneak attack, and walked out directly. Seeing Wei Yi's figure, the wild boar monster instantly showed his fierce appearance, slowly got up, his body was tense, a pig's hoof was constantly digging on the ground, and his mouth let out a dull growl. Wei Yi moved forward step by step, looking at the wild boar monster with a guard, while looking for the farthest cast range. Suddenly, only a low growl was heard, and the wild boar monster suddenly opened a mouth full of hideous fangs and rushed towards Wei Yi. Roar! This roar really scared Wei Yi, making his casting speed hesitate for a second or two than usual. But fortunately, Wei Yi is located quite far away from the wild boar monster, so before the wild boar monster rushes over, his magic circle has been successfully portrayed. The water blue magic circle burst into light in front of Wei Yi, and the magic power quickly converged in it. Next second, 3 bullet-like water droplets suddenly rushed out of the magic circle, and shot at the wild boar monster quickly. Basic Water Magic Water Bomb. Chapter 22, Mutation. Snapped. 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 3 water bombs directly hit the face of the wild boar monster and exploded violently, causing the wild boar monster to cry in pain. With the growth of Wei Yi's magic power and the deepening of his study of magic, the power of the same magic in his hands will be completely different. Roar. The wild boar monster roars frantically, and the roaring sound is completely different from ordinary pigs. The wild boar monster's eyes were gradually covered with bloodshot eyes, and the eyes of Wei Yi were full of hatred. Although its forward momentum was prevented by Wei Yi's 3 water bombs, this did not make it give up the attack, but it further aroused its aggressiveness. After a few seconds of pause, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Wei Yi again. Basic Water Magic Water. Seeing the wild boar rushing over again, Wei Yi subconsciously wanted to use magic, but this time he didn't even have time to portray the magic circle, and the wild boar monster approached him less than 5 meters in front of him. The sudden attack scared Wei Yi's face greatly, and even a brief thinking gap appeared in his brain. After all, he still lacks combat experience, especially in a state of tension. It is difficult for him to make the most correct judgment in an instant. Fortunately, the last moment, Wei Yi's body moved ahead of his brain, his legs exerted force, and a side thrust avoided the attack. The body of the wild boar monster hit a big tree behind Wei Yi, causing a roar. Roar. After hit the big tree, the wild boar monster didn't stop at all, turned around instantly, with red eyes, launched a third impact towards Wei Yi. And this time, Wei Yi could not escape after all. Boom! The 2 fangs of the wild boar monster slammed into Wei Yi's thigh, and Wei Yi was directly knocked to the ground. A sudden pain came from the thigh. Wei Yi felt like his thigh was hit by a car and almost broke. I'll go back this time, I must find a door physical technique to practice well. Clutching his thigh, a thought suddenly appeared in Wei Yi's heart. Is actually like the impact of a wild boar monster just now. With Wei Yi's current physical quality, he can completely avoid it, but he will not dodge. After all, the world in which Wei Yi lived in his previous life was a very peaceful era. Basically, except for the memory of fighting when he was very young, his body had no memory of fighting at all. Roar! The wild boar monster growled. After knocked Wei Yi down, it was about to continue its victory and chase, arching the human to death, but at this moment, there was a sudden sharp pain in its abdomen and under the crotch, which forced its movement to stop temporarily. Originally, this wild boar monster used the mud to temporarily relieve the bleeding speed of the wound, but with its attack, the wound on the wild boar monster broke open again in an instant. Vaguely, Wei Yi could even see it. Intestines deep in the abdominal wound. Roar! The wild boar monster sensed something wrong, and continued to growl demonstratively. And its limbs also began to move quietly towards the back. It has a retreat. After turning from a beast to a monster, although the intelligence of the wild boar has been improved, at the same time, it has become more and more afraid of death. Now the wild boar monster is very clear, if it continues to fight here, it is very likely to die here. Has scruples in my heart. The momentum of the wild boar monster fighting also began to quickly dissipate. Wei is easy to see this. There was an instant burst of light in both eyes, and the magic power in the body suddenly gathered, and between the waves of his hands, a cocky magic circle quickly formed at the feet of the wild boar monster. The magic of the basic soil, the magic of the ground sinking. Almost the moment the magic circle appeared, the wild boar monster had already noticed that it was bad, but it was too late at this time. The mud under his feet disappeared instantly. In a blink, a big pit several meters deep appeared at the feet of the wild boar monster. The wild boar monster only had time to make a scream, and the whole body fell straight down. At the same time that the wild boar monster fell, Wei Yi changed his hands again and suddenly joined together. Lower level magic ground stab. In the depths of the big pit, the earth yellow magic circle burst into light, and a cone of soil quickly emerged from the magic circle. With a slight poof, the body of the wild boar monster was directly pierced through. The body of the wild boar monster hung on the ground spur, and after struggling for a few times, the limbs finally fell weakly. Hey! Seeing that a combo of his best efforts finally took away the wild boar, Wei Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. To be frank, this set of combos is already Wei Yi's last resort. If this combination of moves can't kill the wild boar, then Wei Yi himself is in danger. Because at this time, Wei Yi's magic power displayed on the system property panel has been completely cleared, and Wei Yi himself felt his body's weakness. Magic power is a kind of energy, which is closely related to the energy of the human body. When the magic power is exhausted, Wei Yi obviously feels the weakness and emptiness in his body. This feeling even makes him have the urge to fall down and sleep on the spot. But just when he had this impulse, Suddenly there was a rustling sound in front of him. Hearing this movement, Wei Yi's heart was shocked. He hurriedly beaten his spirits, and slowly focused his eyes on the sound source. Next second, a wild boar that looks very similar to the wild boar monster wandered out from the depths of the forest. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Not good. The first time he saw this wild boar, Wei Yi felt that something was wrong. Because in this wild boar, he also felt the breath of magic, and it belonged to the same magic power as the previous wild boar monster. If Wei Yi guessed correctly, this wild boar is most likely the partner of the previous one. Same race. This wild boar obviously has intelligence, because even if it sees Wei Yi's figure, it still has no plans to leave. Not only that, it also starts to approach the dirt pit in front of Wei Yi very vigilantly. See this situation. Wei Yi's heart suddenly throbbed, an unprecedented breath of death gradually enveloped him. No, you can't let it see the corpse of that wild boar, you have to do it first. After making a decisive decision, Wei Yi began to desperately squeeze the magic power in his body. And just now, the wild boar seemed to be attracted by Wei Yi's actions, and even temporarily gave up the dirt pit and began to walk towards Wei Yi. See this scene. Wei Yi's heart suddenly became more anxious, his mental power exploded frantically, and he desperately began to construct a magic circle. I saw the wild boar getting closer. Suddenly, a magical light suddenly lit up in front of Wei Yi. But at the moment when this light just shines, bang! A majestic black magic power suddenly appeared in front of Wei Yi's eyes, instantly flooding his entire eyeballs. Chapter 23, Dark Magic. The world is silent. The boundless black light deprived Wei Yi of all sight. The wild boar's body was enveloped by the black light, and it disappeared in an instant, and was directly evaporated by the black magic. The sudden change made Wei Yi's body stiff. Although this magical power was not aimed at Wei Yi deliberately, the power contained in it made him dare not move at all. This has nothing to do with Wei Yi's guts, but the instinctive reaction of all creatures when facing a powerful force far beyond their own. The magic comes quickly, and it goes quickly. After the black magic energy swallowed the wild boar, the black light finally stayed in the range of more than 10 meters in front of Wei Yi, showing an arc-shaped impact. When the magic disappears, Wei's weak legs could no longer support his body, and he sat down on the ground, his face turned pale, and his body was sweating, and he began to gasp heavily. This accident scared Wei Yi into confusion, especially when he saw the scene in front of him. His heart was even more shocked. The forest has disappeared. It is not the kind of ruins left after violent destruction, but is wiped out without a trace, as if this mountain forest has never appeared before, leaving only a huge circular pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. Whether it is dense forest or the earth, it seems to be swallowed by dark magic power, especially the area more than 10 meters ahead of Wei Yi, not only is no longer a mountain forest, but more like a bottomless cliff. Lying on the ground and looking at the stars in the sky, Wei Yi's heart still couldn't stop beating, and 3 words emerged in his mind uncontrollably. Dark magic. Only black magic has this dark attribute and silent destructive power. And it can cause this level of damage, at least it is close to the level of the Saint 10 magic wizard. What did this black wizard who existed here do? The existence of the 10 great sages of saints cannot be easily shot, because once a magician with this level of strength engages in a battle, it is very likely to cause a change in the world, which will cause great damage to the entire continent. So almost all guilds on the continent will have a default unspoken rule, that is, it is not a last resort, the existence of the Saint 10 magic guide cannot make full use of it, unless it is. Is it possible that war is about to break out? As if thinking of some possibility, Wei Yi's eyes suddenly shrank. The sky is getting brighter. When the first ray of sunlight on the side of the day shone on Wei Yi's face, Wei Yi, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Because of being really tired last night, coupled with the double torture of his body and spirit, Wei Yi fell to the ground and fell asleep without knowing it. Fortunately, because of the black magic attack last night, the beasts and small movements around this area were frightened and fled. Otherwise, depending on the degree to which Wei Yi slept last night, I am afraid that even if he was swallowed by a beast, you may not be able to wake up. After waking up, Wei Yi could not take care of the others, limping on one leg, carrying the corpse of the wild boar monster in the dirt pit and leaving here. He was a little worried, because if he really guessed that a war would break out, it would definitely not be a good thing. To know. War can kill people, especially in this magical world, where more people die. Although when I watched anime before, it seemed that no one had died in the war, but in fact, it was only because the people who died did not say it. According to the Fairy Tale Chronicles, Fairy Tale has experienced several major wars since its creation, and each war will result in a large number of deaths and injuries within the guild, without exception. Even compared to the more peaceful fairy tale, this is true, so naturally other guilds need not say much. The only thing Wei Yi can pray for now is that if there is a war, then I hope that the protagonist of this war should not be fairy tale. Dragged the corpse of the wild boar monster after receiving payment from the short and chubby middle-aged uncle. Wei Yi left the farm after the middle-aged uncle's "thank you so much." In other words, it seems that I still don't know the name of this middle-aged uncle. Although the farm is not far away from the guild, Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com, but with so many remunerations, Wei Yi naturally has to be extravagant. Okay. In fact, it was mainly because of his leg injury that restricted the idea of saving money. After boarding the carriage, Wei Yi summoned a certain realistic system for the first time. Accompanied by the familiar ding-dong sound, a line of "Can't Wait" font appeared on the system panel in front of Wei Yi soon. Host, charge. Go. This time, the font on the system panel just appeared halfway, and Wei Yi interrupted the system directly and said, "Recharge 94500J for me." When said the last sentence, Wei Yi's tone was quite gritted and revengeful. System. Host, you are so stingy. Wei Yi, haha. 2 recharges before, a certain system once used Wei Yi's youth and ignorance to cheat him twice, but this time, Wei Yi directly returned all the money that was cheated in the previous 2 times. Although Wei Yi's stingy approach makes a certain system very uncomfortable, the prize draw is still to be drawn. Soon. The system panel slowly turns into a black hole interface that Wei Yi is familiar with. As the black hole interface began to rotate slowly, Wei Yi's attention could not help but converge on it. The black hole turns faster and faster. I do not know how long it has been. Suddenly, I saw the black hole's rotation abruptly stopped. Immediately, a white light flew out of the black hole and fell directly on Wei Yi's body. Chapter 24, Evil Equilibrium. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive evil balance of the heroic evil wizard. Evil balance, the host's magic power is eroded by the power of the evil balance. All creatures killed by the host using magic power, the host can devour the magic power of the killed creatures in a certain proportion through the power of the evil balance, and permanently enhance its own magic power. Looking at the fonts that appeared on the system panel, Wei Yi didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy or sigh. Is the evil equilibrium strong? The answer is yes. The passive ability of the evil little wizard, evil balance, is definitely one of the most powerful passives in this world. After all, this kind of passive that can permanently increase magic power is definitely the only ability to quickly increase strength. If it was the former Wei Yi, after obtaining this passive ability, it is estimated that he would not be able to find North for a long time, but now, although he is also happy in his heart, he is not so happy anymore. This passive, coming early. Wei Yi sighed in his heart. Evil balance is indeed a strong ability to enhance one's own magic power by killing creatures, but the premise is that you can kill creatures. And it's a bit ugly. Wei Yi is so strenuous to behead pigs now, how much effect this passivity can play even if it is put in his hands. The strength is still too weak. Wei Yi sighed. If you are a little stronger, this passive ability can show its defenses. Wei Yi is a little depressed. Finally got a passive ability against the sky, but he didn't feel the pleasure of the lottery at all. It's almost like, there is a beauty in front of you who takes off her clothes and waits for you, but you find that you can't get tough. It's almost this bore, if it wasn't for it, how could I have fallen here? Wei Yi thought more and more angry, looking at the boar monster corpse on the carriage, he couldn't help but stretched out his foot and kicked it a few times. After a few kicks, Wei Yi felt a little pain in his feet, and then slowly retracted, and asked the system, by the way, the system, hasn't the magic value returned to 0 displayed on my attribute panel before? Why can't I release it in the end? Magic! Wei Yi rubbed his feet, and suddenly remembered what happened last night. Last night, because of the threat of the wild boar, Wei Yi temporarily forgot the data on the system panel. He only wanted to successfully release the magic to kill the wild boar. Although the magic was not successfully released in the end, he did feel his body at the last moment. The magic fluctuates. Host, I have reminded you before that the attribute panel constructed for you by this system is for reference only. The human body itself has unlimited potential and cannot be displayed by data alone. If the host continues to fight according to the data arbitrarily, the host will definitely die, and it's ugly. Obviously, because of someone's stingy behavior just now, the system is not very open now, and even the tone of speech is full of unkindness. Ignore the curse between the lines in a certain system. Wei Yi recalled the conversation he had with the system before, and it seemed that the system did say such a thing. It's just that I was anxious to compare my own situation through the data, so I just left those words behind. This is definitely not his fault, the system can only be blamed for typing too anxiously. System, meow meow. The speed of returning to the guild in the carriage was very fast. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the gate of Fairy Tale. After paying the money smoothly, Wei Yi carried the wild boar and prepared to return to the guild to hand in the task. But just when Wei Yi walked to the gate of the guild, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the guild. The 2 figures are one man and one woman. The man in it is wearing a heavy armor, with long golden hair and a beard, with a square face, giving people a very majestic feeling. The other woman was relatively exposed. She was clearly wearing a white nun's robe with gold rims, but her chest and thighs showed a large amount of snow white. She held a wooden staff in her hand and her hair was white. The look is cold. Wei Yi and the 2 figures just hit the front door, and a look of curiosity flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them. What the 2 people are curious about is Wei Yi's dress and the wild boar on his shoulder, because Wei Yi's current appearance is indeed not that good. What Wei Yi was curious about was the identities and strengths of these 2 individuals, because Wei Yi found out that he did not even know these 2 people, that is to say, these 2 people did not appear in the original work. But the magic power of these 2 people is not weak, at least the level of an A-level wizard, and not the kind who just stepped into an A-level wizard. The three of them just glanced at each other. Then Wei Yi took the initiative to get out of the way. www.readaloud.com. The two nodded slightly towards Wei Yi as a thank you, and then the two slowly left the guild. And Wei Yi walked into the guild after the two left. Fairy Tale basically never had a quiet day all day long. When Wei Yi walked into the guild, there was only a momentary silence in the guild. Then when everyone saw that it was Wei Yi, they started to make noise again. Several people who are closer to Wei Yi also teased him by the way. Ha ha ha, oh, are you beaten by a pig? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. For a while, the atmosphere inside the guild became more cheerful. Wei Yi, MMP. Ignoring these unreliable family, Wei Yi walked straight to the counter. President, I'm here to hand in the task. The little old man Makarov was drunk again, his face was reddish, and his small eyes were drunk. When he heard Wei Yi's words, he tried to open his eyelids and glanced at him, and then asked, injured? Well, I'm a little careless. Wei's vulnerable injury can only be regarded as a skin trauma, there is no need to say more. And Makarov obviously didn't care about such small injuries. After all, the profession of sorcerer was a profession that was extremely easy to get injured. By the way, President, who are the two people who just walked out of our guild? They are. Chapter 25, Mainland Situation. Angel Wings. Suddenly hearing this strange guild name from Makarov's mouth, Wei Yi was suddenly surprised. What guild is this? The Guild of Angel Wings did not appear in the original work, so Wei Yi was really curious about what Makarov called Angel Wings. After all, just judging from the age of the two just now and the magic on them, this Angel Wings is obviously not a garbage guild. Why? Don't you know? Angel Wings are, hiccups, but, hiccups. Makarov apparently drank a lot of alcohol, and he couldn't stop his alcoholic hiccups while talking, and Wei Yi was anxious. Fortunately. At this moment, Wakaba walked over to take Makarov's words and said, Angel Wings is one of the two most powerful Illuminati guilds on the mainland, and is side by side with the Hall of Gods. Their president is the same as our president, who are also in the ranks of the top 10 holy wizards. Guangming Guild. Hearing another new word popping out of Wakaba's mouth, Wei Yi suddenly felt his brain a little swollen. Although Wei Yi felt that the original book had too little introduction to the world, he never expected that he had only come here in such a short time and encountered so many things that he had never heard of. Not bad. It seems that Wei Yi is interested in this topic. Wakaba first lit his pipe, and then slowly said, there are many countries on the continent of Yuxigar, and some of them are like Fio. A neutral country like the Thunder Kingdom, but more countries are at war. Warring states are mainly divided into two factions, light and dark. Among the guilds that support the light faction countries, the two most powerful are the Angel Wings and the Holy Palace, and the strongest guilds that support the dark faction countries, it is the Baram alliance formed by the three guilds of Gate of Hades, Demon Heart, and General of the Six Demons. That's it. Wei nodded easily. After listening to Wakaba's explanation, he finally had some basic understanding of the situation in the continent of Ishurgar. The most important thing was that he finally heard several familiar guild names. What did the people who made the wings of the guild come to our guild that day? After nodding, Wei Yi seemed to think of something again and asked. The battle started. Wakaba took a deep breath of the pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, then his eyes were a little deep and said, for help. For help? Are they really ready to go to war with the Dark Guild? Wei Yi was shocked and couldn't help but said in shock. Hey? How did you know? Wakaba glanced at Wei Yi strangely, and asked in confusion. Actually, I guessed it too. Did the president agree to the request of Angel Wings for help? I have agreed. Wakaba shook the ashes in the pipe, and said, the president of Angel Wings has a very good relationship with our president. He has also helped our guild on the council several times, so there we can't refuse to ask for help. But, don't think about it too much. Now you don't have the qualifications to get involved in this kind of thing. You should just do the task obediently. Halfway through, Wakaba seemed to be thinking of something, and suddenly he warned. Don't worry. I'm not the fool of Naz, I don't know how to do this kind of death-seeking thing. Wei Yi waved his hand and signaled Wakaba to feel relieved, and don't be so nervous. Was almost manslaughtered by a black magic just now, and Wei Yi didn't want to seek his own death. By the way, which dark guild is going to fight Angel Wings? Gate of Hades, Demon Heart, or General of the Six Demons? According to Wei Yi's thinking, Angel Wings is one of the two strongest guilds of light, and the opponent that can make them all ask for help will inevitably be the strongest dark guild. But Wakaba's answer was unexpected. Neither, the guild fighting Angel Wings is Devil's Fang. Wakaba shook his head. Wei Yi. My brain hurts, how come another guild I haven't heard of? Mashima, you guys are not doing their jobs. When I read the original work before, the guilds inside seem to add up to only a few, especially the powerful guilds, which can be counted with both hands. But since Wei Yi came to this world, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. All kinds of powerful guilds came out one after another, and all of them he had never heard of, which made him feel very flustered. What is the origin of this devil's tooth? Although it hurts, curiosity drove Wei Yi to ask this sentence. Devil's Fang is a dark guild whose strength is second only to the Balam League's three major guilds. When the Baram League was founded, Devil's Fang was invited to join, but they were refused. Not long ago, Devil's Fang suddenly made a sneak attack somehow, destroying a branch of Angel Wings and killing dozens of members of Angel Wings. Devil's Fang started the war. And the president of Devil's Fang is said to have the strength of the top 10 holy wizards. Just last night, the president of Angel Wings and the president of Devil's Fang were in Fioris. There was a fight in the border area, and the two were indifferent, so this morning Angel Wings will send someone to our guild for help. Explained so much for Wei Yi in one breath. Wakaba said that his throat became a bit hoarse. He picked up the juice on the counter and took a few sips, then came over slightly, and then continued. Well. But even though it's a request for help, in fact, after the people of our guild pass by, their greater role is to help Angel Wings defend against sneak attacks by other dark guilds except Devil's Fang. As for dealing with Devil's Fang, it is estimated that even if we want to make a move, the Wizard of Angel Wings will not let our people do it. After all, this kind of hatred, any wizard of the guild cannot let others do it for you. Chapter 26, The Effect of Monster Meat. After leaving Fairy Tale, Wei Yi carried the wild boar and rode on the carriage back towards Granny Yi's house. On the carriage, Wei Yi recalled what Wakaba had just said to himself, and he couldn't help but whispered in his heart, Ragasus, Elisa, Mirajan, are really a powerful lineup. Unexpectedly, the guild leader is very courageous. Even if he dared to let these three people work together, he is not afraid that these three guys will tear down other people's guilds in partnership. Thinking of the description of these three in the original work, Makarov's regretful wailing sounded vaguely in Wei Yi's ears. After returning to mother-in-law Yisai's house, the first problem Wei Yi faced was her mother-in-law's nagging. As for the nagging, it is Wei Yi's injury. Although neither Wei Yi nor the people in the guild care about this kind of small injury, in the eyes of Granny Yisai, this kind of injury is simply a great matter. Wei Yi listened honestly to the teaching of Granny Yi's, and did not dare to refute it. More than an hour has passed. Wei Yi even felt that the wound on her leg began to heal. Only then did Granny Yi finally end her education to Wei Yi. Then, Wei Yi regained his pig life that should eat and drink. As Wakaba said, guild wars are still a little too far away from Wei Yi. It is enough to satisfy curiosity. If you really blend in, Wei Yi firmly believes that he will die. It's ugly. Since staying in Yisai's mother-in-law's house, Wei Yi has never eaten any light food, no matter which meal of the 4 meals a day is. But because it was a bit too late for breakfast today, Granny Yi's just made something simple. A whole roasted pig. This is Wei Yi's breakfast today. The raw material for roasted whole pigs is the wild boar monster that Wei Yi specially brought back. After all, the purpose of bringing back this monster corpse was originally to eat. Wei Yi, who eats a pig, sweats profusely, and feels hot all over, feeling an inexplicable force from his stomach continuously spreading around his body. This is an unprecedented experience. Is very abnormal, but it's cool. After detecting the abnormal situation in his body, Wei Yi immediately called up his attribute panel. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Ability, Void Stomach, Lava Body, Evil Balance. HP, 16. Magic, 16. Mentality, 19. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 1. Sure enough. Wei Yi whispered while looking at the property panel. Compared with yesterday, most of Wei Yi's attributes have not changed much, but his life value has increased by 2 points. The reason for this phenomenon is precisely because of the wild boar monster that Wei Yi just ate. The void stomach can increase Wei Yi's health by swallowing the life essence of other creatures, and this increase is greatly related to the level of the organism it swallows. Compared with ordinary creatures, the life essence in the monster is obvious. It's much more. Even if Wei Yi ate so much big fish and big meat during this period, it might not be as good as this monster. After all, the food in Wei Yi's stomach has not been completely digested. Once he waits for all the food he eats to be digested, his health will probably increase again. What a terrible ability! Wei Yi sighed. At this moment, he once again realized the horror of a comparison. Although most of the magicians in this world do not deliberately temper their bodies, they are often tempered by magic, and their physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people. I can't say how strong their strength or speed is, but they are still very resistant. However, the bodies of these wizards have been tempered for a long time to achieve such results, but Wei Yi has now surpassed most of the low-level wizards in this world in less than a month. How can this not make him feel refreshed? After all the remaining monster meat in the stomach was swallowed by the void stomach, Wei Yi's health value increased a bit again, becoming 17 points. The life value of 17 points is already quite high, which means that Wei Yi's physical fitness is close to twice that of a normal adult. This kind of physical quality is quite good even in the group of wizards. It's just that Wei Yi's body is still very thin now, so it's hard to tell from the outside. After eating breakfast, Wei Yi took a carriage and returned to the guild again. After the accident of this mission, Wei Yi also realized that he has many shortcomings now, so he must hurry up to solve these problems. Walking into the guild, Wei Yi went straight to the library. Today's library is different from usual www.readaloud.com. There are a lot of people. In addition to Lebby, the resident academic bully, there are several people, and these people all know Wei Yi. One of the 2 white-haired girls, Lori, one large and one small, is not someone else, they are sisters Myra Zhen and Lissana. Except for these 2 people, the remaining one is wearing a suit, wearing a bow tie, and a very strong body. The boy who is serious reading is My Lach Hen's brother and Lissana's brother Elfman Si Trus. Like Mila Zhen, the current Elfman is not the second muscular brother who yells at the manly man every day in the future, but a gentlemanly strong man student. Only 3 of the 4 people in the library are reading books seriously, but Mila Zhen, who is still a darkened girl, is sitting on the table with her feet dangling and watching her brother and sister reading. Appearance. Oh, or Marajan from now on, cute. Wei Yi now makes such a sigh in his heart every time he sees Myra Zhen. A good lady, why is she crooked? Okay? There seems to be something wrong. You are here. What book do you want to read today? Lebby was the first person to discover Wei Yi's arrival, because Wei Yi often stayed in the library some time ago. Now the relationship between him and Rebbe is relatively familiar, at least now when talking to Wei Yi, Rebbe's voice is much louder. And when Lebby spoke, she immediately attracted the eyes of my Lachhen's 3 sisters and brothers. Especially Milazhen, when he heard Lebby yelling out the word "ur," he suddenly turned his eyes around. Chapter 27, Learning Makes Me Happy. Trouble you, Lebby-chan, I want you to help me find books about the basic application of magic power and the nature of earth attribute magic power. Wei Yi deliberately teased this shy girl, so he said when calling the name, I deliberately dragged a long tone. Sure enough, when Wei Yi shouted so, Lebby's face turned red. After a low voice, Libby blushed and hurried to help Wei Yi find the book. Wei Yi saw the girl's busy and flustered back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. After a while, Wei Yi retracted his gaze, until then did he turn his attention to the 3 sisters and brothers of Milazhen. Humph! Originally, my Lachhen's gaze was on Wei Yi's body, but when Wei Yi turned her attention to her, she suddenly snorted and turned her head to the side with an arrogant expression on her face. Wei Yi! What does this mean? My Lachhen's sudden sundaram made Wei Yi look bewildered. He remembered that he seemed to have entered the guild, as if he hadn't talked to this girl before. For Milazhen at this age, Wei Yi doesn't really know much, because there are too few descriptions of this aspect in the original book. I only vaguely remembered Myra Zhen in this period who seemed to be very violent. It's almost a fight with Elisa. Does Myra also have the attributes of being arrogant? Wei Yi thought about it for a while, then shook his head slightly, expelled these messy thoughts from his mind, and greeted several people. Hello everyone! Hello! Listener heard Wei Yi's words and immediately showed a sweet smile and responded to Wei Yi. You, hello! Elfman started stutteringly. Seriously, seeing Elfman's timid appearance, Wei Yi is really a bit uncomfortable. After all, in Wei Yi's memory, Elfman, the muscular brother Geik, has always been one of the loudest voices in fairy tale. After Elfman and Lysina finished greeting each other, Wei Yi put his gaze on Myra Zhen. Seemed to have noticed the look in Wei Yi's eyes, and Mila Zhen spoke a little reluctantly. Hello there. Oh, this is the book you want. Thank you, Rebbe. Took the book from Lebby, and Wei Yi thanked him. Although Wei Yi and my Lachhen's 3rd siblings were very familiar in the previous life, they are not very familiar in this life, at least for the time being. So after Wei Yi greeted the 3 of them just now, except for a few words with Lysina, this little lowly, there was almost nothing to talk about with the other 2. But this is not a bad thing. At least, when Wei Yi is reading here, no one will bother him. Speaking of it, I don't know why. Actually, Wei Yi was not a person who likes to read books in his previous life, but when he read these magic books in his life, he felt very energetic inexplicably. After crossing here, the biggest insight that Wei Yi has got is, it turns out that learning really makes people feel happy. The book that Wei Yi asked Lebby to find for herself is still the basic magic book. Among them, the book The Application and Skills of Magic Power is about some skills that do not use magic circles, but simply release magic power. Magic power itself also has power, but with the help of magic circle, magic power can be exerted to a greater extent, but although magic circle is good, it also has a fatal weakness, that is the speed of releasing magic. It takes time to construct a magic circle, and in battle, there is often no time to calm down and construct a magic circle. Just like before Wei Yi faced the sprint of the wild boar, it was too late to construct the magic circle. So in such a situation, the wizard needs to use the power of magic power to complete the attack or defense. In fact, most magicians master the technique of simply releasing magic power, because in many cases, magicians need to use this kind of rapid magic release technique to form a defense layer on the body surface. This defense layer may not be strong, but it can effectively resist most attacks and save the life of the wizard himself. As for the basic theory of the change of earth attribute magic power, Wei Yi prepared for himself to learn rock attribute magic. Lava Body seems to have promoted 2 magic aptitudes for Wei Yi, but in fact there is only one, and that is the rock attribute magic aptitude, but the rock attribute itself is mutated from the soil attribute, so it is attached. Wei Yi's earth attribute magic aptitude has also been improved. Earth attribute is the foundation of rock attribute. If you want to learn rock attribute magic, you must first learn earth attribute magic, and only after you learn earth attribute magic, can you change the nature of magic. Master the magic of rock attributes. The contents of these 2 books are not small. But for Wei Yi, who is already learning addicted, the problem is not big, especially after his leg injury. There is nothing to do except learning. Happy times always pass quickly. Wei Yi, who is obsessed with learning and unable to extricate himself, unknowingly spent a week in the 2.1-line life of the library in the house of Yisai. 1 week. Wei Yi has thoroughly studied the application and techniques of magic power. Although he is not yet proficient, he can easily release the basic magic power. As for the other basic theory of earth attribute magic property change, I have basically finished reading it, and now I am waiting to experiment by learning rock attribute magic. Not only that. After a week of recovery, Wei Yi's leg injury also recovered nearly 90%. So in the next study plan, it is time to join the practice of physical skills. The Library of Fairy Tale also collected the training methods of physique. Compared with magic, physique is even more worthless in this world, but although it is not valuable, there are really not many physique training methods. Even though Fairy Tale has existed for more than 100 years, there are only a dozen complete physical training methods collected. Wei Yi carefully selected among these dozens of physical techniques. Finally, he found 3 kinds of physical training methods that are more in line with his own mind. Chapter 28, Kuja Fighting. Comprehensive Combat Technique. Gujia Fighting. Martial Art. These 3 physical techniques are the results obtained by Wei Yi after preliminary screening. Compared with several other distinctive physical arts, the biggest feature of these 3 physical arts is that they have no characteristics, or the characteristics are not obvious. However, because of this, although the strengths of these 3 physiques are not outstanding enough, they also have no obvious shortcomings. Comprehensive fighting technique, as its name suggests, is a physical technique that combines various fighting skills, from which almost all common physical techniques can be seen. Relatively speaking, Gujia fighting technique should be regarded as the most distinctive of these 3 physical arts. Simple, direct, and violent. This is Wei Yi's evaluation of this physique. Kuja fighting was not created by a certain physical master. This physique is a survival skill passed down from generation to generation by a certain primitive tribe in ancient times. Because this primitive tribe lives in the primitive forest densely filled with wild beasts and monsters, it faces various hostile tribes, wild beasts, and monsters almost every day. Monsters, even the invasion of the natural environment. And in this environment, the so-called Kuja fighting technique came into being. From the moment it was created, Gujia fighting technique was designed to end the life of the enemy at the lowest cost and the fastest speed. It can be said that this is a true killing technique. As for the remaining martial art, in Wei Yi's view, this physique is somewhat similar to the ancient martial arts of his previous life. In terms of the exquisite level of skills, none of the physiques collected by Fairy Tale can be compared with this martial art. Select these 3 physiques from many physiques, and Wei Yi completed it in just a short time. But between these 3 physical arts, Wei Yi was slow to make a final decision. In general, these 3 physical techniques are all in line with Wei Yi's needs, but it is obviously impossible for him to practice 3 physical techniques at the same time. After all, I really want to say that if you want to cultivate physique to a high level, the time and energy it takes is not lost to magic. My scalp wrinkled and tangled for a long time. In the end, Wei Yi chose Gujia fighting as his dominant body technique. The reason is simple. Whether it is comprehensive combat technique or martial art, the enemies that can be dealt with are mainly humans. But the enemies that I might face in the future are not only humans. After all, there are demons, monsters, and even creatures like dragons in this world. After choosing a good physical technique, Wei Yi immediately began to practice. The training of physical skills is not a simple matter. After all, the real physical skills are not as simple as just learning a few movements. The true essence of physical art is to maximize the strengths of the human body. For example, a normal person can hit 100 kilograms of power with one punch, so physique is to help people use the same body to produce 200 kilograms of power. And in this regard, Gujia fighting technique is particularly good. Because Gujia fighting technique can not only hit 200 kgs of power, but at the same time, he can also tell the cultivator where the 200 kgs of power can hit the enemy's body with a single blow. If you can't kill with a single blow, then where 200 kgs of force can cause the most damage. In fact, when Fairy Tail saw this physique at the beginning, Wei Yi's heart was full of doubts. Is in his memory after all. Every member of Fairy Tail is a very kind person. Each of them has been kind until after defeating the enemy, they will not make up their swords, and then let these enemies recover, and then come to their troubles. How could there be such a brutal physique in such a good guild? Illusion. Must be an illusion. It is estimated that which good guild member got the wrong physique. There is no specific technique in Gujia fighting technique, and because of this, it is much harder to practice this physical technique than the ordinary physical technique. Because compared to other physical arts, the most important condition for practicing this physical arts is the environment. The essence of Gujia fighting technique can only be cultivated under certain specific circumstances. If this important condition is missing, the Gujia fighting technique cultivated by www.readwn.com is just a mere form. Although these specific environments can be artificially created. But obviously, Wei does not have the funds to artificially create these environments. So his only choice is to practice Kuka fighting technique with the help of a purely natural special environment. This kind of purely natural special environment actually exists near the guild, but one problem is that this purely natural special environment seems to be a little bit dangerous. Early morning. The sun rises from the eastern sky, and a ray of sunlight slowly shines on Wei Yi's face in front of the forest. After a whole night of thinking, Wei finally decided to use the eastern forest of Magnolia, this pure natural special environment to practice his Gujia fighting technique. Is different from other physical exercises. What you need to practice in the introduction of Gujia fighting technique is neither a skill nor a special method of exercising, but learning how to escape. Sounds ridiculous. But in fact, this is the most consistent way of survival for the Gujia people. For the Gujia people, if they don't have the strong enough escape ability, then even if their fighting ability is strong, they will still be unable to escape in the end. After all, the most indispensable thing in the environment they live in is all kinds of enemies. Looking at the eastern forest that looked like a sea of swords and flames in front of him, Wei Yi hesitated for a while in his heart. At last, still carrying a backpack, he bit his head and walked in. Chapter 29, Play Monster. The forest located in the east of the town of Magnolia is a small forest. Under normal circumstances, the residents of Magnolia will not come here, because monsters are said to live in the depths of this forest, so this forest was very quiet in the past. But today, the quietness of this eastern forest has been broken. Ah! Help! Big brother, I know I was wrong, I will never bother you to have with your wife anymore, please let me go. The screams cut through the sky, startled a swarm of birds. In the forest, Wei Yi fled desperately with a panic expression, and behind him, an orangutan monster with blue hairs was chasing him, with scarlet eyes and a low roar, with a look of desire and dissatisfaction. The orangutan monster's movements are very flexible, especially in this kind of dense forest, it is even more powerful. But even so, it can't catch up with Wei Yi. Because Wei Yi's speed is not as fast as it, but Wei Yi's movements are very strange. It is with these strange movements that he can avoid the hunting of the orangutan monsters again and again. Seeing that he couldn't catch it for a long time, the expression of the orangutan monster suddenly became more dissatisfied, and in the end, he couldn't help but let out an unwilling and angry roar. Then, the chasing speed of the orangutan monster has increased again. Seeing this situation, Wei Yi's face suddenly became as ugly as eating shit. He has been here for 3 days. The first 3 days of cultivation went well. Although Wei Yi also encountered some low-level monsters in the middle of the journey, because of his timely discovery, Wei Yi had successfully escaped danger before being discovered by those monsters. But just this morning, there was an accident in Wei Yi's practice. "Big brother, can you stop chasing you? I didn't mean it. How did I know that you have the habit of the work of the day is in the morning? Besides, this can't be completely blamed on me. If you really want to talk about it, if your eldest brother hadn't been so unique, I wouldn't have found it at all." Wei Yi ran away, while persuading loudly. To be frank, Wei Yi now really has a feeling of beeping a dog. Knowing that there are monsters in this forest, Wei Yi's vigilance has been raised to the maximum in the past few days. Basically, as long as it is not a monster that is good at hiding, most of the monsters can be spotted and avoided in advance. But what Wei Yi never expected was that this orangutan monster was so good at playing. You say you fight and you fight, but can't you find a normal place? If you are in a cave or grass nest, even if you find any place in the wild, I won't bother you. But you prefer to wrap around the cane to play. How? After becomes a monster, you have to show off your abilities, right? After hearing what Wei Yi said, instead of calming down, the orangutan monster became even more angry, roaring again and again. Looking at that, you don't know who thought this guy was greened? Click. Wei Yi, who was fleeing, suddenly heard the sound of a tree branch breaking, and couldn't help but glance back. It was this look, but Wei Yi's face changed drastically. I saw the orangutan monster breaking a tree in the process of hunting, and then waved his hand and smashed it towards Wei Yi. Boom! Wei Yi rolled forward and avoided the big tree. The big tree hit the ground, and a cloud of dust was suddenly raised. Wow! Bang bang bang! Seeing that Wei Yi was so embarrassed by the tree that he was hit by the tree, the orangutan monster suddenly yelled in excitement, and his 2 big hands hammered his chest several times, making a muffled sound. The intelligence of the orangutan monster is not low, and the strength is also not low. When he saw that the tree pulling attack was effective against Wei Yi, he immediately gave up the usual pursuit method and started to use the tree pulling attack. Click! The weight of a big tree in the hands of the orangutan monster is like an ordinary wooden stick. It is pulled up and thrown towards Wei Yi. Damn! Hearing the big tree whirring behind him, Wei Yi finally couldn't help but explode the foul language. Then, the speed of his escape suddenly became faster. There is no clear hierarchy among the wizards in this world, but if you look at it according to Wei Yi's own standards, reading www. The strength of this gorilla monster at yuyuganshu.com has probably reached the threshold of a B-level wizard. This kind of monster is not something that the current Wei Yi can deal with. Have to say, the escape technique taught in Gujia fighting skills is indeed first class. Although Wei Yi can't beat this orangutan monster now, but with this escape technique and Wei Yi's physical fitness, this orangutan monster just can't catch up with Wei Yi. Not only can't catch up, but also can't fight it. Not only that, even as Wei Yi became familiar with the attack mode of this orangutan monster, his escape method became more comfortable. Seriously, brother, I like the way you can't understand me, but you can't beat me. After avoiding the tree-plucking attack of the orangutan monster again, Wei Yi suddenly turned his head and spoke to the orangutan monster seriously. Orangutan monster. Wei Yi's words clearly stimulated the nerves of the orangutan monster. In an instant, the orangutan monster had just recovered a little bit of eyes, and suddenly began to become scarlet again, as if it was going to be teary. The orangutan monster roars wildly, and the offensive is even more fierce. However, this is no use for eggs. Unknowingly, this chase has lasted for half an hour. After pulling up the tree for half an hour, even the arm of the orangutan monster couldn't help but start to become sour, just when it was considering whether to temporarily give up the pursuit. Suddenly, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Wei Yi's eyes. Chapter 30, Make Up. Seeing this figure, Wei Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Hurriedly shouted, "Naz, come and help." "Okay." Suddenly heard someone calling his name. Naz looked around with some doubts, and then he found Wei Yi running fast, his face suddenly showing the iconic sunshine, "Two fools, smile." "Yo. What are you playing?" "It's too late to explain, Naz, first help me solve the guy behind." "Hey." Although Wei Yi's current physical fitness is very good, he has been chased for half an hour continuously, which is a bit too much. Naz looked curiously behind Wei Yi, and then the expression on his face became excited involuntarily, and vowed to say, "No problem, leave it to me." Compared to Wei Yi, Naz is a real violent. One of his hobbies is fighting. But don't get me wrong. Although Naz loves fighting, he is actually a kind person. What Naz likes most is to compete with others in strength. He is not so interested in fighting life and death. In other words, this product does not kill people, but only hits people. Even the enemy is the same. I really don't comment on Naz's character Wei Yi, but, if he can choose, he hopes that he will become Naz's enemy, because it must be a very safe thing. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Boom! Wow! The battle ended soon. Naz just yelled from beginning to end, and then hammered the orangutan monster that Wei Yi could not deal with to the ground with a punch. As for this result, Wei Yi, who witnessed the entire battle, did not show the slightest surprise on his face from beginning to end. Is the second generation of dragon after all. If Naz can't even deal with such a small monster, then Wei Yi is really surprised. Although Naz is only 14 years old this year, he has been practicing magic with the Fire Dragon King since he was a child, and his current magic level has almost reached the level of an A-level wizard, and this is only the strength under normal circumstances. If so, that strength is even more unimaginable. After solving the orangutan monster, Naz seemed to be a little unsatisfied. His expression was rather uninteresting and walked towards Wei Yi, while behind him, he was closely following the little hobby's follower. "Naz, are you going to have a mission soon?" Wei Yi looked at the backpacks carried by Naz and Hobby, and couldn't help but ask. "It's not a task, I'm going to find Agunalu." Naz started. "Hey! I'll tell you, you absolutely can't guess, Agunalu is a dragon." Just after Naz finished speaking, I saw Hobby suddenly rush out. His face mysteriously turned to Wei Yi. Hearing the words, Wei Yi nodded lightly, and said with an unusually flat expression, "Oh. Naz. Hobby. How does it feel like something is wrong?" In the past, when Naz and Hobby talked to others about Agunalu, they would have almost any reaction to them. Doubt, ridicule, surprise, etc. But they have never encountered a reaction like Wei Yi. So one person and one cat didn't react for a while, and the brain, which had a small brain capacity, seemed to be down. While Wei Yi does not understand mind reading and face reading. But with the reaction of these two people, he can guess something. For this, there is only one expression in his heart. Haha! What's so strange about knowing that Agunalu is a dragon? Not only did Wei Yi know that Agunalu was a dragon, he even knew that Agunalu hadn't been lost at all, and had been hiding in the body of the second generation of Naz, you dragon from beginning to end, so no matter how you look for it, it is impossible to find it. Does he want to show off such trivial things? Ridiculous. Okay. Actually, the reason Wei Yi didn't dare to talk nonsense was mainly because he was worried that speaking up this matter would undermine Agunalu's plan. And more importantly, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com. Wei Yi is not sure if he really broke their plan, these dragons will run out and beat him up. This kind of risk-taking thing, he thinks it is better to do less. After helping Wei Yi solve the hammering orangutan monster, Naz quickly left with Hobby. For Agunalu, who raised himself from childhood to adulthood, Naz really has a deep feeling for him, so whenever there are rumors about the dragon, Naz will almost run over immediately. It's just that the final ending is already doomed. It seems that things like Pitsuns are really not limited to humans. Looking at Naz's back, Wei Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of empathy. After sighing, Wei Yi's gaze shifted from Naz to the orangutan monster who fell unconscious on the ground. A ray of cold light flashed in the eyes of self-defense Yi. Next moment, I saw Wei Yi slowly open his hands, the magic in his body surged, and a dark yellow magic circle that was a little darker than before suddenly emerged from under the orangutan monster. Lower magic rock spike. In the deep yellow magic circle, a cone thorn made entirely of rock was quickly drilled, which immediately pierced the chest of the orangutan monster, bringing up a glow. The apes and monsters in a coma are rapidly debilitating. It didn't take long. The orangutan monster completely lost its vitality. At the same time, Wei Yi felt abruptly that the magic power in his body suddenly increased. Chapter 31, Catch Thieves. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Ability, Void Stomach, Lava Body, Evil Balance. HP, 17. Magic, 21. Mentality, 19. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 1. Feeling the increase of magic power in the body, Wei Yi immediately called up his attribute panel. As expected. After killing the orangutan monster, his own magic power increased by 5 points with the passive effect of Evil Balance, which almost consumed about 1/10 of the total magical power of the orangutan monster itself. Wei Yi has been very satisfied with the devouring ratio. 5 points of magic power may not seem to be much, but in fact, Wei Yi's subjective feelings clearly felt that the magic power in his body had increased by a large amount. This sudden power made Wei Yi's heart start to expand slightly. Stand up. Basic magic, the magic of the ground sinking. After getting a little familiar with the newly increased power, Wei Yi used the trapping magic to make a grave for the orangutan monster, which is regarded as a reward for giving him magic power. Actually, Wei Yi didn't think about eating this orangutan monster, but in the end he gave up the idea. Mainly because the orangutan looks so much like a human being, Wei Yi really can't speak. After finishing this orangutan monster, the introductory practice of Wei Yi's Gujia fighting technique has also come to an end temporarily. Perhaps because of being chased by the orangutan monster, Wei Yi's Gujia fighting technique first stage of introductory training was slightly earlier than the original scheduled completion time. As expected, people are forced out. After the introductory practice of the first stage of Gujia fighting is over, Wei Yi is also qualified to start the next stage of practice. The second stage of cultivation is much more normal than the entry-level cultivation. Basically, it is not much different from ordinary physical training, but it is a bit more brutal. Although it is said to be a physical exercise, it is impossible for Wei Yi to practice all the time from morning to night. In that case, his own body can't stand it either. After practicing, Wei Yi will also use his spare time to meditate and learn the lower-level magic of rock attributes. Wei Yi has already learned the basic property changes of soil attributes. Although he has not learned the magic of rock properties, when he releases the magic of soil properties, he can already add some changes in the properties of rock properties. For example, when hunting orangutan monsters, the rock spur used by Wei Yi is the result of Wei Yi learning the changes in the nature of magic. After really indulging in learning, time flies quickly. Quietly. Another 5 days have passed since I practiced Gujia fighting technique. On this day, the members sent by Fairy Tail to support Angel Wings officially set off from the guild. After half a month of preparation, Angel Wings finally decided to launch a final battle against Devil's Fang. After all, a war between guilds does not mean that a war can start a war. After all, there are too many things involved in a war between two guilds. Sometimes it is possible to prepare for a war for several years. As for Fairy Tail, it is estimated that there are few guilds of reckless guilds that all attack other people's lair when they start a war. It's just that although Elisa and the others left the guild with a lot of movement, Wei Yi didn't know it at all, because he had already left the guild before these people set off. After all, cultivation is important, but the improvement of one's own magician level is also very important. One of the important criteria for the guild to upgrade the level of the wizard is the amount of tasks completed, especially for the assessment of the S-level wizard. If it does not reach a certain task completion rate, then even if the strength is sufficient, it is still not eligible to be promoted to S-rank sorcerer. Of course, the S-rank sorcerer is still far away from the current Wei Yi, but he has to take precautions for some things. Besides, although the S-rank wizard is still far away from him, the B-rank wizard is not so far away from him. Wei Yi left the guild very early. The reason he did this was to go back quickly, and hurry back to continue practicing and learning. Riding in the train compartment www.readaloud.com, Wei Yi looked at the task list in his hand and checked the information of the mission. Catch Jericho the Thief. Reward 78000J. This is Wei Yi's mission on this trip. C-level missions and D-level missions are not too dangerous, but compared to D-level missions, C-level missions need to use a certain amount of force most of the time. This thief Jericho is actually just an ordinary person. It stands to reason that capturing such a thief is mainly the task of the country. It's just that the thief stole something important from a rich man, so the rich man will go to the guild to release a mission, in order to capture Jericho as soon as possible and recover the treasure. Compared with other C-level tasks, capturing thieves is actually a more troublesome task. Wei Yi, who was in a hurry, should not choose this type of task. But, the reward for this task has attracted Wei Yi's attention. Therefore, after intensive calculations, Wei Yi finally chose this good quality and low price task. The last place I appeared was the town of Stygug. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Wei Yi gradually fell into thinking. There is no difficulty in catching such a thief, the real difficulty is how to find him out. And just when Wei Yi was pondering what method should be used to find this Jericho as quickly as possible, the train slowly stopped. At the same time, I only heard loud reports from the radio on the train. The town of Stygug is here. Chapter 32, Stygug. The town of Stygug is located on the border of the kingdom of Fiori. In this town, the people who gather the most are not the wizards, but all kinds of mercenaries, hunters, and some miscellaneous characters. Mercenaries and hunters belong to the Mercenary Guild and Hunter Guild respectively. Although these two guilds have been taken in a stroke in the original book, in fact, the forces of these two guilds are not unnamed characters in this world. On the contrary, the Mercenary Guild and the Hunter Guild are both famous. The presence among them, the Mercenary Guild gathers some superb physical skills, and the idea of this guild is to use physical skills to fight magic. The people gathered in the Hunters Guild are rather messy. There are both wizards and powerful people who can't do magic. Sorcerer only occupies a small proportion in this world. If we consider the number of people alone, the number of people gathered in these two guilds may not be much less than that of the Wizards Guild. Yer walked on the streets of the town of Stygug, with a high rate of turning around. Is mainly because his temperament seems a little out of tune with the people here, a bit too gentle. Most of the pedestrians on the streets of Stygug have a fierce aura. Many people are armed, and when they look at the pedestrians around, they unconsciously have a vigilant look. Compared with these people, Dur's face looks too immature. At first glance, it looks like a little fresh meat, sorcerer. Feeling all kinds of ill-intentioned gazes from all around, Dur suddenly understood a little bit why Jericho chose to flee to this place. He has seen Jericho's appearance on the wanted list. I have to say that people who are basically crooked like Jericho can indeed fit into this group perfectly. But like Ur, it won't work. It's here. A handsome person is like an open flame in the dark, completely incompatible with other people. Ur also saw some soldiers patrolling the streets, but compared to other cities, the frequency of soldiers patrolling here was obviously much less. Obviously. The kingdom also knows who are gathered here. Ur estimated that as long as no fatal incident occurred in Stygug, the soldiers on patrol would have closed one eye. Therefore, this town may seem chaotic, but in fact it still has a bottom line. As Ur gradually approaches the center of the town of Stygug, the flow of people around has gradually increased. Some moment. Slap. Wei Yi made a sudden move, grabbed a black hand that reached his pocket, and then suddenly used force to pull a thin boy out. Boy, you are so courageous. Looking at the boy with short blonde hair caught by him, Wei Yi said coldly. You let me go, what do you want to do? Rob. Someone robbed. After was caught by Wei Yi, the short-haired boy with short blonde hair began to struggle. While struggling, he shouted. Seeing that, those who don't know really think he is the victim. It's just that some of the people who can survive here are fools. It didn't take long for a group of people to gather around. But among these people, none of them wanted to save the short-haired boy with short blonde hair. There was not even one person who was pulling the frame. All of them had the expression of watching in the front row and preparing to watch the show. The size of the boy with short blonde hair is similar to Ur, but his power is obviously impossible to compare with Ur. Even though he struggled desperately, Ur's hand that grabbed him was like iron tongs, unmoved. At last, the boy with short blonde hair seemed to be in a hurry, opened his mouth and was about to bite towards Ur's arm. Fortunately, Ur's reaction was quick, and he avoided him for the first time, then picked up the short-haired boy with blonde hair and left the place quickly. And just when Ur left, there are a few small figures in the crowd quietly chasing after Ur. Boom! In a certain alley, Ur threw the short-haired boy with short blonde hair to the ground, and slowly said, Boy, I'll ask you one. Help! Someone robbed! As soon as he landed on the ground, the boy with short blonde hair opened his mouth and yelled. At the same time, he yelled while trying to escape out of the alley. Saw this rascal act of a boy with short blonde hair. Ur's face gradually became cold. When the short-haired boy with blonde hair just ran to Ur's side, Yu suddenly kicked the boy with short blonde hair with a whip. Ahem! Although Ur didn't try his best with this whip leg, it was also an unbearable pain for the short-haired boy with blonde hair. Almost instantly, he fell on the ground and rolled his abdomen, his face pale. Boy, my patience is limited. Now I want to ask you one thing. If you answer well, then the matter of stealing my things will stop here, otherwise, you will be a waste person for the rest of your life. Said indifferently. The boy with short blonde hair is a poor man, and Ur can see this too. But, this is not the reason why he can steal things at will without punishment. Do you know this person? Ur squatted in front of the short-haired boy, rolled up Jericho's wanted list, and showed him a portrait. Ahem! The short blonde-hair boy was still rolling painfully on the ground without lifting his head, as if he hadn't heard what Ur said. Seeing the stubborn performance of the short blonde-hair boy, Wei Yi's eyes suddenly became colder, and he said, Very well, it seems that you are useless anymore. In that case, then you will be a useless person in your next life. Say it. Ur slowly got up, raising his foot to prepare to teach the boy with short blonde hair a lesson. But at this moment, several dark shadows suddenly appeared behind Ur, and at the same time, an immature shout of anger sounded. Stop, you are not allowed to bully Gu Yi. Chapter 33, Rebuke. Drink. There were a lot of people coming out from behind Ur, and each of them was holding weapons. If Ur hadn't practiced physical skills yet, it might be a little troublesome to deal with this situation. But after practicing physical skills, even if I only learned a little bit of fancy now, with Ur's own physical fitness, it is completely easy to deal with such a situation. Take a step back. Avoided the attack from the nearest stick. Then Ur directly raised his hand, slapped it down a few times, and behind him a group of little kids whose HP is estimated to be no more than 5 instantly fell into one piece. Wow! Wow! These little kids are much younger than those with short blonde hair. Even Ur saw a few kids who are estimated to be 5 or 6 years old. Although Ur was not heavy at first, these children cried out all of a sudden after being beaten by Ur. The cry is quite loud. Ur heard the cry of these little kids, and his face was a little awkward. After all, no matter in his previous life or in the present, he has no habit of bullying children, and if it is a bear child, it would be fine, but these little kids are obviously much pitiful compared to creatures like bear kids. Especially when Ur saw these little boys wiping their tears and looking pitifully towards him, he felt even more sad. Then, thought for a while. Ur slowly walked to the front of the short-haired boy Guyi, slapped Guyi's forehead with his backhand, and said, "Look, if it weren't for you, would you brothers cry? What are you doing?" The brother. Guyi. Fuck. It's something to do with me. My brother, they cry, didn't you beat him? Guyi was directly confused by Ur's slap and a reprimand. Looked up at Ur with a blank face, at a loss. Seeing this silly look of Guyi, Ur immediately slapped him, hating iron can't make steel, and said, "What are you still doing in a daze? Don't you even see if you know this guy? Do you still want to make your brothers and sisters cry?" Threat. The threat of Chikuakuo. Hearing these words from Ur, Guyi suddenly recovered his senses and looked at Ur with his eyes widened. The expression in his eyes was clearly saying, "Are you a devil? Are you such a small child?" It turns out, Ur's reprimand is still very useful. In the end, the boy Guyi returned to the right way and honestly began to look at Jericho's head. "How is it? Do you know this person?" Perhaps it was because he was worried that the devil in front of him would reprimand himself again, so Guyi took it seriously. "It's been a long time." Guyi nodded in the gaze that Ur was expecting finally, and said, "This person, I know." "Really?" There was a hint of surprise in Ur's eyes. To be frank, he originally asked this young man to inquire, but it was only on a whim. In fact, he was already prepared for nothing, but he didn't expect to catch it by himself, and he really caught the clue. "Really, this man is called Jerry's. He used to fish in Stygug before, but he has disappeared from Stygug about a month ago." Guyi said affirmatively. Although he and this Jerry's don't know each other, they are in the same town and have the same occupation, so the two of them will have some contact with each other more or less. Jerry's. Hearing Guyi's words, Ur was slightly startled, but then he quickly recovered and continued to ask, "Then do you know where he is now?" "I don't know. He has never appeared in Stygug since he disappeared a month ago, but if you want to find him, you can go to the Paddy Tavern in the center of the town, there may be his clue." After was reprimanded, the boy Guyi was obviously more honest, and he would answer almost anything Ur asked. After a while, Ur learned the address of Paddy Tavern from Guyi, and was about to get up and leave. But when Ur walked to the entrance of the alley, he suddenly stopped. Saw Ur's behavior. Guyi in the alley subconsciously shielded his younger brother and sister behind him, and looked at Ur with a vigilant face, as if he was guarding against a demon. Seeing this, Ur's expression is also quite speechless. Don't be nervous. www.readaloud.com. I just want to remind you that in your current situation, it's not suitable to survive in Stygug. If you wait for you to have money someday, you can try to bring your younger siblings with you. Changing city life, such as Magnolia, is good, where your safety can be guaranteed at least. Then, that's it, goodbye. Say it. Ur waved his back to everyone, and walked slowly away from the alley. Only the short blonde-hair boy Guyi left with a group of younger brothers and sisters in deep thought. After leaving the alley, Ur went straight to the Paddy Tavern. The words that Ur and Guyi said before they left were not aimless, but he saw the pitiful group of children, with their rare sympathy overflowing, and made a little suggestion. These children are really too young. If Guyi had only one person, it might be a good choice for him to live here, because although there is a little chaos here, chaos also has the benefit of chaos. But with his group of younger siblings, this chaotic place is not suitable for him. Of course. He can only give a little verbal advice. As for the financial, sorry, he really doesn't have that ability. Stegug is not a big town. After Ur walked out of the alley, it didn't take long before he came to the center of the town. Have a little inquiries. Soon, he found the location of Paddy Tavern. Chapter 34, When you hit me, you are provoking me. Push open the wooden door. All kinds of noisy and foul language sounded into Ur's ears, causing him to frown. Although the atmospheres of Paddy Tavern and Fairy Tale are both noisy, the noise in Fairy Tale is more of a cheerful atmosphere, and this Paddy Tavern is really pure and noisy. Welcome. As soon as he walked through the door, a voice came from Ur's ear. Ur glanced at the voice and found that the person who spoke was a showy waiter who was wearing a showy dress, smiling at him at this time. Glanced at the waiter, and then at the various crooked melons and dates in the pub. Ur suddenly discovered that perhaps in the entire pub, only this one waiter is a good guy. The arrival of Ur did not cause any waves in this tavern. Only a few people near the door of the tavern heard the waiter's voice and cast their eyes to take a look. Then, the eyes of these people can't look away. As said before, in the town of Stegug, handsome people are like an open flame in the dark, completely unable to be in the surrounding environment. And this is particularly evident in the Paddy Tavern. Because here, another meaning of a little white face like Ur is, so bully. And it's a good bully on all levels. When Ur entered the tavern, anyone who saw Ur's appearance could not help but stop their movements, gathered their gazes, and put on an expression of waiting for a good show. As expected, Ur has not walked a few steps into the tavern. I saw a burly ugly man suddenly stood up in the crowd, walked a few steps in front of Ur, folded his arms around his chest, and looked at Ur jokingly. Ha ha ha. I just said bullying newcomers. This guy must be the most active. If you lose, get the money soon. When the ugly man appeared, a certain part of the crowd suddenly spread. There was a sound of laughter. And just after this voice sounded, another unlucky word rang, if you are lucky, I will give you the money. Ha 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 ha. The sound of the two betting was not deliberately concealed. When the crowd heard the bad words, there was a burst of schadenfreude in the crowd. The surrounding sounds did not affect Ur. He still walked forward with his head buried, as if he hadn't seen the ugly man in front of him. As the distance between Ur and the ugly man gets closer, the expressions of everyone in the tavern become more playful. Bang! Ur was walking and bumped into the ugly man. It seemed that only then did he realize that there was someone standing in front of him. He slightly raised his head and glanced at the ugly man. Ur asked suspiciously, "You hit me?" Seeing Ur's reaction, not only the people around him were stunned, but even the ugly hand himself was stunned. This kid is a bit reckless. Just when such an idea suddenly emerged in everyone's hearts, Ur spoke again. His expression was like a juggling. He suddenly became extremely angry, as if he was being bullied, and asked, "You dare to hit me? Bastard, you go to my death!" Boom! After a roar, Ur shot angrily. A heavy fist hit the ugly man's abdomen directly, and the powerful force instantly bowed the ugly man's body into a shrimp-like shape, covered his abdomen with his hands, whimpered a few times in pain, and slowly knelt on the ground. The development of the situation like a third-rate drama, and everyone who watched it was shocked. Obviously. They never thought that things would develop into this situation anyway, completely beyond their expectations. After all, in their opinion, the newcomer in front of them should choose to bypass Haldux or beg for mercy from Haldux. As for the newcomer to take the initiative to make trouble, they never even considered. "You are despicable, you attacked, ahem. The ugly man has good physical fitness." Although he was knocked on the ground with a punch by he quickly eased over. "Sneak attack." Sneered. "Who said I was a sneak attack? You dared to hit me just now, that's a provocation to me. You provoke me because you want to fight with me. Since you have been fighting with me, are you not allowed to fight back? I am called self-defense at best, so you dare to say that I was a sneak attack." Boom boom boom. Dur's mouth is like a machine gun, and the more he speaks, the more emotional he gets, and the more he speaks, the more angry he becomes. In the end, Dur didn't control it for a while and beat the ugly man again. Seeing Ur's brutal appearance and the endless screams of the ugly man, everyone in the tavern shuddered involuntarily. "I'm a ruthless man, Hand is dead." In fact, people often get mixed up in the town of Stygug. Generally, their eyesight is not very bad. In many cases, the people here will not provoke others indiscriminately. They usually decide the goal before making a move. Be sure of 10. But everything is accidental. Some people are really hard to see the truth from the appearance alone, but generally if someone encounters this kind of situation, they can only think that they are unlucky. It is clear. Hand is the hapless ghost now. Beaten for several minutes, until Ur's hands were a little sore, and he let go of the ugly man. "Walk to the bar." Ur ordered a cheaper drink at random, and started chatting with the waiter at the bar. "Brother, your strength is good. Which guild are you from?" The waiter at the bar is also a talkative person, and he got acquainted with Ur after a few words. "Fairy tale, have you heard of it?" "Fairy tale? Are you a wizard?" The bar attendant seemed surprised. "Yes. By the way, do you know where this guy Jerry has been recently? I haven't been able to contact him lately." Ur deliberately said the name Guyi told him, not on the wanted order. Jericho, he felt that this might be a windfall. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. As expected. When the bartender heard the 3 words Jerry's, there was no abnormal expression on his face, and he said casually, "Jerry's. This guy has escaped. I heard that he seemed to have stolen a treasure some time ago. Fleeing to Jiying country. Escaped the country." Dur was a little surprised, the result was beyond his expectation. This is a little troublesome. Ur felt that the task he took was getting more and more difficult. Went on to chat with the bartender a few words about Jericho, and Ur left the Paddy Tavern. And not long after leaving Paddy Tavern ushered in 3 newcomers. "Hey, come and see everyone. What's the situation today? There are a lot of newcomers. And there are still 2 beautiful girls." The 3 newcomers just walked into the tavern and suddenly there was a tumult. The ugly Honder also slowly slowed down at this time. When he heard someone say the word beautiful girl, his swollen eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said loudly, "Don't move, let me come, this uncle doesn't believe that today, within 1 day, uncle, I will pay, can you miss it twice?" The ugly Honder swaggered towards the entrance of the tavern. At this time, a gust of wind blows, and the wooden door of the tavern is blown open. The light shone in, slowly reflecting the 3 figures of a man, 2 women. Short blonde hair, long red hair, white ponytail. 3 different hair colors look unusually dazzling in the sunday. Chapter 35, Jiying Country. In the moving train. Ur closed his eyes slightly, flashing in his mind the information about Jiying Country. After some struggle, Ul finally decided to go to Jiying Country to continue hunting Jericho. Because the mission failure has a great impact on Ur, it will delay the speed of his advanced B-level wizard, and it will also delay his speed of making money. This is something Ur can't tolerate. But that said, in fact, Ur is still quite worried about his trip. Qiying Kingdom is different from Fiori Kingdom. This is a country that has been in war all year round, and Qiying Nation is still a country belonging to the Dark Faction. It can be said that the internal environment of this country is more chaotic and more dangerous than the town of Stygug. Most of the wizards who belong to the Dark Faction countries are believers of Jeff, which is the so-called Black Wizard. On the mainland, the Black Sorcerer is still in a weak position, because everyone who becomes the Black Sorcerer will become the enemy of the regular guild and will be wanted by the Magic Council. So basically, except for these Dark Faction countries, there are very few Black Wizards in other places. But similarly, in these Dark Faction countries, there are very few regular guild members. Even if someone occasionally goes to the Dark Faction country for missions, most of them will hide their identity. After all, not all the black magicians are learning black magic. As long as you are careful, it is easier to hide your identity. Besides these, the Dark Faction country has another biggest feature. Generally speaking, guilds in neutral countries and Bright Faction countries will form cooperative relations with their own country, because only in this way can the security of a country be ensured to the greatest extent. But the countries of the Dark Factions are different. The countries of the Dark Factions are often controlled by the Dark Guilds. That is to say, although these countries are called countries, in fact, the real powers in these countries are those Dark Guilds. Qiying Country is no exception. And according to the information that Ur has, the most powerful Dark Guild in the Kingdom of Qiying seems to be Devil's Fang. It shouldn't be so coincidental, right? Recalling this information, Ur could not help but mutter slightly. He doesn't want to get involved in large-scale events like guild wars now. With Ur's current strength, he can make waves below the B-level wizard, but once he surpasses the B-level wizard, it's not him. Can be mixed at will, it will be dead. It shouldn't be so coincidental. After all, although the country is not big, it is also a country with a population of 5 or 6 million. It is unlikely that Jericho will not go to so many places. It is biased towards Devil's Tooth. Go where you are. Ur comforted himself in his heart with justification and evidence. But I don't know why. Ur always felt that he was suspicious of death during this trip. Qiying Kingdom is not very far from the Fiori Kingdom. Because there are many countries on the continent of Ishurgar, but if you really calculate it according to the area of the country, the area of most of the countries here may not be as large as a province in the previous life of Ur. After getting off the bus at the station closest to Qiying Country, Ur first went to find a shop and bought a black robe to wrap his whole body before he took a carriage and started heading towards Qiying Country. The situation in Qiying Country is somewhat similar to the town of Stygug. Handsome people are easy to attract attention there, so in order to hide his identity, Ur must be disguised. The boy is outside, so he still has to protect himself. According to the information he inquired from the waiter of the Paddy Tavern, Jericho's most important purpose in coming to Qiying Country on this trip is likely to be to sell the stolen goods. It is the easiest to sell in the country. So after Ur entered Qiying Country, the first stop was to go straight to the most developed city in Qiying Country, Sea-Star City. Business is an indispensable part of any country that wants to develop. Even the Dark Faction countries are no exception. Although Qiying Country is chaotic and dangerous, there are great benefits to be obtained here, and for those businessmen, benefits are everything, and it is even worth fighting for their lives. The sky in Hixing City is a bit gloomy, and Ur doesn't know if the weather is bad today or it's always been the case here. Along the way, in less than half an hour, Ur had already seen 7 or 8 street fights on the streets of Starfish City, one of which almost killed someone. The people in Starfish City didn't feel the slightest surprise for Ur's dress covered in black robes. Or, your dress is the normal state here. Ur saw all kinds of looks in the eyes of pedestrians on the side of the road. There was alertness, curiosity, indifference, despair. But there was no light and hope. The real harm from war will always be ordinary people. Ur was walking on the road of Hixing City, and he would walk in and ask about it almost every time he saw a relatively large store. Probably lasted after 7 or 8 shops. At last, Ur got the news he wanted from the owner of a certain shop. Moya City? Auction. After walking out of the shop, Ur directly looked for a carriage and started heading towards Moya City. All the way, Ur kept muttering the 3 words Moya City. He always felt that the name of this city seemed to have been heard somewhere, but he just couldn't remember. Until more than an hour later, Ur got down from the carriage, looked at the Devil's Fang Guild flag floating in the sky not far in front of him, and fell into a long period of contemplation. Chapter 36, Auctions. Ur is panicking now. Because he found that he seemed to be walking further and further on the road to death. How can I forget the name of the city where Devil's Fang is located? Looking at the Devil's Fang Guild building, which is only a few hundred meters away from him, Ur could hardly wish to give himself a big mouth. At such a close distance, if Angel Wings and Devil's Fang go to war, Ur's current position will inevitably be affected. To know the range of the battlefield of the sorcerer is very large. No, you must find Jericho before the people from Angel Wings come here. If you can't find it, you must leave here as soon as possible. After making the decision, Ur quickly started to act. News of the upcoming battle between Devil's Fang and Angel Wings has not spread, so the life of the residents of Moya City remains as usual. According to the news that Ur got from the shopkeeper of Starfish City before, Moya City will hold a large-scale underground auction today. If Ur is right, Jericho is very likely to sell the stolen treasures through this auction, because no one has ever asked the source of the items sold here, only their value. As long as Jericho wants to get the most benefit, he will not let go of this opportunity. Although it is called underground auction, in fact, the auction site this time is unusually open and honest. Because the venue of this auction is held in the tallest and most magnificent building in the entire city of Moya. An invitation letter is required to enter the auction. Although Ur doesn't have that kind of thing, but this little thing can't bother him. Crouched and guarded about half an hour before the auction, Ur successfully got the invitation letter from a certain rich woman. What? Why are women rich? Nonsense. After all, there are only a few rich men who like males plus males. If you want to seduce rich males by betraying your hue, even if you think about it, Ur is still powerless. Okay? How does it feel that something is exposed? Forget it. Still don't care about these details. With the invitation letter, mixing into the auction becomes much easier. This kind of underground auction is so good. No real information will be recorded on the invitation letter. When Ur walked into the auction, many people had already gathered inside. According to the number in the invitation letter, Ur quickly found his seat, very back, in an inconspicuous corner. After all, the rich woman who was knocked out by Ur was also the target he chose after careful selection. Naturally, it is impossible to be a big shot. At the auction, there are not many people dressed like Ur. It is obviously impossible to find Jericho by simply comparing appearances, but Ur is not in a hurry, because as long as Jericho is really here, he will definitely show up in the end, so Ur only needs to pay attention to the auctions on stage. Didn't wait long. There was an old man dressed like a human on the auction stage. Was a formulaic appearance first, and soon, the first lot was moved out by several people. When the auction officially starts, Ur directly closed his eyes and lay on the chair to rest silently. As for why doesn't he go to the auction? Is not this nonsensical? Anyway, he can't afford it if he doesn't look at it, so what else? However, even though Ur has controlled himself not to look at it, listening to the quotations of several millions and tens of millions in his ears still makes his poor Ratio's heart twitching. This situation probably lasted more than 20 minutes. It wasn't until the auctioneer called out the words Lanyang Heart that Ur's closed eyes suddenly opened. The so-called Orchid Ocean Heart is a blue and white gemstone www.readaloud.com, and this gem is the treasure stolen by Jericho. Since this gem appears here, then it means that Jericho must be in this auction now. This piece of Heart of Orchid Ocean seems to be in line with the preferences of many rich people in China. The auction has just begun, and the price of this gem has been rising steadily. It didn't take long before it reached tens of millions of JS quotations. Ur didn't care about the auction of this gem, because the mission he received did not regain the Heart of Lanyang item. But thinking about it is normal. After all, Wei Yi's remuneration is only tens of thousands of J. If converted into Wei Yi's previous life, it is only a few thousand RMB. If you want to regain a gem worth tens of millions with this little money, it would be a good idea. In general, the task that you're accepted has a big loophole in itself. Ul didn't know that it was the rich man who posted the task that made the mistake, or that the rich man did not expect Jericho to auction off this gem so quickly. Anyway, none of these have much to do with him. The final transaction price of Lanyang Heart was set at 36.5 million. When this auction is over, Ur was ready to get up and walk to the backstage at the first time, because Jericho would definitely go to the backstage to trade with the buyer at this time. But Ur has not had time to get up. Suddenly, boom! A huge explosion sounded suddenly from above everyone's heads, and the whole auction hall trembled frantically. Chapter 37, Confusion. Rumble. A large piece of rubble fell from the top of everyone's heads, and in a blink of an eye, the rich and powerful people who had just returned were already dead and injured. Ah! Dead! Help! Who will help me? I can give him money. For an instant, the entire auction hall was wailing, and panicked screams were everywhere. This moment, the so-called money, rights, and status, all have lost their meaning. When the individual's power is limited, these things can indeed play a huge role, but if the individual's power can destroy a country or even a world by one person, these things are completely mirrored. S figure flickered slightly, avoiding a few stones that fell from the top of his head. Wu looked at the many rich men who were horrified in the auction hall and shook his head insignificantly. He also doesn't understand what these rich people think. You said it's not good for you rich people to stay on the ground of the light faction or the neutral faction in peace. Just want to die and run to the dark faction country. Is this place where you can stay? If you are in the turf of the bright faction or a neutral country, at least the magicians there are humanitarian, and they will definitely not threaten your lives. But you just want to run to the dark faction country, isn't this looking for death? The rich can really play. In the world of fairy tale, although it seems that the life of the wizard and ordinary people is separately separated, in fact, the world is completely controlled by the wizard. The normal guild does not use magic to threaten ordinary people because there is a magic council supervising it. But the Dark Guild is not so limited. In Ur's opinion, the many rich and powerful people gathered here today are probably just moving treasures in the eyes of the Black Sorcerer. When it's okay, can let these rich people eat, drink and have fun here. But once they need these rich people, they will probably not be under their control at all by then. Rumble. The first tremor was not over yet, and then the whole auction was hit for the second time. And compared to the first time, the second impact was obviously more fierce. The entire auction hall collapsed in half. Large pieces of rubble and lamp fragments continued to fall above everyone's heads. After a while, everyone in the hall was killed and injured again. Seeing this scene, the corner of Ur's eyes suddenly twitched uncontrollably. As expected, the animations are all deceptive. There are no war undead. This special thing is only the aftermath of the war, and it is already dead. This is going to be in the middle of the battlefield. There are a lot of dead bodies in front of me, and the impact on Ur is still quite big. But, after all, he has not forgotten his mission. Although angel wings came so soon, it was a bit beyond Ur's expectations, but this chaotic situation is a good thing for him. At least if we act now, we don't need to worry about the rules of the auction organizer. The sudden accident is now beyond the organizer's expectations. Although the organizers of the auction sent someone out to stabilize the situation in the first place, it was a pity that the person they sent out was smashed to death by a big rock falling from the top of their heads before they could say a few words. Then, the scene is even more chaotic. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ur sneaked towards the backstage of the auction. Almost just when he came backstage, Ur saw a figure wrapped in a black robe, bulging in the black robe, sneaking around outside. Because of being wrapped in a black robe, Ur did not see the true face of this figure, making him unable to determine the identity of this person for a while. Saw this figure about to slip out of the back door. Suddenly, Ur's eyes rolled, and he opened his mouth and shouted, "Jerry's! Hey!" Swaying paused, and looked back at Ur in confusion. But when he saw that the person who opened his mouth was a face he had never seen before, he suddenly realized that he was not good, and he hurriedly began to run away frantically without looking back. When Wu Er saw this, a smile was quietly conjured up at the corner of his mouth. Although there was only a short glance, Ur still clearly saw the deformed face under the black robe, exactly the same as Jericho on the task list. "Let me find you finally, bastard." When I remembered that because of this guy, he was involved in such a dangerous war, Ur had the urge to stop fighting. If you don't get your out this time, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will not have my surname Wu. Ur moved his feet and quickly chased Jericho. Rushed out of the auction. What Ur sees is complete chaos. Because the Devil's Fang Guild is in the center of the battlefield, the residents of Moya City who are close to the Devil's Fang Guild began to panic and evacuated to the surroundings. Ur glanced around randomly. Soon, he found Jericho in the chaotic crowd. Did not hesitate. Ur directly caught up. Jericho, as a thief, can escape for such a long time. Naturally it is impossible for him to have no ability at all. Although in Ur's opinion, Jericho's speed is not fast, Jericho is very good at hiding his tracks. If he didn't escape to a place, he would subconsciously use some cover to hide his whereabouts. Once or twice maybe it's nothing. But after a long time, it might be really difficult for ordinary people to live with Jericho. But unfortunately, he met Ur this time. For the time being, regardless of Ur's running speed nearly twice as fast, Ur's introductory skills trained through Gujia fighting can already easily catch up with Jericho's tricks. Maybe it was because Ur put too much pressure on Jericho, and Jericho gradually became flustered while escaping. Before you know it, neither Ur nor Jericho noticed that their path was already completely opposite to the escape direction of the residents of Moya City. Chapter 38, The Wrong Style of Battle. Run! Aren't you quite able to run? Let me see if I run another one. In a certain alley, Ur looked at Jericho, who was forced into the corner by him, and gradually showed a hideous and perverted smile on his face. Ul didn't expect this guy to run so well. If Jericho hadn't run into this dead end in the end, Ul wouldn't be able to stop him now. But it doesn't matter. The longer it takes to pursue the arrest, the more sadistic Ur is. When arresting, he will feel more at ease with his hands. You, don't come over. If you come over again, I will call someone. It seemed that he was frightened by Ur's smile. Jericho, the deformed thief, couldn't help but stepped back a few steps, leaning close to the wall, with a panic expression, like a little daughter-in-law about to be bullied by a big man. Hey, you scream. Even if you scream, cough. Suddenly heard from Jericho's mouth an unusually familiar word from the previous life. Ur almost blurted out a sorrowful sentence. Fortunately, at the last moment, Ur glanced at Jericho's face and suddenly woke up, stopping the next words. Good boy. Good risk, good risk. Fortunately, I haven't finished speaking. If this is a word, then my first name will not be ruined. Was afraid for a while. Even if it's sorrowful, it depends on the person. If this sentence is spoken to a little girl, it is not a big problem. But for Jericho, let's not say whether Ur's own mentality can bear it. If someone hears it and thinks Ur has a unique and heavy taste, then the real problem is big. Who are you on earth? Looking at the increasingly perverted smile on Ur's face, Jericho finally couldn't help but ask. I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale, Jericho. I should call you Jerry's. Are you ready to go with me now? Or are you going to go with me after you resist? Wu said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. You turned out to be a wizard. Jerry's expression seemed shocked. He didn't seem to expect that he would attract a wizard to pursue him. Of course, you should thank the rich man who stole the Lanyang heart by you, otherwise, you will not try to be hunted down by the wizard. Lanyang heart? That kind of thing doesn't matter? What that guy really cares about is probably... What did you say? Ur could not help but ask when hearing Jerry's speak less and less. Nothing. Jerry's regained his senses and said hurriedly. Okay. Ur spread his hands and said, in that case, Mr. Jerry's, what is your choice? To be honest, I actually recommend you to choose the second option. Jerry's heard Ur's words, his eyes widened instantly, seeing Ur's eyes as if he had seen the devil. Are all the wizards so scary? Jerry's body is shaking more severely, just like a is installed, and his voice trembles and says, I won't resist, I will go with you. It's a pity. Ur sighed, making no secret of the regret in his heart. Jerry's. Degree. It seems that because of the identity of the sorcerer of Ur, Jerry's completely admits his fate. Jerry's lowered his head, and started walking towards Ur step by step, looking like he was just grabbing his hands. Ur stood on the spot, quietly waiting for Jerry's to approach him. At last, Jerry's came to a place less than 3 meters in front of Ur. And at this moment, Jerry's suddenly raised his head and showed a brilliant smile at Ur, saying, Goodbye, stupid master sorcerer. A touch of blue light suddenly bloomed from under Jerry's feet. It was a magic circle. Look at its light, or wind magic. Even Wei Yi didn't expect this sudden change. Everyone was deceived by Jerry's. He is not an ordinary thief, but a sorcerer thief who can use magic. The magic circle at Jerry's feet is a wind-based acceleration magic. After quietly activating this magic, Jerry's speed suddenly increased by a large amount. When Ur did not react, he suddenly rushed to Ur's back. And he was preparing to flee outside the alley. Ur was also slightly taken aback when he saw this. But then, a bright smile burst out from the corner of his mouth. Revolt? Revolt. His favorite thing is to resist. If he doesn't resist, is it really hard for him to find a reason to start? After Jerry's uses magic, his speed has increased by about 50% www.readaloud.com, but it is obvious that this speed is still not enough in front of Ur. The strong physical fitness plus the Gujia fighting technique skill, even if Ur doesn't use magic, he can burst out with a terrifying speed like a cheetah in an instant. After using magic, Jerry's had not had time to rush out of the alley when he suddenly heard a burst of air behind him. He glanced back subconsciously. Then, he almost didn't scare his soul away. Because it was not someone else who appeared behind him, it was Ur with a perverted smile, and the distance between them was only less than 2 meters apart. Jerry's couldn't figure out how Ur caught up, but facing Ur who had caught up, he immediately reacted to the battle as a wizard. Lower demons. Boom. Jerry's just slowed down a little bit and prepared to construct a magic circle to release magic, but he never expected that he only paused for a moment, and a huge fist brought a beast-like power to his face. The powerful force directly blasted Jerry's away for several meters, and by the way, he hit the ground several times. After stopping on the ground, Jerry's opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of blood, mixed with several broken front teeth. Jerry's at this moment is dumbfounded. Especially when he saw her coming towards him with the crackling of 5 fingers, the confusion in his mind became even more daunting. Isn't he a wizard? When will the wizard have such a strong fist? This battle is absolutely wrong. Ask for leave. Ask for a day off, make up tomorrow. Chapter 39, Kill. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jerry's was stunned by Ur's punch, and it took him a long time. The person who once taught Jerry's magic told him that there are many factors that affect the outcome of the battle between the wizards, such as magic power, mental power, release speed, or who can find the weakness of the opponent's magic faster. But, he never said that the fist can determine the outcome. Just as Jerry's felt regretful for spending money to learn fake magic, suddenly, another powerful fist banged on his head, making his head buzzing. Regardless of whether Jerry's regrets it in his heart, it makes no difference to Ur. Because it was so difficult to catch the culprit, if Ur couldn't do a good job of torturing this guy, how could he be worthy of himself and the rich man who stole the treasures by him? All kinds of heavy fists and feet fell on Jerry's body like raindrops, and the fierce offensive instantly stunned him. Several seconds passed. At last, the intense pain stimulated Jerry's to come back to his senses. While wailing, he stretched out a hand with difficulty and shouted, "Wait! Stop it! Don't fight anymore, I give up. Now, I'll go with you." Ur heard the words and paused for a moment. Then, a stronger fist slammed towards Jerry's. "Ayawa butterfly you!" The screams lasted for 5 minutes. To the end. Jerry's voice was already hoarse. Ur stopped his hand, refreshingly grabbed his swollen nose, dying, and Jerry's, who had completely lost his resistance, threw it on his shoulders like a sack, and was about to leave here. But Ur hadn't walked a few steps. Suddenly, with a bang, a figure suddenly fell in front of him, and fell to the ground. The sudden accident made Ur's body tight. After all, he hadn't forgotten where he was now. What? A painful moan came, and the source of the sound was the figure that had just fallen to the ground. Ur looked forward. Soon, I saw a huge sword mark on his chest. The injury was extremely serious, and the man who had completely lost the power to resist appeared in Ur's eyes. Also, on the man's neck, a gilt seal of devil's tooth in black was extremely dazzling. Ur was silent for 2 seconds. Then, step forward. Raise your foot. Magic power is attached to the solace of the feet. Give it a kick. Only heard a click. The man lying on the ground and losing his strength to resist twisted his neck, completely losing his breath. And at the moment the man died, a magical power suddenly poured into Ur's body from the man's body, and the sudden increase in power suddenly made Ur's face unconsciously reveal a touch of joy. Jerry's. Sigma, degree. Fuck, abnormal. Ur's behavior almost didn't scare Jerry's out of his urine. Obviously, he just killed a person who didn't know each other and had no defense, but this guy could laugh out of it. It was not a pervert or a murderous madman. Jerry's was trembling with fright. Ul was originally reminiscing about the power that had poured into his body, but suddenly realized that Jerry's on his shoulders started to tremble. He frowned, and slapped him with a backhand to faint him. The magician's body is resistant to the sun, it has become like this, and there is still the strength to resist. Okay. Is this guy pretending to be dizzy? Ur muttered in his heart, looked at Jerry's on his shoulder, as if it felt a little bit unsafe, and then slapped Jerry's on the back of the head again. After seeing Jerry's head drooping weakly, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was a little relieved. Jerry's, MMP. After solving Jerry's matter, Ur then looked at the man's corpse on the ground with complicated eyes. Ur has never killed anyone before. But this time when he really finished killing people, he suddenly discovered that killing people was actually not as difficult as he thought. Before killing, he also hesitated, and even before he started to take his feet, he unconsciously took some strength, but unfortunately the man was injured too badly. Even if he took the strength, he finally broke the man's last breath. After killing someone, Dur was stunned for a moment. His first reaction was, "I'm going to jail." But soon he reacted. He himself is no longer a human being on Earth, he is still a prisoner of a fart. Figured this out, Dur also gradually recovered. As for the symptoms of vomiting and uncomfortable after being heard from others before, he didn't have all of these symptoms. After all, he just patched up a knife and was not a corpse. How could there be so many reactions? But if there is no reaction at all, it is impossible. Killed after all. Then here comes the problem. After killed this person, Dur suddenly felt that he didn't want to leave here. But he knew very well in his heart that staying here was an act of death. Is there any way to get the best of both worlds? Online etc. Very anxious. Chapter 40, This is Fate. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Ability, Void Stomach, Lava Body, Evil Balance. HP, 17. Magic, 28. Mentality, 19. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 1. Looking at his attribute panel, Dur's face is full of tangles. Since coming to this world, Dur has never experienced such a rapid growth in strength, such a relaxed feeling. Only needs 1 foot. The magic value quickly soared by as much as 7 points. This is simply forcing Dur to die. Tangled. Hesitate. Embarrassed. Dur's facial features were crumpled uncomfortably. Because this is really a difficult choice for him. At this moment, Dur's head seems to have a black and white, two little people arguing in his ears. The white villain, you can't stay. If you stay, you will probably die. The black villain, don't listen to him ranting, maybe you have better luck, you can make a profit this time. The white villain, you are talking nonsense, what luck do you have, don't you have any points in your heart? The black villain, I. After a fierce rebuttal, the white villain successfully defended the black villain and knocked the black villain to death with a hammer. Dur woke up instantly. That's right. Can't stay. There must be no such thoughts of death. Even if you fall into the sky with 10 of the same enemies, it is absolutely impossible for me to stay here today to die. With firm belief in mind, Dur walked towards the outside of the alley step by step. But just when Dur had just walked out of the alley, suddenly, there was a bang. I saw a figure suddenly falling from the sky above his head. The familiar wailing sound came. Dur was silent for a second. Then, forward. Raise your foot. Suddenly, another magical power poured into the body. The increase in power made Dur's face involuntarily appear a touch of joy, and at the same time, the thought of death that was just suppressed by Dur began to feel eager to move. No, I have to leave here as soon as possible. Hardly suppressing the inner impulse, Dur made a decision quickly. This increase in power is simply more addictive than taking drugs. If you continue to stay here, Dur really doubts whether he can stick to the decision he made at the beginning. With a decision in his heart, Dur's pace suddenly speeded up a bit. But... What? Just when Dur had just taken a step forward, he hadn't even landed. Suddenly, a series of screams suddenly came from the top of his head. Then, Dur saw a group of dark shadows appearing on him. Various members of Devil's Tooth fell like dumplings, one after another. Smashed at Dur's feet. Dur. It seems that this is my destiny, since I can't hide it, then go and enjoy it. Dur looked up at the group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of him, looked up at the sky 45 degrees, and suddenly became relieved. After making this decision in Dur's heart, the white little man surrounded by his head was instantly smashed to death by a big rock that fell from the sky, and on this big rock, there were 2 big golden characters inscribed. "It's so fragrant." It took a while, and Ur would make up for the fallen people one by one. Soon, the magic power in his body soared in an instant, and it turned over several times compared to when he first came. This sudden surge of power even gave Ur the urge to go to war now. But he knows very well that this is just an illusion. Not to mention that Ur's magic power has increased several times now, even if it has increased dozens of times. If he rashly participates in the war between the 2 top guilds, there is still a great possibility of death. In such a large-scale guild war, at least the strength of a senior A-level wizard can guarantee his life safety to a certain extent, and if you want to reverse the war situation, you must at least have the strength of an S-level wizard, and also it's not the kind of level that has just stepped into the S grade. Ur's current strength is probably at the pinnacle of a C-level wizard, or it may have just entered the threshold of a B-level wizard. With his current strength, in this war, it is completely equivalent to the level of cannon fodder. How do I feel that these injuries are a bit familiar? When Ur made the last cut www.readaloud.com, he was suddenly attracted by the injuries on these people. Almost all of these people were killed with a single sword, instantly losing their combat effectiveness without dying, the typical leave one life swordsmanship. Just as Ur was thinking, suddenly, behind him, a heavy footstep sounded slowly. Ur body tightens. Quickly turned around. And when he saw the face of the visitor clearly, his tight body suddenly loosened, and a slight look of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Oh, why did you come here?" A suspicious question sounded. Ur looked at the girl in front of him, pointed slightly at Jerry's on his shoulder, and said helplessly, "I was chasing this guy in order to complete a certain task. When I chased this guy, I came here inexplicably." The girl who appeared suddenly is Elisa. When I saw Elisa, Ur's previous doubts were all resolved in an instant. He just said why so many enemies suddenly appeared in front of him, and every one of them was just the last breath. After a long time, these guys have met Elisa. But so is it. It is estimated that Elisa can use this kind of typical save-a-life swordsmanship. After all, this girl does possess a bit of a knight. Hey! Elisa, what are you doing?" Seeing Elisa suddenly start tossing around on these corpses, Ultan screamed. After hearing this, Elisa looked back at Ur strangely, and said, "What else can I do? Of course cleaning the battlefield." Chapter 41, Rich's Father. Sure enough, the original works are all deceptive. Looking at the back of Elisa, who was industriously touching the corpse, Ur's eyes were hollow, and he murmured after coming into this world, he didn't know how many words he had said. To know. The original Ilusha is a girl who abides by the justice of the night, so things like touching the corpse are not in line with her identity. Can such trivial matters be handled by Ur? Ur was very disappointed in his heart. But it is hard to say whether it is because of disappointment in Elisa's character, or disappointment in other aspects. But the urgency of the moment. The one thing Ur needs to do the most is to touch the body of this fellow Jerry's. Perhaps because of his poor experience, Ur suddenly forgot the classic saying "murder and set fire to a golden belt." After defeating Jerry's, he didn't even touch the body of him. This kind of behavior is completely not a qualified hangover. There are very few things on Jerry's body, and the most suspicious place is the backpack wrapped in black robe behind him. While Elisa was touching the corpse, Ur quietly opened the backpack behind Jerry's and glanced inside. It was this look that instantly caused Ur's pupils to shrink, and his heart couldn't help but stop suddenly. He hurriedly closed the backpack, took a few deep breaths, and finally gradually recovered from the impact. After calming down, Ur's eyes suddenly began to flicker. The things in Jerry's backpack are not other things, but gold coins, and judging from the number of these gold coins, it is exactly what Jerry's got from the auction. Jerry's is very smart. knew that the money he got after the auction was not insured whether it was exchanged for cash or using a stored value card. So he simply chose to convert all of the money into gold coins, so that it was carried, and the value of it would not change too much. And what Ur is thinking now is how to reasonably greet these gold coins. The association is not a charity organization, nor is it a non-profit organization. This is just a trading place. How much do you pay? How big things the guild will help you with? Among the tasks Ur received, only the project of capturing the thief Jericho, so the reward for this task is only tens of thousands of J. If there is also the task of bringing back gems in the task, then the reward is absolutely more than that. Ul didn't know if the rich man who posted the mission deliberately, or missed this point. But all this is not important anymore. Because Ur is now blinded by these gold coins, he must find a way to reasonably use these gold coins for his own use anyway. Speaking of it, this kind of thing really shouldn't be something a righteous wizard should do, but Ur has never admitted that he is a righteous wizard. Because compared to the other wizards of fairy tale, Ul is more like an ordinary wizard in an ordinary guild. He only recognizes tasks and money, but does not recognize people. System, can these gold coins be used to recharge? After discovering these gold coins, Ur hurriedly called for the system to appear in his heart. Ding dong! If you reply to the host father, you can use gold coins to recharge. And if you use gold coins to recharge, there are more other benefits too. Although the system can't speak, Ur can clearly feel the flattery in the words displayed through the system panel. As expected. A rich man is a father. That's good, you help me rush these gold coins in first, and I'll talk about the others later. Okay. 2 words quickly appeared on the system panel, and then the system began to be busy. Not for a while. Only heard a crisp sound. A few lines of words appeared on the system panel. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 120 gold coins. May I ask the host whether? No. The word system hadn't fully surfaced, so Ur interrupted it directly. To be frank, it is also helpless to recharge all so many gold coins. After all, 120 gold coins are not too much, but it can be said that less is definitely a lot. But wandering around in such a place with so many gold coins, Ur still has absolutely no such guts. Don't talk about anything else. Regarding Elisa in front of her, if the gold coins on Jerry's body were discovered by her, she would ask for a little bit, she would definitely turn all these gold coins to the guild, or return them to the original owner. Who makes too many good old people in fairy tale? At that time, Ur didn't even have a chance to resist. Although Elsa's current strength is not as strong as it was at the beginning of the plot, it is definitely not something that Ur can resist now. After all, this talent has surpassed the S-level aptitude and reached the level of self-awakening. www.readaloud.com. This kind of self-awakening magic evil, the speed of practicing magic is really faster than other people. Too much. And this woman upholds the spirit of chivalry, although sometimes she is cute, but in fact she is completely stubborn and serious, and she does nothing tactfully. And it's ruthless to start. I don't know what mercy is. By the way, Ur, why did you kill all these people? Ur had just recharged the gold coins, and saw that Elisa had finished touching the corpse, and slowly walked towards her, her eyes smelling of staring. It's nothing, these black wizards are a disaster after all. I think it's better to kill them all. Although this is just an excuse that Ur temporarily made for himself, his remarks are indeed not wrong. After all, the attitude of other wizards on the mainland towards the black wizards is that they would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. Ever. After listening to Ur's words, Elisa stared at Ur for a long time, and finally sighed slightly. Since your mission is complete, then you should leave here soon. This place is too dangerous for you. Good. Ul nodded. Although this seemed to conflict with his plan again, he did not refuse. But when Ur turned around and was about to leave, I only heard Elisa turned her back to him again, her eyes were complicated and she said, "Oh, although I don't know what you have gone through, but, I hope don't be blinded by hatred and killing, and lose yourself." Chapter 42, Battlefield Situation. Naruto and Naruto. Ahem. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. No way. Elisa's sudden mouth gun output of ore was a little dazed. It was obvious that he could understand this paragraph separately, but after combining them, Dur found that he couldn't understand a bit. However, Elisa did not give Ur the opportunity to ask. After she said this, she quickly left Ur. As an S-rank wizard, the battlefield she has to face is more than just a dozen of them. And Ur did not entangle this problem, because he also has an important task to solve next, which is how to reasonably greet the gold coin in Jerry's hand and blame it on G. Rees. Perhaps, hypnotic magic is a good choice. Ur touched his chin, and an idea came to mind. Perhaps because of the soul piercing, Ur's mental power is pretty good within the same level. If you use hypnotic magic to replant a memory in Jerry's, you should be able to deceive the rich man. It's just that Ur's strength is still a little too weak after all, so the hypnotic magic he uses is not a special insurance. So about this matter, he still needs to plan carefully. Although he left like this, it seemed a bit not to destroy his fatalism just now. But, the next battlefield is indeed not very suitable for Ur to participate in. After two guilds like Angel's Wings and Devil's Fangs went to war, the chain effect caused by them was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Don't talk about other things. At present, it is not only the two major guilds that are at war. Among them, the army of the base Shadow Country and the country of Angel Wings have already formed a state of confrontation. Although the possibility of fighting is unlikely, at least before the two major guilds are divided, it is almost impossible for the troops of the two countries to withdraw. As the battle continues, there are fewer and fewer cannon fodder wizards on the battlefield, and the remaining wizards are the lowest strength of the elites in the B level. Except for these people. Dur also saw the three people from Fairy Tail on the battlefield. The main reason is that the people of Fairy Tail are so easy to find. Basically, you can hear which direction is loud and destructive, so just glance over there. As the second generation of Thunder Dragon Slayer, Ragasus can be described as powerful in battle. Between his waves, a piece of yellow thunder falls. In the area covered by thunder, basically there is only one piece left in the blink of an eye. Wreckage. As for Myragen, in terms of destructive power alone, she may be more terrifying than Ragasus. Although she has not passed the examination of the S-rank sorcerer, her strength is no less than S-rank. To a certain extent, Ragasus' thunder is still very limited in its destructive power to rock buildings, but Myragen's receiving magic has no such limitations at all. After the devil Satan soul is possessed, the character of Myragen, a black-bellied girl, will instantly transform into a real brutal, and the power of the devil is destruction, so Myragen is completely demolished in the battle. Every building in the area shrouded by its battlefield is almost invisible to the wreckage. About this, Ur can only sigh, as expected of the devil in the future. In contrast, Elisa's destructive power is the smallest of the three. Because Elisa's magical knight can strengthen herself through different magical equipment, but her fighting style is still more skill-based. Most of the time, her attacks are only facing the enemy. Until now, she has also but only 2, 3, 4 buildings were destroyed. It's gratifying and congratulating. The Fairy Tail trio are very strong, destructive, but their opponents are also not weak, because the trio's opponents are also helpers specially invited by Devil's Fang from other guilds, although due to distance issues, I can't see the true colors of the three opponents, but the damage they have caused is enough to get a glimpse of Bayo Bayo. So, the battlefield of these people is like 3 clear streams in the entire battlefield, and no one dares to approach it at all. Although the momentum of these 3 battlefields is huge, the most amazing area of magic power is the battle on the magic airship of Angel Wings. There is exactly the battlefield of the two guild leaders. Even if Or is far away from the magical airship, he can still feel the terrifying magic power coming from it. And even if Or can't feel the magic power, the heaven and earth mutation above the magical airship is enough to judge the horror of the battle. This kind of heaven and earth mutation can be triggered by the battle of at least two magicians who have reached the level of the Saint 10 magic wizards. I slipped away. Muttered a few words in his mouth, Dur quickly wiped oil on the soles of his feet. This place is still too dangerous for him, and he has seen it roughly. With the exception of Elisa, the other wizards rarely stay alive when facing their enemies, so Ur wants to continue. The idea of superiority has also been exhausted. If can't be superior, then Ur staying here will not make much sense. Although it is impossible to leave the base film country under the current situation, it is still possible to stay away from Moya City a little bit. Carrying Jerry's on his back, rushing across the small roads of Moya City, Ur smoothly bypassed multiple battlefields, and soon came to the gate of Moya City. Seeing that he was about to take one step away from this dangerous city. But just now, a milky white thing suddenly shot from the left of Or. Chapter 43, Fighting. Danger. Without the urgent reminder from the ear, when the milky white light just came into Ur's sight, a violent sense of crisis had spread all over Ur's body, and his chills were almost exploded. Basic magic water shield. A blue magic circle light appeared in the palm of his hand, and Ur subconsciously used the water shield magic. Because for the current Ur, only basic magic can be achieved instantaneously. As Ur's strength increases, the power of the water shield in Ur's hands is not the same. The azure blue water shield with a diameter of nearly 2 meters instantly formed a huge protective shield, blocking the bodies of Ur and Jerry's. At the rear. But it is a pity that even if the power of the water shield is greatly increased, it still looks vulnerable when faced with that milky white light. Almost instantly, Ur only heard a soft sound of, the water shield magic announced that it was broken. Fortunately, at the last juncture, Ur reacted quickly and threw Jerry's out with one hand. At the same time, he rolled around and avoided the attack dangerously. ZZ. The sound of something burning like a flame came from me. Ur looked down, and it was only then that he finally saw the true face of the milky white light. It was a white flame, but different from ordinary flames. This white flame did not have a high temperature. Any place burned by the flame would not turn into ashes, but would form layers of ashes. Ice crystals. What flame is this? Ur was puzzled, because this is another kind of magic that has not appeared in the original book. From the current point of view, it is a bit similar to the yin fire in the previous China's yin and yang theory, but it seems to be somewhat different. Hiss. Ur directly tore off the bottom half of his jacket. This kind of flame was obviously dangerous. He didn't want to try the power of the flame. After all, he was not a dragon slayer or god slayer. This kind of special existence can restore physical strength by devouring magic of the same attribute. Casually discarded the clothes whose corner was about to be completely frozen, Ur's gaze slowly condensed to the two figures in front. One of them, Ur, knew him. It was the white-haired girl he had met at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild. The danger in the game just came from her. And the other person is also a woman, she is also the enemy who just attacked Ur. Compared with the white-haired girl, she is obviously a little bolder. Although she is covered with purple leather armor, in fact this set of purple leather armor covers only a few important parts, but the rest of the parts are only used. A decorative effect. Coupled with this woman's long purple hair and purple eyeshadow, after seeing her, Ur's first impression came to mind is, coquettish. These two women stood together, and almost everyone who saw this scene could not help but think of the adjective angel and the devil in their hearts. Are you okay? Seeing Ur avoiding the enemy's attack, the white-haired girl also came to Ur's front immediately, caring. She also recognized Ur. Although she wondered why such a weak wizard appeared here, it was obviously not the time to ask this question. "I'm fine." Dur shook his head, indicating that he was fine. But seeing the white-haired girl in front of him, Dur couldn't help sighing at the girl's fighting consciousness. In fact, when the enemy attacked herself just now, since the white-haired girl knew that it was too late to rescue, her first reaction should be to launch a counterattack against the enemy instead of wasting meaningless time to protect herself who had blocked the attack. But after all, others are for their own good, so it is naturally impossible for her to say some words. www.readaloud.com. Moreover, Dur was not too surprised by the reaction of the white-haired girl. Because the good and evil wizards of this world are indeed so clearly separated, people in this world are still far from open-minded in their previous life. It is estimated that in the education of the white-haired girl, even if facing the enemy, we must strive for a fair and just battle. "Xiaolizi, you are too much." The white-haired girl stood in front of Or, and said angrily towards the enemy in front of her. "Excessive? Jelka, I didn't expect you to be so naive after so many years. You should know who the kid behind you is. Since the fairy tale people dare to intervene in the affairs between our guild, they should be prepared to be retaliated by us at any time. As for this kid, it's just a little interest I want to charge." As Xiaolizi's last word fell, she suddenly pointed her finger slightly towards Ur, and 7 or 8 arrows condensed by white flames appeared in the void, and they quickly attacked Ur. But this time these attacks want to hit Ur. Obviously it is unlikely, because Zelka is blocking Ur's right now. Facing the arrows in the sky, Zelka moved the Kirangeo wand in his hand to the ground slightly. Suddenly, a cloud of golden magic power quickly gathered above the wand, and a circular protective shield was formed in an instant. "Resist as many as possible." The battle between Zelka and Sherry's is obviously not the first time. After Sherry's arrow shattered, Zelka waved his wand and immediately launched a counterattack. Chapter 44, Sea of Fire. The golden magic power is like the holy light expelling all evil, falling from the sky. Boom! The sacred golden beam of light enveloped Zealous' body, and the violent magic power set off a frenzy, spreading towards the surrounding layer by layer. Ur used his arms to block the aftermath, revealing a little field of vision, squinting at the battle ahead. This is the first time he has watched the battle of a high-level wizard up close. Feeling the strong magical fluctuations that erupted between the two, Ur's heart is quite ups and downs. Neither Zealous nor Zelka deliberately practiced physical arts, but because of this, their degree of research on magic is even more amazing, almost reaching the level of an S-rank wizard. Boom! A fierce roar kept coming from in front of Ur. Ur wanted to escape while the two women were fighting, but whenever he was just preparing to act, he felt a looming mental power locked in him. This makes him quite speechless. Ur suddenly felt that his belief was like a fart. Every time he has just made a decision, some accidents happen immediately, forcing him to change his decision. The value of the so-called law of true fragrance is like tailor-made for him. The magic used by Jelka is very unique. His magic is very similar to receiving magic, but it is a little different from receiving magic. Unlike Myragen, what Zelka received was not the power of the devil, on the contrary, the power she received seemed to come from God. Not only that. The way Myra receives the power of the devil is by possessing, but Zelka only receives the magic power of the God. In fact, as to whether there is a God in this world, the explanation in the original work is also very vague, with only a few words of description. However, no matter whether the God exists or not, Zelka's power at this moment cannot be faked. Shellis and Zelka have a good fighting posture. The body that has been tempered by magic all the year round gives them quite strong physical qualities. Although they can't fight in close quarters, with this body, they can more easily avoid enemy attacks and take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Xiaolizi and Jelka fought so fiercely. In Ur's sight, the magic circle in the void in front of him seems to have never stopped. Zelka's wand lightly tapped on the ground, and immediately 5 golden magic circles appeared behind her, showing 5 pointed divisions. Each magic circle exuded amazing magic power, setting Zelka in the center, like a holy angel. And as Zelka gently pointed his wand forward, the 5 magic circles behind him burst into light at the same time, and 5 beams of light flew out in an instant, toward the enemy's attack. Shellis reacted immediately. The whole person jumped directly into the air, avoiding the attack of the 5 beams. After the 5 beams lost their target, they exploded directly on the spot, and a big hole appeared in the ground instantly. After Xiaolizi avoided the attack, people quickly constructed a super-large purple-black magic circle in mid-air, covering Zelka's entire body in the shadow of the magic circle. Jelka saw this, his face changed drastically. The magic in his hand danced quickly, and the 5 golden magic circles behind him quickly gathered above the head. The terrifying magic burst, and the 5 magic circles instantly connected into a more peculiar kind of magic, which tightly protected Zelka. And after Xiaolizi saw Zelka's movements, a twisted and cheerful smile suddenly appeared on the coquettish face. "Go to hell, Jelka! By Yen Nether Fire!" The magic power in the purple-black magic circle burst out instantly. In an instant, countless white flames fell crazily, like a meteor shower, instantly covering Zelka and the surrounding area. It's not the first time that Zealous and Zelka have fought, and both of them understand each other's strengths very well. It can be said, this move was specially prepared by Xiaolizi for Zelka. She was very confident that even Zelka would definitely not be able to easily catch this type of magic. Because the attributes of this magic are completely different from her previous flames. In the area covered by white flame nether fire sea, all objects that come into contact with the white flame will undergo 2 changes. The first change is that they are burned by flames and become ashes, and the second change is that these ashes will eventually turn into ice crystals. This is the true power of white flame magic, and it has the ability of both flame and ice magic attributes. The white flame fell crazily, and soon the bottom of the purple magic circle completely turned into a sea of flames. See here. The smile on Shellis's face suddenly became more frantic. But it hasn't been long for her to be rampant. www.readaloud.com. Suddenly, I saw a burst of strong golden light suddenly burst out of the central area of the white flame, shining on this space in an instant, and the dazzling light quickly dissipated the white flames around it, revealing the graceful figure inside. And when Xiaolizi saw the situation inside, the smile on her face stopped abruptly, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she exclaimed, "Impossible!" The figure that appeared in front of Sherry's was Zelka. Compared with before, Zelka's body was almost unchanged. Except for the slight damage to the nun's robe with golden silk and white border, the rest of the body was completely damaged. There is no trace of damage. This situation completely exceeded Shelley's expectations. Because according to her calculation, even if this type of magic cannot directly kill Zelka, it will definitely not allow Zelka to resist it so easily. Shellis was completely shocked by the scene before her eyes, the expression on her face was completely stiff, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Because of this, what Xiaolizi didn't realize was that Jelka's pupils had completely turned into golden pupils at this time. Zelka, who walked out of the sea of white fire, does not seem to have changed at all from the outside, but in fact, if you look closely, you will find that Zelka at this moment does not have a human look at all. Full of majesty and apathy. Step by step out of the sea of white fire, Jelka waved his wand, and saw the 5 golden magic circles that had disappeared behind her reappeared, and they gathered in front of her, quickly connected in a straight line, and the powerful magic power gathered. Next second, I saw a horrible beam of light more than 3 meters in diameter shooting straight towards the area where Shelley was located. Chapter 45, To All Losers? What? The howl of pain resounded across the sky. Golden light flooded an area of tens of meters in a circle. Faintly, I could see a figure in it struggling and convulsing for a period of time, and finally fell softly to the ground. Puff! Seeing that Xiaolizi was defeated, Dur had not had time to be happy. Suddenly, Zelka, who was opposite Shuras, also weakened his knees and knelt on the ground with a thump. The magic wand in his hand fell, and the gold in his eyes quickly receded, and the whole person's momentum dropped rapidly. Lose and lose both. Wu-Er looked at the scene in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. All of this happened so quickly, especially the battle just now. For Wu-Er, it was almost like fighting with the gods. In this situation, let alone intervene, you can't even put your mouth in once, let alone shoot out, ahem. Will both lose is definitely the best result for Wu-Er. He first ran to Jelka's holy girl in small steps. Looking at Jelka's pale face, Dur asked concerned, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just overuse of magic power." Zelka replied. I couldn't help but to speak. Jelka couldn't help showing a trace of pain on her face, and sweat dripped continuously on her forehead. Obviously, her current situation is not as easy as she said. In fact, Dur also knows Zelka's current pain. After all, overuse of magic power sounds like no big problem, but in fact, for the wizard, running out of magic power is a very dangerous thing. Magic power is not the internal strength of Ur's previous life. There is no such thing as danshan that can be used to store this thing. Magic power exists in all parts of the human body. In a sense, magic power almost represents vitality for the wizard. I remember that Makarov had a crisis of depletion of magic power in the later period, and that time the old man almost died. It can be imagined what kind of pain excessive use of magic power will bring to people. But that said, Ur had no good way to face Zelka's pain. Now Zelka's situation is almost the same as that of one of Ur's previous girlfriends who came to her aunt. Although she knows that she is in pain, what else can Ur do besides saying drink more hot water? It is not that he does not care about his girlfriend, but the key is that he is really helpless in this situation. So, looking at Zelka with a pained expression, Ur could only speak, "That's good, then you can rest a little longer." The voice just fell. Ur got a roll of Jelka's eyes. The meaning in S eyes is obvious. The old lady saved your life anyway, did you treat the old lady like this? Oh, men are really big trotter. Ur. After caring about the savior, Ur began to walk towards the area where Xiaolizi was, ready to determine Xiaolizi's life and death. The magical power of that blow that Jelka just now was extremely powerful, and it directly turned all the area tens of meters in diameter around Xiaolizi into dust. Even the walls of Moya City were blasted out of a large hole, at least 7 or 8 buildings. Being affected, the dust lasts for a long time. But just as Ur was halfway there, suddenly, there was a burst of crazy laughter in the haze. Ha ha ha! I knew it, you just pretended it. Zelka, you bitch, I was almost fooled by you. But now your magic power has been exhausted, I want to see what else you can fight with me. Suddenly hearing this laughter, the expressions of Ur and Zelka changed drastically. The two hurriedly looked forward. A gust of wind blew by. The dust in the sky dissipated, and a figure slowly emerged from it. See you here. Ur and Zelka's pupils suddenly shrank. Compared with before, Xiaolizi nowadays no longer has that coquettish appearance. She suffered severe injuries and was covered with scars everywhere. Blood continued to drip down her body. His clothes were ragged, and the purple leather armor was completely changed into a piece of rag. If this is in the anime, at this moment Xiaolizi's whole body except for the face, the rest is estimated to be covered by the holy light. How do you feel that although it's not coquettish anymore, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to be more attractive to men? Although Shelley's was severely injured, she couldn't help trembling all over, but it was obvious that she still had some spare energy. Zealous' expression was very hideous, and also very crazy, especially when she saw Zelka. Her eyes were instantly full of bloodshot eyes, revealing her murderous intent. Bitch, you go to death for me. Sherry's gathered magic power frantically, and instantly formed a purple magic circle under Zelka's body. Obviously. For the Zelka who turned her into what she is now, Cialisi's heart is full of hatred, so that in order to get revenge, she even forgets Ur. Of course, it may also be that she doesn't care about Ur. But either way, his neglect of Ur is a huge misstep. Although Ur's magic power is not strong for Sherry's, but Ur's physical skills are better than those of Sherry's who have never practiced physical skills. Without defense, Cialisi's body hit Ur's whip leg severely. Cialisi only felt a huge force coming from her abdomen, and then she flew out directly. Ur would naturally not let go of the chance of a successful sneak attack, and suddenly exerted strength under his feet, and instantly followed the flying out of Cialisi. Cialisi obviously did not expect that this little devil who was not in his eyes would actually practice physical skills, and the strength was still so strong, plus her body was already badly injured. For a time, facing Ur's attack, her body began to be a little disobedient. Could only watch Ur rushing over, then raised his foot and attacked himself. Chapter 46, Hostage. Boom! Shellis avoided the blow dangerously. Ur chopped his foot on the ground under Shellis, and suddenly the stone road under his feet shattered several cracks directly. The physical fitness that is close to twice that of a normal person, coupled with the special force skills of Gujia fighting, allows Ur to exert quite an amazing power. Ur is very decisive in his shots, he knows what his advantage is. Missed a hit. Immediately launched the next wave of offensive. Ur pushed on the ground with one hand, and his whole body instantly twisted into a strange posture, and then kicked Cialisi in the abdomen again. Puff! Hit Cialisi's badly wounded body with 2 consecutive blows, and immediately caused her to spray out a mouthful of blood. Ur's physical skills are not strong, it can even be said to be very weak. Because his learning time is too short, he has learned a lot of content in Gujia fighting techniques so far. This kind of rough technique is a flaw in the eyes of any strong physique. Hundreds of times. But Shellis is not a strong physique. Not only that, Shellis hadn't even learned physical skills, and she was still seriously injured. So facing Ur's current offensive, she couldn't find any way to counterattack at all for a while. Ur did not dare to give Shelly the slightest chance. His only advantage now is this rough physical skill and intact body, he must use this advantage to the greatest extent. After all, if you talk about physical fitness alone, in fact, Shelly may not lose to Ur. Ur clings to Cialisi, not giving her the slightest chance to release magic. When Cialisi wanted to concentrate on constructing the magic circle, Ur would blast him with a heavy blow, forcing Cialisi to interrupt the construction of the magic circle. Shellis was frustrated in the fight. She probably has never experienced such an aggrieved battle in her life. A magician with rich combat experience like her usually has a set of unique skills to deal with strong physical skills, but now she is seriously injured. Even if her skills are brilliant, it is difficult to display it. Not to mention, although the young man's physical skills in front of him is not brilliant, it is extremely strange and brutal. Almost every move will attack her vital parts, and she has been shocked in cold sweat several times. Asshole! I do not know how long it has been. Shellis was finally forced by Ur's offensive and couldn't bear it, and she yelled, preparing to release the magic forcibly. But before she started to act, Ur's eyes flashed, seizing a floor revealed by Cialisi, and hitting Cialisi's side rib with a sudden punch. Crack! The crisp sound of bone cracking sounded. Sherry's face turned pale in an instant, she covered her abdomen in pain, and staggered back several steps. Shelly's face lost blood in an instant. The blow was too heavy. Feeling the weaker body, Cialisi couldn't help but feel a panic in her heart. Because she suddenly discovered that if she doesn't want to solve the nasty kid in front of her today, she is very likely to be planted here. Seeing Ur, who was about to rush to the front, Sherry's glanced slightly panicked and swept around. Suddenly, Sherry saw a shadow, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Hey! The wind hits my ears. Xiaolizi gritted her teeth and opened her bloodshot eyes. After looking at Ur bitterly, she took the initiative to lift her chest and took Ur's blow. Then, with this power, she flew out directly. But before she waited for Xiaolizi to fly out, she suddenly climbed up vigorously, and then quickly used a basic acceleration magic, and quickly rushed in a certain direction of the battlefield. Sherry's unexpected behavior made Ur couldn't help but stunned. After seeing Xiaolizi's behavior, the first reaction in Ur's mind was, this woman wants to run. But soon, the exclamation from Zelka dispelled Ur's thoughts. No, stop her. As the old rival of Xiaolizi, Zelka knew Xiaolizi more than Ur, and almost immediately when Xiaolizi acted, she guessed Xiaolizi's thoughts. After exclaiming, Zelka dragged her exhausted body and rushed towards Xiaolizi, but it was a pity that her magic power was used too much, and there was no extra power in her body. Before she took a few steps, she fell to the ground. And taking this opportunity, Xiaolizi also came to the destination. Under Ur's gaze, I saw Xiaolizi suddenly grabbed the unconscious Jerry's, and looked at Ur with cold eyes and said, "Stop it, if you don't want your companion to die, stop it immediately. Do not move in place. Stop it." Ur had not had time to speak, but the girl Zelka shouted at Sherry's with an angry face, "This is the grievance between the two of us. Don't involve others in it." "A joke," I said a long time ago, "since Fairy Tale dared to get involved, we must be prepared for our revenge. Don't you think you are so mean?" "Ha ha ha, what's this? Blame the kid for having to intervene in this matter. If he had just been killed by me, there wouldn't be so many things? Now it's causing this. The situation was completely what he asked for." Shelley laughed, her smiling face was distorted, and she couldn't help showing a hint of happiness in her eyes. "Boy, do you want to save your companion? If you want to save him, then trade your life for it." Shellis pinched Jerry's neck, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Let go of him, this matter has nothing to do with him. If you have to use your life in exchange, then use my life." "Shut up, you bitch, I am not interested in your life right now, I only want the life of this kid now." After Sherry's yelled at Zelka, she then cruelly spoke to Ur. Said, "How? Boy, how are you thinking? Time is running out." The smile on the corner of Shelley's mouth is abnormal. She enjoys the feeling of taking the lives of others in her hands, especially when she sees those so-called companions who are stupidly paying their lives for others. www.readwound.com. The pleasure in my heart has almost reached its peak. Since Jerry's was caught by Shelley, he has been silent. This kind of silence is a kind of inner entanglement in the eyes of Xiaolizi and Zelka, but in fact, only Ur himself knows that he is really simply speechless. To be frank, when Ur heard that Zelka was willing to give his life for Jerry's, he was still very moved. Compared to the previous life, the feelings of the people around him in this life are obviously richer and more sincere. But for Zelka's stupid idea, Ur is still insensitive. After all, it's fine if others don't know, but how could Ur really give his life for Jerry's? Don't forget, he was the one who caused the injury to Jerry's. After Shelley caught Jerry's, an idea suddenly popped up in Ur's heart. And after this thought came out, it couldn't be suppressed anymore. Then, facing the anxious Zelka and the rampant Sherry's, Ur quickly constructed a magic circle. In an instant, an earth-colored magic circle condensed in front of him, and then a spear condensed entirely of rock flew out of it, swiftly shooting towards Xiaolizi. Lower magic rock spear. This rock spear appeared abruptly. Neither Jelka nor Xiaolizi had expected Ur's behavior. Only for an instant. Only heard puff. The rock spear, which was nearly 2 meters away, instantly penetrated 2 human figures, bringing up a glow. Chapter 47, Trophy. Stunned, shocked, unbelievable. Looking at the rock spear that penetrated through his chest, Xiaolizi couldn't control the emotions in her eyes. She anticipated many reactions from Ur, but she never expected such an ending in the end. This special script is wrong. Not to mention Xiaolizi, even after Jelka saw Ur's spear piercing through Jerry's and Xiaolizi's behavior at the same time, her pupils shrank suddenly, and her face was full of incredulous expressions. The scene was silent. The sound of Wu-Er's footsteps on the ground was unusually harsh at this moment. Why? Zelka still couldn't believe it, especially when she saw Jerry's figure lying on the ground. Her eyes were dull, tears gradually emerged in her eyes, and she couldn't help but question Oh loudly. Why do you want to do this? Is that your companion? Jelka's tone was angry and disappointed. Uer looked up at the tear-stained Jelka, and then uttered the first sentence since the battle began, who told you that he is my companion? Then? The guy is just a thief I caught in completing the mission. Xiaolizi. Jelka. Fell with a faint sentence. Ul could clearly feel that the expressions of Shelis and Zelka stiffened in an instant. Especially Zelka, when he listened to Ur's words, the expression on his face really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. For a while, he was completely sluggish in place, with a big mouth and a big face. The tears have not dried yet, they look cute and pitiful. And Xiaolizi's heart at this moment is even more collapsed. If she still has the strength to growl now, she will definitely scream at Ur, "Are you sick? You run a fart on the battlefield with a thief with such a serious injury on your back." Unfortunately, Shelis has no energy to speak now. Ur's blow was an attack aimed at her vital part. She was able to persist until now, relying entirely on the magic power in her body to force support, but now after listening to Ur's words, the breath in his heart dissipated immediately. Feeling the vitality rapidly disappearing from the body, Xiaolizi braced her body and suddenly shouted to Ur, "Little devil! Okay." Hearing someone calling himself, Ur raised his head slightly and glanced at Xiaolizi. And just at this moment, I only heard Shelly spit out the last words of her life toward Ur, and then the whole body crashed to the ground. And when Ur heard what Shelly said, his face suddenly turned black. Because if you translate the words that Shelly said to Ur, it roughly means, "Your uncle was scolded by the enemy before he died," which made Ur's mood quite subtle. At the beginning, Ur was still quite aggrieved. After all, if he was scolded by a living person, he could still scold him back, but in the face of a corpse, he could not whip the corpse. Although this corpse is not bad in figure and appearance. But when Sherry's suddenly poured into a majestic magical power, the stubbornness in Ur's heart dissipated in an instant. Shelis is different from the previous ones. Her strength even in Devil's Fang is a high-level combat power, her magic power is infinitely close, and she has even reached the critical point of an S-rank wizard. This majestic magic power is only 1/10. Is definitely an amazing degree for Ur's strength growth. The sudden increase in magic in Ur's body did not hide from Zelka's eyes, but although Zelka was puzzled inside, she did not ask. After all, the relationship between her and Ur hasn't been that familiar yet. Because I had already learned a lesson from Elisa before, this time after killing Shiras, Ur walked over and started touching the corpse as soon as possible. People in this world do not have the habit of carrying everything on their bodies. After all, not every magician masters space magic. So at the beginning, Ur didn't really expect to be able to feel anything from the body of Xiaolizi, who was at a glance all over his body www.readaloud.com, but what Ur did not expect was that Xiaolizi still had something on her body. Some good things are really hidden. Looking at a roll of parchment from Shelley, Ur's eyes showed a strange look. What is recorded in this piece of sheepskin scroll is nothing else, but the white fire magic that Xiaolizi himself has practiced. Ur glanced at the contents of the sheepskin scroll for a few moments, and then took it into his arms. Although she didn't get the money she wanted from Xiaolizi, it was a good harvest to be able to get such a rare and powerful magic. Ur is actually a very satisfying person. He is never picky about things like trophies, and he never refuses those who come. After collecting his trophies, Ur then turned his gaze to Jerry's, who had completely lost his breath of life. Jerry's is dead. This is beyond doubt. When Ur attacked, he could not avoid the vital parts of Jerry's body. Not only that, he even intentionally aimed the rock spear at Jerry's heart, because only in this way, he could devour the gold coins in a reasonable manner. After the death of Jerry's, it means that Ur's mission has failed. But after getting those gold coins, whether Ur's mission failed or not had less impact on him. Ur can't run out with a corpse on his back. So after solving Xiaolizi and Jerry's, Ur walked directly to Zelka's face, ignoring Zelka's resistance, picked up Zelka's body, and quickly left Moya City. Chapter 48, The Rabbit is So Cute. You let me down. Zelka's cheeks flushed with Ur's shoulders, feeling an inexplicable sense of shame in her current posture, and her body twisted restlessly. Ur deaf ears carried Zelka all the way and quickly moved away from the direction of Moya City. Until half an hour later, Ur felt that the support of his arms and shoulders had reached the limit, and finally stopped slowly, and threw Zelka to the ground with a muffled sound. Moved his sore shoulder, Ur looked at Jelka on the ground, frowned, and said, "You should lose weight." Jelka. Number. Zelka, who was originally thrown on the ground by Ur casually, grinned in pain, had not had time to find Ur to settle the account, suddenly heard such a sentence, almost did not jump up and fight Ur desperately. She swears that this in front of her must not have a girlfriend. If such a person can find a girlfriend, unless that woman is blind. Glanced back in the direction of Moya City. Half an hour. With Ur's physical fitness, the distance running with a person on his back is not long, but not short. Although they can still see the shadow of Moya City at their location, it is basically safe. The battle in Moya City is still not over. Because from here you can still vaguely see the vision over Moya City, which was caused by the battle between the two guild leaders. You wait for me here for a while. Greeted Zelka, ignoring Zelka's shout from behind, Ur quickly left the place. After a while, Ur walked back with two fat grey rabbits in his hands. Seeing the rabbit in Ur's hand, Zelka's eyes suddenly lit up. Where did you catch the rabbit? So good. Crack. Ur's hand slightly pressed, and suddenly broke the heads of the two rabbits. After solving the two rabbits, Ur seemed to hear Zelka's voice, and looked up slightly blankly, and said, "What did you just say?" Woo. Looking at the two rabbits whose necks were twisted in Ur's hands, Zelka's expression instantly stiffened. Then, under Ur's gaze, she saw her two eyes quickly filled with mist, her teeth biting her lower lip, her mouth kept making strange noises, she looked like she was about to cry, looking pitiful. Ur. Could this woman be made of water? Why do you cry every day? Tears, don't you want money? Looking at Zelka, whose face changed faster than flipping a book, Ur scratched his head confusedly, and then began to deal with the rabbit in his hand on his own. The movements were quite proficient. It didn't take long. A bonfire rose. Two rabbits are standing by the bonfire. As time goes by, the skin of the rabbits gradually becomes golden, and the scent of meat gradually wafts out. After asking about the fragrance, Jelka, who was silent crying, unconsciously shook her nose a few times. And just now, I saw that Ur took out a small glass bottle from his body again. After he sprinkled the spices in the small glass bottle on the rabbit meat, the aroma of the two rabbits suddenly increased several times. If the original fragrance can still keep Zelka's last stubbornness. Then after the scent came out, Zelka's brain couldn't control his stomach and body at all. It smells so good. Jelka couldn't help but sigh. As Jelka opened a mouth, there was a drool from the corner of her mouth. Ur. Looking at Zelka, who was staring at the roast rabbit with both eyes, Ur was speechless for a moment. Aren't there any goddesses in this world that are serious? Seeing this fake goddess who was seduced by a roasted rabbit and completely exposed the nature of food, Dur felt a little helpless. Speaking of it, in this world, there are really many people who can be called a goddess in terms of appearance alone. For example, Elisa, Mirajan, etc. But neither Elisa nor Mirajan just looks like it. Like Elisa, although she looks serious from the outside, in fact, the girl's heart is completely cute and cute. And the later Myra Jane looks very gentle and lady from the outside, but she has a black belly in her heart. Woman is really a natural dramatist. This is yours. After the rabbit was baked, Dur reached out and handed it to Zelka, but before he could finish speaking, he saw that the rabbit in his hand disappeared instantly, and Zelka had completely lost the image of a goddess. Feast on it. While eating, he kept exclaiming, "It's so delicious, your craftsmanship is awesome, I've never eaten such a delicious thing. This is not my craft." Dur took a bite of rabbit meat, shook his head slightly, reading www.yuyugonshu.com opened his mouth. Dur is still very clear about his own level. His barbecue level guarantees that the rabbit meat will not be completely burnt or undercooked. As for the higher level, it is not his ability level range. And the reason why this rabbit smells so fragrant is entirely because of the secret spices that Granny Yee's prepared specially for him. But even so, this rabbit can only be regarded as the level of ordinary food at best, and it is not a food that has never been eaten before. "What do you usually eat?" Dur asked, looking at Jelka's chewing face. Zelka slurped his head at the rabbit for several bites, then raised his head and said, "Fruit, wild vegetables, and monster meat." Dur. Okay. Is my superficial knowledge. It seems that the living conditions in the kingdom of Fiori are still very good. After eating the rabbit meat, Dur got up and prepared to leave. He is not going to continue to follow Zelka. After all, this woman has not regained her magic power. What if she wants to her trophy after her magic power is restored? "Where are you going again?" Seeing Dur getting up, Zelka spoke subconsciously. "Get out of here." Dur's answer was simple. "Then I will go with you too." After hearing Dur's answer, Jelka was also ready to get up and follow Dur. But at this moment, I only heard Dur suddenly pointed to the distant city of Moya and said, "Are you sure you are not following your guild people? The war is about to end." Chapter 49, Skill Upgrade? Dur finally succeeded in abandoning Zelka. Because the vision above Moya City has disappeared, it means that the battle between the two guild leaders Angel Wings and Devil's Fang has come to an end. Although food is a great temptation for Zelka, in contrast, the safety of the members of the guild worries her more. After leaving Zelka, Dur randomly found a nearby city, opened a hotel room, and slept badly. After this mission, Dur felt that his weight was about to drop several taels. Obviously, he just took on a task of catching thieves, and the ghost knew why this situation would end up in the end. How long slept this night, Dur didn't know. Because he woke up in the middle of the night. After waking up, Dur first got something to eat from the innkeeper, and then took a bath. Wait until the spirit is fully recovered. Dur then returned to his room and evoked a certain realistic system. Listening to the familiar prompt sound in the ear and the line of realistic fonts that appeared on the system panel, Dur's expression was very calm. After spending such a long time together, Dur already has a certain understanding of the shamelessness of these systems, so now even if the system does something shameless, he feels that he can accept it. Invincible Passive System. Host, Wei Yi. Passive Ability, Void Stomach, Lava Body, Evil Balance. HP, 17. Magic, 161. Mentality, 19. Magic Resistance, 0%. Armor, 1%. Although this trip has been unexpectedly constant, the harvest this time is also immense. Through picking up the corpse on the battlefield and killing Xializi, the magic power in Dur directly skyrocketed several times, and directly rushed from the level of barely entering the C level to the advanced level of the B level wizard. The magic in this world is very magical, especially some special magic. Once a magician has successfully learned it, it is difficult to distinguish its combat effectiveness based on ordinary levels. Although it is impossible to analyze its combat effectiveness, after so many fills, Dur has probably figured out the magical power of each level of wizards. If it is divided according to the data on the system, the upper limit of the magic power of a C-level wizard is about 50. The upper limit of the magic power of a B-level wizard is about 150-200. The upper limit of the magic power of an A-level wizard is about 500-600. These are the results that were roughly calculated based on the magic power of the people he picked up. Although it may not be that precise, the general level should not be wrong. The magic power possessed by the wizard will increase with the increase of strength. The span between each level will become larger and larger. Especially after reaching the S grade, it will be even more exaggerated. The magic power possessed by the S-rank wizard is simply beyond the ability of the current Ur to calculate. Because the scope of the S-level wizards is too large, in this world, the highest level of the wizards is the S-level, whether it is the current Ilusa, or the top 10 wizard Makarov, or it is the 12 shields of the saints. These people can actually be collectively referred to as S-rank wizards. By the way, the system, you seem to say that gold coins are more useful in addition to the lottery. What is it? The skyrocketing strength made Ur feel very satisfied, but he called out the system this time, not just to take a look at it. That's it. There are two main functions of gold coins. One is that they can be exchanged into money for lottery according to the current exchange ratio. The other is to directly use gold coins to upgrade the passive skills the host already has. The uniform price for the first upgrade of each skill is 100 gold coins. Does the host choose to redeem or directly upgrade their skills? Friendly remind the host that money belongs to currency in circulation, and gold coins belong to limited currency. Looking at the string of fonts popping up on the system panel, Ur was slightly silent. The system explained it very clearly for Ur. Although this system does occasionally have a little pit, but in terms of recharge, it is still quite conscientious. Although I don't know how effective this skill upgrade is, if you look at the ratio of gold coins to money in this world, it shouldn't disappoint Ur. Thought for a while. After a moment, Ur slowly said, the system will exchange 20 gold coins for money, and then open the lottery for me. To understanding. The host exchanges 20 gold coins for 6000000J. Host recharge 1000000J, membership level upgrade host recharge 5000000J, current membership level is 5. The host has won 2 lucky draw opportunities. Will the lucky draw be opened immediately? Yes. Watching his property flow like a waterfall, the corners of Ur's eyes twitched fiercely, but in the end he forced his heartache down and gritted his teeth. The voice falls. I saw the system panel quickly transformed into a black hole picture, and slowly began to rotate. A few seconds later, the rotation of the black hole stopped abruptly. Then 2 white lights flew out from the inside and instantly merged into Ur's body. Congratulations to the host for drawing the power of Hero Dimasha. Passive ability, the body of toughness. Tough body, the host's physical body is transformed by a trace of galactic power, the upper limit of the first layer of the human body is broken, the physical body's potential is enhanced, and the self-healing ability is increased by 100%. www.readaloud.com magic resistance is slightly strengthened. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Hero Hay-8 Swordsman's passive ability, Jiangxin. Sword Heart, the host's mind and will are strengthened and the talent of swordsmanship training is obtained. Looking at the 2 passive abilities he had drawn, Ur's heart suddenly became a little subtle. What should I say? If you can curse people now, then Ur feels that he should be able to face a certain system for 3 days and 3 nights immediately, without heavy words. MMP. This is the magic world, this is the magic world, this is the magic world. Bastard! What do you mean by drawing me 2 consecutive passive enhancements? Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive abilities, Void Stomach, Lava Body, Evil Balance, Tough Body, Sword Heart. HP, 19. Magic, 161. Mentality, 20. Magic Resistance, 1%. Armor, 1%. Looking at his attribute panel, he felt a bit of increased strength in his body. Felt that he should be happy. But I don't know why. He can't feel happy at all now. Not only that, he even felt a sigh of relief in his chest. It was extremely uncomfortable and he couldn't help his breathing become heavy. It was hard to finally calm down the urge to curse in my heart. Gritted his teeth and said, "System, next upgrade to me. Chapter 50, Power of Behemoth. Upgrade me to the lava body. The host consumes 100 gold coins to upgrade the lava body, are you sure?" "Okay." Although his heart trembled a little, still gritted his teeth and made this decision. In fact, before the lottery draw, had almost defaulted the ability to be upgraded as Evil Equilibrium, because this passive ability is really suitable for this world. But when the result of the lottery came out, the cruel reality instantly broke Ur's default. Because of Ur's magical aptitude is really bad. Whether it is the D-level water attribute magic qualification or the B-level rock, soil, attribute magic qualification, you can barely make do in the early stage, but with Ur's strength, this magic qualification will greatly affect Ur's cultivation speed. Originally planned to use the lottery to strengthen his magical aptitude, but what he didn't expect was that he would pull out these 2 things. Ma Dan. He is determined to become a master who takes away a piece of magic. It's not that I want to become a foolish man with a punch. Is it useful to give him these 2 talents? In this magical world, no matter how strong his physical body is, can it be as strong as a bald head? There is not much difference between the scene when the skill is upgraded and the lottery. It is still a golden light flying out of the black hole and quickly fusing into Ur's body. Then, a sharp pain spread all over Ur's body in an instant. Fuck! The intense pain that completely penetrated every cell in Ur's body almost didn't faint Ur's pain. At that moment, Ur even forgot to breathe, and the cold sweat flowed down. Fortunately, this severe pain comes quickly and goes quickly. Just a few seconds. The pain that invaded every cell in Ur's body disappeared, as if everything that had just appeared was an illusion. But the abnormally swelling sense of power that keeps coming from the body reminds us that everything that happened just now is true. Was slightly taken aback. Then Wu Er woke up with lingering fear, and was angrily ready to talk to a certain system. But at this moment, only a ding was heard, and a font suddenly appeared on the system panel, which instantly attracted Ur's attention. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of passive ability. The body of lava is successfully upgraded to the power of behemoths. Power of the behemoth, the host's body is bestowed by the heroic lava behemoth, and the power of the behemoth is obtained. The host's rock, soil, attribute magical qualifications are strengthened, A level. The host gains a new magical qualification, fire, level A. The armor growth in the host body is strengthened, and the potential is increased. Seeing the line of introductions that appeared on the system panel, Ur could only say that he was not wronged for spending this 100 gold coins. Especially when he felt the unusually turbulent power in his body, the thought in his heart became firmer. Ur has a hunch. Perhaps the biggest gain from upgrading the lava body this time is not the enhancement of the 2 magic aptitudes, nor the enhancement of the armor, but the so-called power of the behemoth. That's right. This is another ability to strengthen the physical body. Yunbei JPG. With the upgrade of the lava body, Ur's attribute panel has undergone some subtle changes again. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive abilities, Void Stomach, Power of Giant Beasts, Balance of Evil, Body of Toughness, Sword Heart. HP, 20. Magic, 161. Mentality, 21. Magic Resistance, 1%. Armor, 2%. As Ur's strength increases, pure passive ability can rarely directly increase his strength. After all, passive skills are different from active skills. Although the data does not seem to have changed much, in fact, Ur's strength today is completely different from a few days ago. Especially the changes in pure strength are even more terrifying. That's right. The increase in the power of the behemoth does not seem to be counted in the health value. Although Ur doesn't know the reason for this, he didn't go too far. After swallowing the gold coins in Ur's hands, www.readaloud.com, the system is directly offline. With the improvement of Ur's membership level, the amount he needs to recharge is also increasing, especially after this sudden windfall. Next time Ur wants to draw a lottery, it will take a full 10 million to continue. Ur estimated that this goal should be impossible in a short time. This is one of the reasons why he chose to upgrade the lava body. Actually, Ur also asked the system before, what is the use of raising the membership level besides lottery? This. The answer of the system is, can improve the host's style. As for the style, the system also returned 2 letters very coldly. AC. Took a shower again. Ur went back to his room and began to meditate until dawn. Unexpectedly, when the war between Devil's Fang and Angel Wings was divided, the 2 armies on the border of Qiying Kingdom also withdrew from each other. This time the 2 guilds are at war. After all, it is mainly because of the private grievances between the 2 guilds. The possibility of a war between the 2 guilds is very small. Of course, if any one of the 2 major guilds wins a big victory this time, then this war may break out directly. But now it seems that in this war, the 2 guilds obviously didn't get any benefits. With the end of the war, many businessmen in Jiying country began to leave outside. Obviously, the previous war frightened these people. And Ur also took this opportunity to leave the base Shadow country, and began to return to the guild. Chapter 51, Backpot. Stig. Ur stood in front of the remains in the Paddy Tavern, scratching his head in doubt. Because there is no direct train to Magnolia, Ur is going to make a transfer at Stygug, and take a break here by the way. But, what's the situation now? Looking at the Paddy Tavern, which was almost in ruins in front of him, Ermin's mind was full of question marks. A few days ago, wasn't it okay? Why did it close down so quickly? And why do you look so familiar with the traces of the demolition? It's you. While Ur was looking at the Paddy Tavern in thought, suddenly a trembling voice came from behind Ur. Ur looked back suspiciously, and found that the person who opened the mouth did not know him. Just as Ur was about to ask about the identity of the man in front of him, he suddenly saw the man's eyes flushed and he charged toward him full of hatred. At the same time, he cursed wildly, "Asshole, I want to kill." "About you?" Ur looked at the man in front of him inexplicably, and the question marks in his mind increased wildly. Could it be that I am dreaming? What happened before his eyes almost made Ur doubt life? After all, at least there must be a causal relationship in everything, and there will be an effect if there is a cause. But what's happening now makes Ur no contact at all. What? The man snarled and rushed towards Ur. Ur's expression remained unchanged. Until the man approached him, Ur suddenly kicked out. Suddenly, the man flew back several times faster than he rushed, and slammed into Paddy. In the ruins of the tavern, I fainted in an instant. This man is just an ordinary person. Although Ur has already received a large part of his power, the increase in power brought to Ur by the power of Behemoth is really amazing, making it difficult for Ur to control in a short time. After punched the flying man, Ur stared at his fist and the man's figure, his eyes staying between the two for a long time. Finally, Ur still sighed slightly, and muttered in his heart, "Forget it. Ur originally planned to wake the man up and ask him what is going on. But when he saw the man's tragic situation, he really couldn't bear it. This happened. Ur has no interest in staying in Stygug anymore. He turned around and left where he was, and started walking towards the station. And not long after Ur left, in a building not far from the Paddy Tavern, two figures gradually walked out. When they saw the man in the ruins, they suddenly showed lingering expressions. This fellow Don is really unlucky. Do the fairy tale people have hatred with Don? I don't know, but the people from fairy tale are really ruthless. They just demolished Don's tavern a few days ago and beat him like this again today. Forget it, don't say anything, in case it was heard by the wizard just now, it would be bad. Let's hurry up and move Don away. Exactly. What happened later is not clear to Ur. If he could hear the conversation between these two people, Ur would probably be able to guess who he was behind. Riding on the train, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com until when Ur was almost asleep. Suddenly, I only heard the outside radio shouting, "Magnolia is here, Magnolia is here." Hearing this sound, Ulton refreshed. Although Ur does not have the habit of fainting transportation by the Dragon Slayer, long-term use of transportation is definitely not an easy task. Otherwise, Wei Yi would not have a boat and car in his previous life. Laden is the word. After getting off the train, Ur returned to Yisai's mother-in-law's house immediately. Because this mission was really accidental, and the means of contact in this world are still so bad, so I haven't come back for so long. Of course, I have to hurry up and report safety. After she had eaten and drank enough from Granny Yisai's house, Ur began to return to the guild, ready to submit the task. Although this time the mission has failed. But Ur needs to explain the situation to the guild and cancel this task. After all, the mission objectives are all dead now. If you don't hurry up and cancel, what if this mission becomes a 100-year mission after 100 years? When the carriage stopped at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, Ulton was momentarily taken aback. Because he found something wrong with the guild today. Is too quiet. Although it is not possible to say that there is no sound at all, but such a little sound appears in fairy tale, and it is completely indistinguishable from being silent. Did something happen? Ur felt a little in his heart and got out of the carriage in a hurry. Bang! Violently kicked the door of the guild. Busy last night, normal updates will resume tomorrow. 2 changes will be resumed tomorrow. At the same time, you can also check out my other street book The Star Thief. Although that book has not been updated in the past few days, I will not be an eunuch. Chapter 52, Sing. As Ur kicked the door open, the eyes of the people in the guild immediately gathered. In an instant, the entire guild fell into silence and embarrassment. Seeing a large group of strangers in black that suddenly appeared in the guild, and the eyes of everyone staring at him, Ur's expression became a little stiff. He said, "Why the guild is so quiet today? It's been a visitor for a long time." The people in black in front of them obviously belong to the same power. Although the strength of these people is nothing in the eyes of the Fairy Tale Guild, the people who can lead such a power must have an unusual identity. Although the position of the wizard in this world is not ordinary. But the general regular guild will be very polite in the face of these big businessmen and rich people. After all, the wizards also need to eat. Without these big gold masters, their lives would be difficult to maintain. I'm impulsive. Feeling the awkward atmosphere suddenly plunged into the guild, a word suddenly appeared in Ur's heart. Think about it, too. Although the current fairy tale is not the first guild in the Fiori Kingdom's overall strength, the current fairy tale is already on the rise, and this is the headquarters of the guild. How could something go wrong for nothing? Take 10,000 steps back. Even if something really happened to the guild now, there was nothing we could do with Ur's strength. Sure enough, it is still swollen. Ur sighed inwardly. After going out this time, the strength really grew a bit faster, which made Ur unconsciously have a little swelling heart. but Ur doesn't think there is anything wrong with her swelling now? After all, if you know that you have a plug-in and don't swell, what's the difference between it and salted fish? Yo! Oh, you just came back. This is Mr. Singh. He is here to find you. Just when Ul didn't know how to resolve the embarrassment, he only heard Makarov speak suddenly and gave it. He is a step up. Ur looked around, and saw a row of bodyguards in black suits in the guild quickly stepped aside, revealing the figure of a man with a gloomy expression. Mr. Singer, hello. Although I don't know who this man is and what he is looking for, as a well-trained young man, Ur still greeted him on his own initiative. Are you the wizard who took over my mission? The gloomy man's voice was a little harsh. I don't know Mr. Singh's mission. Although Ur had guessed a little in his heart, he asked again to confirm. Jericho. Singh uttered a name with a gloomy face. Ultan knew it from time to time. Then apologized, sorry, Mr. Singer, I failed this mission. Did he run away? As soon as Ur's voice fell, he heard Singh's voice suddenly raise his tone several times. His face was gloomy and ugly and angrily said. No, he is dead. Died. It seems that this answer was beyond Singer's expectation. He was stunned for a few seconds, then his face gradually returned to calm, and he wondered, how did he die? Did you kill him? No, he fled to the kingdom of Qiying, and then got involved in the war between Angel Wings and Devil's Fang and unfortunately died. Ur said true or false the cause of Jericho's death. Did not elaborate on the meaning of this matter. After all, if this matter is really described in detail, he has played a very important role in it. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, my mission has failed. Not only that, I am afraid that no one will be able to complete your mission in the future. Tan spread his hands with a helpless expression. Singer was taken aback for a while after listening to Ur's words. But then, I listened to Singer saying, no, the wizard, this is not your fault. Don't worry, I will explain the situation to your president. You did a good job this time. Singer patted Ur on the shoulder. Then slowly walked to the side of Makarov, and after saying something, he left the guild directly with a group of black bodyguards. From beginning to end, this Mr. Singh never mentioned the question of Lanyang heart. Seeing this big rich man resolutely lead the bodyguard to disappear at the gate of the guild, all the members of Fairy Tale, including Ur, couldn't help being stunned. But soon, everyone quickly recovered. The entire guild instantly recovered to a noisy appearance. And what Ur heard the most talked about from the crowd was about himself. Wow, ha ha ha. Oh, I heard you went to the war too? You are really dead. If Elisa came back to tell us, we don't know yet. By the way, where did your kid go afterwards? Did you know that Elisa and the others have been looking for you in Jiying country for a long time? Your kid is going to be miserable. He really doesn't know this. He was sleeping soundly in the hotel at that time. Looked up at Elisa, Ragusas, and Myra at the counter. www.readaloud.com. Ul suddenly felt a little numb on his scalp. Looks like it was in trouble. Bite the scalp and walked to the counter. Ur looked at the three Alusha and smiled embarrassedly, and said, sorry, I don't know you are looking for me. I had already taken refuge in another city at that time. It's okay. Elisa said calmly. It doesn't matter. Do you know how much work we spent trying to find you? Because of you, our guild almost went to war with Devil's Fang. Just after Elisa finished speaking, she heard Mila on the side. Suddenly complained full of complaints. I was wrong. Ur decisively admitted his mistake. Although I don't know why Mila has an inexplicable resentment towards him, Ur knows that this girl is not bad in nature, so in the face of this kind of problem, he decisively chooses to admit his mistake. As expected. Just after Ur admitted her mistake, Mila, a Tsundere girl, became a little at a loss. Her face was a little hot and she hurriedly waved her hand, and said in a confused tone, in fact, it's not that serious, as long as you in the future, our guild will not be afraid of that devil's tooth at all. Seeing Mila's twitchy look, the corner of Or's mouth suddenly conjured up a smile. After the problems of the two men were solved, Or slowly turned his gaze to the last of the three people. Chapter 53, Learn. Ragu says. Fairy Tale S-rank sorcerer. Makarov's grandson. Because he was thin and weak in his childhood, he couldn't bear Makarov's powerful magic power, so his father implanted the dragon magic crystal in his body and became the second generation of Thunder Dragon Slayer. Although its strength is strong, but because of the influence of Makarov's aura in his childhood, he has been viewed by others wearing colored glasses. So in order to prove himself in the original book, this guy even wanted to destroy the guild. In short, this is another guild member who is mentally ill. Of course. The current Ragasus is not that sick yet. Is at most that the inner thoughts are still in the teenage years. Therefore, facing the current Ragasus, it is actually very good to communicate. Only needs one sentence. Lagoses, trouble you. Okay. After hearing Ur's words, Raguses nodded faintly, then continued to wear the earphones, and went to the side to sync, install, silently, compared. That's right. Is that simple? Ragasus in this period is like a child who is eager to grow up. He likes to pretend to be an adult in all aspects, but his behavior is quite naive. By the way, how was the result of the war? After submitting the task and receiving the payment from Makarov, Dur suddenly remembered the matter and couldn't help but ask. A terrible victory. Elisa said in a low voice. The Devil's Fang invited the support of other guild members. Although the Angel Wings finally won, their president was seriously injured. I'm afraid, alas. Makarov continued. Speaking at the end, he couldn't help sighing. Although Makarov did not say the last words, Dur had already heard the meaning inside. Obviously. The current situation of Angel Wings may not be too good. Although the president of Angel Wings is one of the top 10 holy wizards. But his age is too big. Although the magic power and magic of the wizard will indeed become deeper with age, there is a limit to this growth. If Or remembers correctly, Angel Wings president, Fawa Klobber, is close to a 120-something old age. Even among the wizards, this age is quite old. Almost half of his feet have stepped into the coffin. How can you still be able to exert your full strength at such an age? How about the president of the Devil's Fang Guild? Dur was silent for a while, and then asked again. Anyway, the president of Angel Wings is one of the top 10 wizards. Can't say that the president of Devil's Fang has not been damaged at all. He died. Elisa's answer is still short enough to make Ur speechless. Okay. Although the answer did not exceed Ur's expectations. Ur learned about the war situation from Elisa and others, and soon left the guild. Although Ur didn't know exactly what was wrong with Singh, the mission was considered a successful completion, which was a surprise to him. After returning to the mother-in-law of Yisai to rest for a night. The next day, Ur then plunged into the guild's library once again. This time on the mission, Ur's gain is really great. But because of this, if you want to fully utilize these gains, Ur needs to learn more www.readaloud.com first of all. The A-level rock, soil, attribute magical power and the magical power close to the B-level have given Ur the initial ability to learn high-level magic. And the A-level fire attribute magical qualification is another magic that Ur needs to learn. Moreover, Ur's Gujia fighting technique still needs to be practiced. The newly drawn sword heart talent also gave Ur a foundation for learning swordsmanship. At the same time, due to the skyrocketing magic power, Ur's current mental power is a bit unable to keep up. He still needs to find a way to strengthen his mental power. Etc., etc. And when Ur sorted out all the things he needed to learn and turned into a stack of books in front of him, he suddenly felt a tingling scalp. No wonder people say that every powerful wizard is a great scholar. It's a magic that requires so many books to read, even if it's not a schoolmaster, you have to be forced to become a schoolmaster. Ur felt that he suddenly understood a little bit why Naz's IQ was so low. I guess he has a low IQ. Just because his IQ is all used to learn Dragon Slayer magic. Rebbe saw Ur's dull eyes, and she sneered, covering her mouth. After such a long time together. Now Lebby has gradually become bolder in front of Ur, especially recently, Ur feels that this flat and fierce little loli seems to be getting skinny. Glared at little Lori Lebby. Then Ur plunged viciously into the ocean of books. Chapter 54, Submerge. Fairy Tales Guild Backyard. Ur held the samurai scabbard around his waist with one hand, and lightly held the hilt with the other hand. His eyes were slightly closed, and he stood still in place. The breeze flicked gently. Blow Ur's hair that is about to grow to his shoulders. He has maintained this action for nearly half an hour, he is waiting for the moment the wind in the air stops. Woo! There was a sudden gust of wind in the air, but it quickly disappeared, and the wind in the entire void appeared to be still for an instant. Chun! Ur's eyes opened instantly, the samurai sword in his hand was unsheathed, and a bright light flashed, and the samurai sword passed through the scarecrow's body in an instant. 3 seconds later, the wind in the air started to increase again. The breeze blew on the scarecrow's body, and the scarecrow's body suddenly appeared with an oblique scar, breaking in the wind. Hey! Feeling the scarecrow break, Ur slowly let out a sigh, retracting the knife into its sheath. He has been in retreat for more than a month. In the past month, all of Ur's time has been spent on cultivation, and he has not even done a task. After all, the next lottery will cost a full 10 million, and even if it is a B-level task, the reward will not exceed 500,000 at most. If you want to collect so much money from the task, you don't know how long you will wait. Therefore, Ur is not in a hurry to be promoted to the B-rank sorcerer for the time being. 1 month's time. Ur is hardly practicing, or preparing for it. Moreover, he is not only cultivating one aspect of ability alone, but cultivating multiple content at the same time. Although it sounds messy, in fact, because of the system, Ur has gained a lot. Especially swordsmanship. This month, Ul spent the least time in this area, but the improvement in swordsmanship was the fastest. Just now, he can finally succeed in cutting off the scarecrow's body in a state of still without being noticed. Successfully made his swordsmanship step into the threshold. And all these are the abilities brought by Jiangxin. The swordsmanship training aptitude brought to Ur by Sword Heart was simply against the sky. The feeling that he was born for a sword even made Ur an urge to abandon magic and specialize in swordsmanship. The only thing that made Ur a bit ridiculous is that although this talent is called Jiangxin, in fact his most friendly weapon is the katana. In addition to swordsmanship, Ur spent more time on magic this month. A-level magical qualifications greatly increase the speed of Ur practicing magic, whether it is rock, earth, attribute magic or fire attribute magic. Not only that, also changed from the guild to a higher level, focusing more on spiritual meditation for practice. So 1 month down, Ur's attribute panel has been changed a lot. Invincible passive system. Host, Wei Yi. Passive abilities, Void Stomach, Power of Giant Beasts, Balance of Evil, Body of Toughness, Sword Heart. HP, 25. Magic, 175. Mental Power, 30. Magic Resistance, 1%. Armor, 2%. From the data point of view, it seems that Ur's magic power has increased a bit faster than his mental power this month. But in fact, this month, Ur's mental power has grown at a rate far faster than his magic power. Because for normal wizards, the ratio of their magical power to mental power is about 10 to 1. That is to say, with Ur's current magic power, only 18 points of mental power can be used to release magic normally. But will Ur be willing to be a normal wizard? The answer is obvious. Although the magic power is the same, the power of magic released by different mental powers is a completely different concept. But the increase in mental power during this period was a bit beyond Ur's expectation. He guessed that it might be because he practiced swordsmanship. Because the training process of swordsmanship originally included the content of tempering willpower. And the health value is because the tough body broke the first layer of human body limiter of Ur, so the physical potential has also been greatly developed. Oh, take a break. Just as Ur was a little lost looking at the attribute panel, Lebi came over with some refreshments. It is good. Ur responded, and then walked to the rest area to the side, picked up refreshments and ate unceremoniously. During the guild's immersive training month, almost all of them were Lebi caring for Ur. Ur hadn't found out before that. It turned out that Lebi, a quirky little loli, had the qualities of a good wife and a mother. Here, this is today's Kingdom newspaper. Thanks. While Ur was drinking tea, Lebi handed over a newspaper. Ur thanked him, and began to pick up the newspaper and read it. The information transmission in this world is not as advanced as in the previous life. If you want to know some information, the main method is still from newspapers. The space of the newspaper is limited, so there will never be anything boring in it. For example, in today's newspapers, the largest page on it records an event that is enough to shake the entire continent. Favar Klobber, one of the Saint's 10 great wizards, has abdicated. After a battle with Devil's Fang, although Favar Klobber barely saved his life in the end, the fire of his life is already a candle in the wind, which may be extinguished at any time, so it is obviously impossible for him to continue to stay. The position of the top 10 holy wizards. After all, although the Saint 10 magic guides are not completely formulated according to their strengths, without strong strength, it is impossible to sit in this position securely. I didn't expect Grandpa Fuwa to abdicate so soon. Have I met him a few years ago? Lebi muttered suddenly. The relationship between Fairy Tail and Angel Wings has always been very good. Even Fuwa Klobber had come to Fairy Tail several times under the name of official business, so some people in the guild did not treat him strange. Hehe, this old man is almost 120 years old, and it's time to abdicate. Ur smiled, put down the newspaper in his hand, and said. Ur was not very interested in the abdication of Foy Klobber. After all, he had never seen this old man. Relatively speaking, what he is more interested in is who will fill this vacant position of the Holy 10 Great Wizards next. Is it Jura or Gerald? No. It shouldn't be them. After all, there are still 4 years before the beginning of the original work, and their strength should not have reached that level. For the candidate of the Saint 10 Great Wizards, 2 geniuses appeared in Ur's mind for the first time. But soon, these 2 people were ruled out by him. Because these 2 geniuses are still too young. But besides these 2 people, who else on the mainland is qualified to compete for the top 10 magic masters? After thinking about it, Ur fell into contemplation unconsciously. After seeing this expression on Ur's side, Lebi opened his mouth, and what he had planned to say, suddenly got stuck in his mouth, his expression hesitated, and he stopped talking. At this time, I only heard a bell ring suddenly over the town of Magnolia. When? Chapter 55, Gildaz. This bell sounds. When Ur heard the bell, his expression was slightly startled. Because he always felt that the bell sound was very familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he was familiar. But soon, Lebi reminded him. It's Gildaz, Gildaz is back. Lebi suddenly said with surprise on his face. When I heard Lebi's words, Ultan suddenly realized. It turned out that this one is back. No wonder the whole town of Magnolia suddenly made such a big movement. It was like the end of the world. Gildaz. Fairy Tail's strongest wizard. Like Elisa, this uncle's magic is also a natural awakening, and when he awakens, it is super high-level magic smash, which is a very destructive magic, but it is difficult to control. Even now, Gildaz's mental power has not been able to completely control this magic. So when Gildaz walked normally, he would often be in a daze because of lack of mental power, and if he was not careful, he would destroy the things in front of him, including buildings, houses, etc., because of this magic. Gildaz once set the record of tightening 32 buildings all the way in Magnolia. To this end, the entire town of Magnolia has undergone a huge transformation because of Gildaz. It can be said that this uncle is simply a legendary character in fairy tale. Once in the original work, Dur admires this strong man quite a bit. And now I'm about to see a living person. Even with Ur's current heart, I can't help but get a little excited. Let's go. Lebby, let's meet the strongest wizard of fairy tale. After leaving a word, Dur took the lead and walked towards the guild. Attention residents, please pay attention to residents. Magnolia is about to change to Gildaz mode, please rush to the designated place quickly and repeat. When Ur came to the gate of the guild, he just heard a strange bird with a trumpet-shaped mouth yelling in panic. After the broadcast with this bird creature is finished, the scene in front of Ur's eyes began to change drastically. First, one house moved backward, and then more houses disappeared on the ground. The street at the gate of the guild widened a lot in a few seconds. And with the passage of time, more and more houses disappeared, replaced by a wide road from the entrance of the town of Magnolia to the gate of the guild. Just 10 seconds. The whole Magnolia has undergone a big change. It is like a science fiction blockbuster put in front of Ur's eyes. This is really... Ur's expression was quite shocked. Even though he had been prepared before, when he really saw this scene, Ur still felt speechless. Is too special? Nonsense. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps in the distance of the street, and then a figure slowly appeared. The big orange-red back head, with some sorrowful scum on his mouth, a dark green windbreaker wrapped his body, and the image of a handsome middle-aged uncle slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. Many people have gathered at the gate of the guild at this time. Almost everyone is excited about Gildaz's return, and their eyes can't help but exude worship for the strong. Of course, almost everyone is not all everyone. For example, after seeing Gildaz, the first thing Naz opened his mouth was, "Gildaz, you just came back, come and accept my challenge." Once the words are finished, everyone saw that Naz had rushed out with excitement, the magic released. The iron of the fire dragon. Boom! Naz rushed over very fast, but flew out faster. Just a punch. Naz turned into a meteor, not knowing where he flew. And the hobby next to him saw that Naz was beaten into the air, so he called out and hurried to catch up. Hey! Something seemed to be flying just now. Just after Naz flew away www.readaloud.com I saw a dazed red-haired uncle muttering a few words, and finally slowly woke up, and when he raised his blank eyes, he saw everyone in front of him. After that, he was stunned. Hey? How did I return to the guild? When did I return? Although Gildaz didn't say this, but his confused eyes clearly expressed this meaning. But soon, Gildaz recovered. Lazily raised his hand to everyone, and said, "Yo! Everyone, it's been a long time. Ha ha ha! Gildaz, long time no see. How was the task completed? The time for your mission this time is really long enough. I haven't returned to the guild for 3 months. You won't have an affair again, do you? Ha ha ha!" Gildaz's popularity in the guild is very good, not only because of his strength, but also because of his character, so when Gildaz came back, everyone ridiculed him, and soon, the air was filled with joy. Atmosphere. While everyone was chatting with Gildaz, Dur was observing the strongest wizard of fairy tale. Is just like in the original book. This uncle's expression is generally lazy, and he looks like it's drained. If you don't know him, it's hard to imagine that the magical destructive power he cultivates will be so terrifying. While Ur was observing Gildaz, Among the fairy tale crowd, there was another gaze quietly watching this handsome middle-aged uncle. Chapter 56, Complex Father-Daughter Relationship. Somewhere in the guild, a girl with long dark brown hair kept her eyes on Gildaz when he came back. Her eyes were complicated, even because she had been staring at Gildaz for too long, even her favorite wine sprinkle. I don't know anymore. But no one in the guild noticed the strangeness of this girl, except Dur. Since Gildaz came back, almost subconsciously, Dur's gaze was unconsciously placed on this wheat-skinned girl. Kana Arup Elona. This is the girl's name. In fairy tale, Kana is just a very ordinary member. For everyone, the biggest impression this girl gave them is probably the huge amount of alcohol. After all, Karna alone occupies 30% of the guild's one-year drink volume. But what everyone doesn't know is that this girl has another identity, that is, the daughter of Gildaz, the strongest wizard of fairy tale. When the young Kana came to fairy tale alone, the purpose was to get acquainted with Gildaz. But then it was because of various reasons caused Kana to change from a simple family search to a qualified family search inexplicably. To be frank, when I first read the original work, Dur didn't understand what Kana was thinking. Perhaps, this is the reason why Dur was single for more than 20 years in his previous life. Would you like to find a chance to give a hint to the Uncle Gildaz? Dur touched his chin, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. In his opinion, it is not a good thing for both of them to maintain such a unilateral recognition of the father and daughter. More importantly, if Gildaz knew that he had such a daughter, he would not dare to think about the turmoil before when he set out on missions in the future. Dur felt that he should make a contribution to saving women in this world. Okay. Decided. In the future, find an opportunity to give the prodigal uncle a small reminder. Gildaz's return, except to make the atmosphere in the guild more lively, the other has not changed much. What should most people do, or what are they doing? E.G. Just now, Naz was ridiculed by Grey for being fisted by Gildaz, and then the two disagreeable guys immediately fought in the guild. The other side. Elisa, who was about to persuade her to fight, suddenly didn't know why, and confronted Mila, and the atmosphere around them was quite terrifying. Without the person who persuaded the fight, Naz and Grey's fight was suddenly more happy. Soon made a mess in the guild. Although Naz and the others are still young, their strength is not weak. Nowadays, there are not many people in the guild stronger than them, and there are fewer wizards who can stop them all at the same time. Gildaz is certainly one of them. But, he obviously didn't mean to stop him at all. Not only that, he was still sitting on the counter watching with gusto, and from time to time he pointed to the crowd. Makarov was full of black lines on his forehead and was furious. At last, when a mug full of beer hit Makarov's forehead, Makarov's inner anger broke out instantly. "You idiots, don't stop me!" Accompanied by a roar, Makarov's figure swelled rapidly, and he quickly turned into a giant with a height of 7 or 8 meters and bulging muscles all over his body. Then, Makarov punched a kid, and soon knocked Naz and others to the ground, staring at gold stars. See this scene. Immediately, the other people in the guild laughed at the gloating Naz and others. www.readaloud.com. In a blink of an eye, the joyous atmosphere in the guild became more intense. And Makarov, who was dispersing the magic of magic on the side, heard the laughter of the people, but he felt a pain in his brain, and the desire to retire in his heart became stronger. Dur was also quite speechless looking at the noise of the guild. When you read the original work in his previous life, he was envious of the cheerful atmosphere in fairy tale, because that kind of sincere joy was indeed rare in his previous life. But now, Dur is trying to prevent himself from being infected by everyone. Because he was worried that his IQ would be lowered. Lebby next to Dur was also snickering after seeing the scene in front of her. But at this moment, Makarov on the counter suddenly opened his mouth to Lebby. "Lebby, are you looking for a companion in the group? If you want to pick up the task, you are alone." But it's far from enough. Companion? Mission? Hearing Makarov's words, Dur was slightly stunned, and subconsciously glanced at Libby behind him, but at this moment, he saw that Libby's eyes also fell on him. Pursing his lips slightly, as if he wanted to talk but stopped. Seeing this, Dur took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter?" I want to ask you to complete a task with me," Libby whispered. Hearing Libby's lower and lower voice, Ultan realized that this girl's timid and shy problem had committed again. Then, Dur simply asked Makarov directly, "President, what is the mission you just said?" Chapter 57, Libby and number 039, S mission. That's it. After listening to Makarov's explanation, Dur finally understood the whole story. Actually speaking, the reason for this incident is also very simple. I don't know why, Libby, the little loli, has to accept a B-level mission from the guild, but this B-level mission is a bit different, it's too dangerous, and even Makarov is thinking about whether to use it. This task is added to the A-level task list. If you want Libby to complete this task alone, the chance of failure in the end is almost 100%. Not only that, but it may even die. But Libby is not willing to give up this task. So after thinking about it, Makarov finally decided to let Rebbe find a partner. As long as the partner she was looking for was strong enough, then Makarov agreed with Rebbe to accept the mission. Then, Libby found the person he knew best in the guild, that is, Dur. After a moment of contemplation, Dur said to Makarov, "President, I will go with Rebbe." Dur did not think about rejecting Rebbe's request. Don't say anything else. But during this period of time Rebbe brought her help, Dur could not refuse Rebbe's request. Although he would help, Dur was only temporarily partnering with Rebbe this time. Because of the existence of a certain system, Dur is destined to be impossible to become the kind of wizard who forms a partner with others to complete the task. The reason is simple. If you team up to complete the task, the rewards need to be split equally. Hearing Dur's answer to his request, Rebbe's big eyes suddenly lit up. But just then, Makarov suddenly fell silent, his expression quite tangled. "See you here." Dur instantly understood Makarov's inner thoughts, so Dur quietly released a little of his own magic power. Okay. This is. When Dur's magic power was released, some powerful wizards in the guild instantly rose to sense. After all, although Dur's current magic power is not very strong, it is definitely not weak. Such an unfamiliar magic power suddenly appeared nearby, and any magician would subconsciously be vigilant. However, Dur's magic power only disappeared in a flash. The people in the guild looked around for no results, and soon left it behind. Only Makarov and Gildaz, the nearest to Dur, knew about the entire guild. Whose body did the magic just come from? Makarov's eyes were shocked. Because Dur's magic power has improved so fast, in just 2 months, he has grown from a wizard who has just learned magic to a level close to the level of an A-level wizard. It is nothing like an individual. What makes Makarov even more puzzled is that he had tested Dur's aptitude at the beginning. He was only a pure D-level water attribute magic aptitude. How could he not progress so fast? Did you make a mistake in the test? Oh, your magic power. Forget it, since you have such magic power, then it is enough to complete that task with Rebbe. Makarov finally asked without getting to the bottom of it. Dur. Although he was really puzzled in his heart, as long as Dur did not do anything to harm the guild, then Makarov wouldn't care if Dur had any secrets. Because this is fairy tale. Because of this, Dur dared to expose his magic power to Makarov at will. As for why Dur deliberately concealed it from other members of the guild, the reason is also very simple. He was just trying to maintain a sense of mystery, and to put it more vulgarly, in fact, it was purely for comparison. After all, live a lifetime again, if you don't pretend to be compared, what is the difference between it and salted fish? President, is this kid a newcomer to the guild? Gildaz didn't feel surprised by the magic that Ur had just released, because he didn't understand Ur's past. It's just the shock in Makarov's eyes that he can see in full view. www.readaloud.com. That's why he became a little curious about Ur. Yes, he is Ur, who just joined the guild from the orphanage 2 months ago. Oh! Hearing Makarov's words, Gildaz suddenly became more interested in Ur. He also knew something about the guild's orphanage. After all, there were some orphans in it that he had brought back from outside, but because of this, he knew exactly what the magical qualifications of those orphans were like. Gildaz looked at Ur curiously for several times, and finally grinned with a big mouth, pulled out a hearty smile, and said, "Little devil, work carefully all the way." "Thank you, uncle." Ur was taken aback, then smiled slightly. Gildaz is definitely a very attractive uncle. Unlike Naz's cheerful smile like a idiot, Gildaz's smile is very contagious. He obviously looks like a strong man, but from his smile, but it can clearly make people feel an inexplicable tenderness. If Makarov treats all the members of the guild as grandchildren, then Gildaz treats all the members of the guild as his own children. Okay? Why does it always feel weird? Now that he has decided to accept the task, Ur naturally completes it as soon as possible. After all, B-level tasks are different from S-level tasks. This kind of task is the longest and only takes a few days. Unlike the tasks of S-level and above, almost every task takes several weeks or even several to complete. Time of month. Tore off the task list and brought his cheap katana, Ur, and Reb walked out of the guild's door. Chapter 58, Devil 0 years ago. Can you tell me the reason now? Why did you choose such a dangerous mission? In the slowly moving carriage, Ur looked at Lebi sitting across from him, and slowly asked. He has already seen the mission chosen by Lebi. The content is simple but extremely dangerous. This kind of mission is completely unsuitable for wizards like Reb to choose, so basically after Reb chooses this mission, both Makarov and Ul know that there must be something tricky in it. This is also the reason why Makarov prevented Rebi from taking the task in the first place. If you look at the guild wizard level alone, in fact, Lebi's wizard level is higher than Ur, and she has been successfully promoted to the B-level wizard. But if you talk about combat ability, Ur can kill several Rebs with a single stab. Because Lebi is not a combat wizard, but a research wizard. The situation of the two is probably similar to that of special forces and scientists. People in this world need to use sorcerers not only in combat. In the past, Lebi chose to help others to interpret words and other tasks, but this time it was uncharacteristically. Anyone can see it. The problem. Facing Ur's question, Lebi was silent for a while, and then said in a low voice, "That monster is the murderer who destroyed me, Jet and Troy's hometown." The slightly unexpected answer made him startled slightly. But then, Ur had the urge to stop fighting, and asked with a hint of anger, "Then you are for revenge this time? You haven't considered the difference in strength." I don't know." Lebi hugged her head in pain, her eyes flushed slightly. "See you here." Ur also sighed slightly, shook his head, and thought for a while or took back what he had originally wanted to say. Really speaking, Lebi is just a 13-year-old girl now. Even if people in this world are generally precocious, Ur can't expect Lebi to have an adult way of thinking like her own, not to mention that she has experienced that kind of thing before. It is normal to be at a loss as she is now. Even if a disaster will make a person mature, it will take at least a certain amount of time. "Okay, don't cry, then the monster will be handed over to me, and I will avenge you." He patted Rebi's head, and Ur softly comforted. "Say it." Although Ur is only 2 years older than Rebi now, because of Ur's original foundation and the effect of the void stomach, Ur's current height is quite a bit taller than Reb's little lowly. The height of close to 1.8 meters and the figure that has already begun to show muscles, although still a little thin, but compared to 2 months ago, Ur's current figure can be regarded as an earth-shaking change. At least for Lebi, now Ur's tall figure does give him a great sense of security. Okay. Libby responded softly, and then began to heal her tears. The mission location of Ur and Libby's trip is still not in the Fiori Kingdom, but on the sea. The client of the mission is a group of fishermen living on the coast. About a month ago, this monster suddenly appeared near the coast. At first, this monster only interfered with the fishermen's normal fishing. At that time, the fishermen had not found the trace of this monster. But just about half a month ago, this monster suddenly began to go ashore to hunt humans. In just a few days, more than a dozen residents near the coast were eaten. In panic, these people finally remembered asking the Wizards Guild for help. You should have information about that monster, right? Sitting on the carriage, Ur suddenly said to Libby. Hearing what Ur said, Libby was taken aback for a moment, then reacted suddenly, and quickly said, "Ah, I have." Said, Rebbe hurriedly took out a note from the backpack behind him and handed it to Ur. This is the information I have collected about that monster over the years, but the origin of this monster is too long, so even now, I still don't fully understand its origin. At the end, Rebbe's expression began to lose weight. Stand up. After all, she is so keen on searching for ancient characters, and a large part of the reason is because of this monster. But for so long, she still couldn't find the origin of this monster, which had to disappoint her. Ur took Rebbe's notes. This notebook is very thick, it contains a lot of records. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also very complicated, and you can see how much Libby has spent on this monster. Looked through the notebook a few times. Soon, Ur was attracted by the contents of the notes. Libby, can the origin of that monster really go back 1,000 years? Ur looked at the contents of the notes and asked Libby in surprise. Although I don't know why Ur pays so much attention to such unimportant information, Libby nodded and said, yes, I have consulted many ancient books, and I have seen these monsters in books many thousands of years ago. Records. Wu Er heard this, his eyes suddenly changed. Naturally, he would not doubt the authenticity of Libby's words. After all, considering the amount of knowledge alone, it is estimated that the sum of the two Ur and Libby would not be worth one. But because of this, Ur was even more puzzled. After understanding just now, he is basically sure that the mission goal of his trip is not a monster, but a demon. But the demons in this world should have been created by the Black Wizard Jeff about 400 years ago. How could it be recorded thousands of years ago? Thought for a moment. Finally, the corner of Ur's mouth slowly conjured up a smile. This world is really getting more and more mysterious. It took a long time to take a carriage from the train terminal to the target location. It didn't take long. Ur and Libby arrived at their destination. When they got out of the car, they were completely stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Chapter 59, Crowd Gathering. Many people, a lot. Ul and Libby saw the dark crowd on the beach, and they were a little startled. It stands to reason that there are monsters here that cannot be concealed, so this place should be very deserted during this period of time, and even Liao is uninhabited. But what's the situation now? Wu Er looked at everyone present in a puzzled manner, and soon he discovered the anomaly. These people are not ordinary people, because they have all kinds of association chapters printed on their bodies, that is to say, all the people here are members of the guild. Of course. The guilds mentioned here, naturally, it is impossible for all the guilds to be wizards. But even so, the gathering of so many guild people here is amazing enough. Are they also here for the devil? A speculation emerged in Ur's heart. He wondered if the fishermen here were worried that the power of a guild would not be able to deal with the demon, so he went to the major guilds to release tasks. But soon, he overturned this speculation. After all, regardless of other things, the commission fee required to invite so many people from the guild at the same time cannot be afforded by a group of fishermen. Although so many people from the guild are invited to complete the task at the same time, the final reward only needs to be paid, but the commission fee in addition to the reward is also a large number. After all, the guild is not a charity organization. Sometimes in order to prevent someone from maliciously publishing tasks and joking, the commission and remuneration in the guild are paid separately. The commission fee is the fee that must be paid to publish the task, and it is mainly used for the operation of the guild. And the other reward is the money that the wizard who accepts the task should get. Oh, Reber pulled Raoul's sleeves, with a worried expression. Obviously, he also discovered the anomaly here. Wu Er saw this, and gave Lebby a touch head kill, smiled, and said, "It's okay, let's see the situation first." "Say it." Yer took Lebby to rent a fishing rod and found a quiet place to start fishing. He was in a relaxed mood, first because of the confidence brought by the recent skyrocketing strength, and second because the situation has become more complicated nowadays. Even if he is in a hurry, it is of no use. Besides, now that so many people from the guild gather here, even the demon would not dare to show up. After all, in this world, before the strength reaches a certain level, the number of people still plays a big role, otherwise, those countries will not deliberately train their troops. Even if it is the top 10 wizards, it is difficult to defeat an entire national army in a head-on confrontation. The arrival of Or and Lebby did not cause too much waves in the crowd. Even if someone saw them, they just glanced at them casually, then withdrew their gazes, continued to look at the sea, as if waiting for something important to appear. Yer's mood is still calmer, but that's not the case with Lebby on the side. Came because she was originally less courageous now. Secondly, it was because facing the demon that destroyed her hometown, she felt a little uncontrollable. Yer chose a remote fishing location, but there are a lot of people here, and they all come to fish like him. His original plan was to use fishing skills to inquire about intelligence with the people here. After all, for the wizard, whether or not he can successfully complete a task, intelligence almost occupies a small part of it. After all, not every magician can be the same as Naz, who can have such a good luck, light, and chi, ring, to cover the immortality. But what Ur didn't expect was that before he had time to ask, someone took the initiative to send the information. "Hi! Man, did you come here to make that money too?" Just 2 seconds after Ur dropped his hook, he saw a man with flame-like hair approaching him suddenly, a self-acquaintance. Opened the mouth. Ur was taken aback, and then calmly said, "What else can the people here do for other than this?" "Yes, you said that the rich money is really useless, just for a monster, they are willing to offer a reward of 10 million. As he said, the red-haired man slapped his tongue with a look of envy. Ur was also dumbfounded by the words of the red-haired man. He was still guessing what was the reason for the gathering of so many people here, but he didn't expect that there was such an inside story. Just as Ur was about to continue asking the red-haired man for something. At this time, I saw Ur's fishing rod suddenly moved, and then the fishing line above instantly jumped straight, suddenly pulling the fishing rod into a half-moon shape. Chapter 60, Underwater Monster. Wow! The water surface swells and rolls. The line on the Ur fishing rod is stretched straight, moving fast. "There are fish!" Lebby exclaimed. Ur grabbed the fishing rod and suddenly lifted it upwards. In an instant, the entire fishing rod became more curved and almost became a U-shape, but even so, the fish in the sea still had no intention of being lifted up. Something is wrong. Ur discovered the anomaly as soon as he picked up the fishing rod. Not only him. The red-haired boy next to Wu also discovered the problem, because a wave of magical power faintly spread under the sea. Is that monster caught? The red-haired boy not only had an absurd idea in his mind. The anomaly here quickly attracted the attention of some people around, and everyone turned their attention. Then, seeing Ur suddenly exerting force, a creature suddenly broke out of the water and rushed towards Ur. At the same time, only a pop was heard, and the fishing line in Ur's hand also broke. What? Facing the sudden attack, Lebby screamed in fright. But at this moment, Ur shot. With his right hand, he quickly pulled out the cheap samurai sword on his waist. The light of the knife flashed, and the creature in midair split instantly into two halves. At the same time, a faint ray of magic power suddenly poured into Ur's body from the creature's body. Slap, slap. Two corpses fell to the ground. Until then, everyone finally saw the true face of this creature. Is a huge eel? No, this description may not be accurate. To be precise, the true face of this creature should be a weird fish that is very similar to an eel. Because it's compared to eel. The size of this weird fish is too big, it's more than 2 meters in length alone, and there are faint magic fluctuations in its body. It is completely a creature that even transforms into a monster. Seeing the monster that was not what I wanted, the eyes of the people around him gradually turned away. For the people here, dealing with monsters is almost commonplace. What's more, this kind of creature that hasn't completely transformed into a monster is not worthy of their attention. Only a few people looked at Ur with a look of fear. Because Ur's cut was very fast, it was not a small threat to them. Of course, they here basically refer to the kaiji passerby. Lebby, go pick up some dry wood and come back. Ur said. Lebby also gradually recovered from the shock just now, and when he heard Ur's words, he immediately ran to collect firewood obediently. It didn't take long. Here is a campfire, and on top of the flame, there are 2 pieces of eel that have been cleaned. With the burning of the flame and the assistance of spices, the scent gradually diffuses out. Oh, the eel is ready to eat. Lebby reminded as she brushed the eel with the last layer of spices. Okay, thanks, Lebby. Ur responded, then grabbed half of the huge eel and started to gnaw. At the same time, while nibbling, he continued to inquire about the purpose of the demon and the rich man at the red-haired boy beside him. The red-haired boy was able to chat with Ur normally at first, but with Ur's mouth eating the eel, coupled with the fragrance that floated over from time to time, the red-haired boy unexpectedly felt that he was also hungry. The red-haired boy deliberately asked Ur for some eel, but he didn't feel embarrassed, and then he became entangled in his heart. And then, the whole eel fell into Ur's mouth with nothing left. The red-haired boy was stunned as he watched that an eel of that size was all eaten by Ur alone. Although the magicians and many cultivators in this world generally eat a lot, they only eat a little bit more than ordinary people. How can there be such an exaggeration as Ur? This is really a pig. Not right. Special, even pigs can't eat like this, right? Fortunately, the red-haired boy still doesn't know that Ur is only a 3-point full, otherwise, he still doesn't know what to be scared. www.readaloud.com. As Ur's health increases, void stomach's digestive abilities are becoming more and more terrifying. If Ur eats with all his strength, he will eat half of the cow in one meal. Hey! Look at the sea, what's that? Ur just swallowed the last mouthful of the eel into his belly, and there was no time to wipe the oil on his mouth. Suddenly, he heard a panicked cry from the coast not far away. There are so many monsters, how come there are so many monsters? No, those monsters rushed towards here, everyone quickly back away, away from the sea. With a panic scream, the people on the coast suddenly fell into chaos and began to retreat frantically to the rear. But before all these people retreated, everyone saw a huge wave suddenly rushing over from the sea. After hitting the coastline, it directly lifted up to a height of 5 or 6 meters, carrying countless monsters in the sea, and was approaching in an instant. A group of people on the coast swallowed it all in. And these people only had time to let out a scream, and they disappeared from this world completely. The expressions of all the people present in this scene changed drastically. The little Lori Libby who was next to Ur turned pale in fright. Because the situation in front of them has completely exceeded the goal of their mission at the beginning, let alone Rebbe, even if Ur sees the scene in front of him, his eyes can't help but shrink slightly. Is too weird. So many ocean monsters suddenly attacked everyone on the ground, not to mention Ur, Even many monster hunters here have never encountered such a weird thing. Is the appearance of these monsters related to that demon? Looking at the countless monsters in front of him, Dur couldn't help muttering in his heart.